Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. I hope you all are doing great and enjoying my previous videos. Thank you so much for the love and support. If you haven't checked them out yet, make sure you do. Now, in today's video, that will blow your mind. What if Naruto awakened the Mokuton and unleashed the true power of Kurama? What kind of chaos, power, and new abilities would emerge from this combination? Well, without further ado, let's jump right into it. Chapter 1 hours repeated chapter text. Naruto has been hearing it for as long as he can remember. It's not a voice or anything, just a growl that flows in tone and intensity, a dark, hateful sound that brings to mind bared fangs and the color of blood. He's curious despite being a little terrified to know where it's coming from. It doesn't go away. Naruto knows better than to talk about it. There's no need to be a bigger outcast than he already is. It's the worst part of the night, when the deep roar rises up like a full howl of fury and pain, and something that Naruto knows all too well, something like loneliness. He doesn't sleep much on those nights. He doesn't sleep much anymore. He's 7 years old when he tries to talk to him for the first time. He's the last one to failure in everything, so he doesn't really expect to succeed, and much less get it on the first try. It's one of those dark and lonely nights again. He had failed a taijutsu history exam today. The words had made his head hurt and his body tremble again as he read them, and he was done. Drawing stick figures in the margins of the last page and handing in the test, almost blank. Irika's look of disappointment had hurt him. He's usually good at taijutsu. He's lying in bed staring at the cracks in the ceiling when he thinks, what the hell? Naruto closes his eyes, goes back into his own head, and thinks, hello. There's no response, but the growling stops. It slows down to something like a rumble after minutes pass with no other response. Naruto opens his eyes, sighing, but he's not looking at the ceiling of his bedroom. He's not in his room at all. Suddenly, he's standing in dirty water up to his knees in a cavern so large he can't see the ceiling through the darkness. A huge metal door. Those ornate black bars stuck together with a paper seal seals off an entire section of the place. Hello, repeats Naruto. Something dark and huge moves inside the cage, uncoiling in the darkness, but still moving in the shadows. Hey, I can see you. I know you're there. The shape, the massive creature stops, growling softly at something. It whistles several things, sweeping through the air and sending ripples through the dark water. The shape moves forward in the dim light of this place, and Naruto takes his first look at its inner tenant. The creature is enormous, all sharp teeth and cruel eyes. Its tail swished back and forth restlessly in the darkness. It is the color of bright blood, though discolored and dirty, giving the rough, bristly fur an orange tint. Looming over him are sharp, black-red eyes that stare at him with a glare, disdain and annoyance. Yes, Naruto has seen that look before. Giant monster, or not? So you are the voice in my head, Naruto asks. A part of him acknowledges that he probably should be terrified, but for some reason he knows that the massive creature can't hurt him. The large fox, because it's clearly a fox. Naruto may be an idiot, but at least it knows that. Multiple tails, or not? It tilts its massive head slightly for a second. Naruto wonders if the thing can understand him or not. But then it speaks. Its voice is so low and deadly that's like a seismic wave against Naruto's eardrums. It feels powerful and heavy. Can you hear me now, you little meat sack? The fox growls. His voice falls rough and abrasive to fill the space with its vibration. Naruto fights the urge to rub his ears. Yes, I can hear you. What are you doing down here? The fox growls savagely, as if Naruto has pinched an invisible nerve. Return to your human world, petty. I have no patience for your kind of push of dark and powerful energy. Jumps and Naruto as he finds himself thrown back into his body, back into the dark emptiness of his apartment. For a moment, Naruto contemplates the idea that it is all a dream, but he can still feel the dark power pulsing restlessly beneath his ribs, and decides that no, he hadn't imagined it. The next day is just as bad as the last. But this is nothing new to Naruto. The looks of hatred, the distrust, the disgust. In some cases, he is used to things like Sasuke beating him in a fight and then not recognizing him for the rest of the day. Sakura and Ino looking upset with every word that comes out of his mouth are all things Naruto has dealt with before, and he will again. It doesn't matter. He still loves this village. He loves these people despite his hatred. They are good underneath, and he is Irika. Gigi, his life could be so much worse. That night, as he looks at the cool darkness of the night sky through the window, he does it again. He closes his eyes and throws himself back. Every night after that, he lets himself fall on his head. he finds himself in the dirty, dark cavern of the fox's prison for the first week, or so. The fox sends him back the moment his metaphorical feet touch the ground. But Naruto is impossibly stubborn, so he keeps showing up. Eventually, the fox stops kicking him by his own head and starts studying him like he's a behaving insect. In particularly strange ways, Naruto finds that the louder he is, the more likely the fox is to kick him out, so he looks around a lot and asks benign questions instead of ones that they've been bothering him. The relationship that results is strange, to say the least, and not really what Naruto had been hoping for. The fox mostly ignores him, curling up in the corners of his prison, either to nap or do whatever it is that giant fox creatures do. Instead of sleeping, Naruto mostly talks to himself about his day or whatever comes to mind, and as long as he doesn't raise his voice too much or ask probing questions, the creature allows him to stay. Naruto isn't sure exactly what that the fox gets from it, but Naruto has a place to go when he can't sleep. And even though the fox never listens when he talks, sometimes it helps to talk to him instead of himself. Naruto might be imagining things, but he thinks the fox has stopped howling so much at night. It continues like this for a long time, and for the most part they stay the same, except sometimes instead of sleeping through his presence, the fox will watch him with intense blood red iris, is searching for something Naruto isn't sure he has. It doesn't happen often, but when it does, Naruto just keeps talking like nothing changed, except he actually talks directly to the fox instead of the walls. After the first few exchanges, harsh words and growler, doesn't talk for 6 months. Naruto goes on with his normal life, and Yuka sense, and she's amazing and takes Naruto out to eat ramen all the time now, and Tucci and Aim are always nice to him, so it's not that bad compared to what it could be. He talks to the fox a lot about them, but stops getting kicked out from the Korean barbecue place and the takoyaki stand. It doesn't matter that much anyway. Not anymore. Naruto still doesn't sleep much, but now it's for a different reason, somewhat less tiring. And at some point, the fox ends up staring at him more often than he sleeps. The angry howls have completely disappeared. More months pass like this, a stagnation brought on by the combination of Naruto's stubbornness and the creature's refusal to acknowledge him. However, it's okay. Naruto is used to being ignored and knows how to make sure that they notice it. Then suddenly, and without warning, that changes. Naruto knows something is up the moment he settles his head down for the night. Normally, the fox is gone in the corner, somewhere steadfastly pretending that Naruto doesn't exist. But this time, not this time, the creature is waiting for him closer to the bars of his prison than he's ever deigned to be, with glowing red eyes that shine with intent sharp enough to cut steel. Naruto is 7.5 years old and is very stubborn about it. So he stares back, refusing to be intimidated by the giant creature behind bars, while the fox immediately demands the first word he's spoken in over half a year. His voice is the same one Naruto remembers, low and raspy, but unless Naruto is hearing things, there's a second tone beneath the irritation that hadn't been there before, something like a confusion, and it shows a bit on his face too. His ears are a bit more tucked and his eyes aren't as narrow. His fur is standing up along its snout. Naruto blinks, dumbly bewildered. Why do you do this? You insist on coming back here night after night. You will gain nothing from it. There is nothing here for you. However, the creature has not raised its voice. It is still low and strangely thin despite its toughness. Naruto grimaces, who says, I have to get anything out of that. You mean I would converse with a monster on a whim? The last word is a growl like a curse. And oh yes, Naruto knows that emotion, like he knows the pounding of his own heart. No matter how much he tries to hide it, the giant fox creature hurts. And that's all. It suddenly makes sense in Naruto's messy head now. Because if there's one thing Naruto knows, it's pain. Inside, the one that comes from loneliness and loss and fear and anger. And it's so easy to see how all that pain can produce all that hate. You're not a monster, he says with all the confidence and stubbornness in his little body. Because monsters are made, not born, and people are afraid of what they don't understand. Naruto, it isn't, but according to most of the village, it isn't a person anyway. The creature snorts, lashing its tail behind him. And how would you know? It says harshly, but the confusion is still there beneath the rage, the hate, and the pain. But Naruto knows that the fury, the hate, and the disdain are only really bodyguards for the deepest and ugliest wounds. I just do it however. That's what it says, because Naruto has never been good with words. You know nothing, the creature insists, but the conviction in its words is no longer there. What do you think you'll get out of this? The fox asks again. Much time later, Naruto is sitting cross-legged in the 6 cmr of water flooding the fox prison. The water is linked to Naruto. Somehow he's not sure why. But the worse his day is, the thicker and muddier the water gets. However, today had been amazing. Irika had allowed him to get an extra helping of ramen on Ichiraku, because he'd actually had to make Sasuke work for his victory in sparing Noi. As a result, the water is cold and clear, and despite the fox's bad mood, he seems to be enjoying a respite from the mud. Why do I have to get something out of this? He repeats, leaning on his arms to look up at the bottomless ceiling that towers above him. It's so quiet here. How do you stand it? I find myself missing the creature more and more. Grunts. Naruto shakes his head to the side and kicks a little. But you don't feel alone, the question seems to catch the huge being off guard. What would you know about loneliness, he grunts, but Naruto doesn't rise to the bait. Even though a year ago, he might have wanted to do it, instead looks up, smiles, and lies through his teeth. Not much, he says easily. The fox's ears twitch, and his eyes narrow. What's your name, little human? Naruto smiles with less teeth. Naruto, Uzumaki. The fox's ears go up. At that moment, his crimson eyes widen a little. Uzumaki, you say, the fox mutters almost to himself. Naruto nods and rocks forward to put his hands on his knees. Something changes in the air. The tension leaves the atmosphere, just enough for Naruto to feel brave enough to ask your own question. So what's yours? The fox pulls his head back from the bars sharply. What's my chew? Exactly. Well, you have a name, right? The fox freezes instantly, tail still half waving, and the small world around him suddenly becomes very, very quiet. Just as Naruto begins to think he probably said something wrong, the stillness breaks. The fox's tails begin to gently waving again, and the fox speaks low and clear. My name is Kurama. And what are you? Naruto asks one day when Kurama seems to be in a good mood to answer questions. He's resting easily, his tail sway idly from side to side. His colossal head rests lazily on cross front paws. The fox raises his ears slightly. You mean you don't know fish cake? Naruto shakes his head, frowning at the strange nickname. No one talks about it. Kurama doesn't answer right away, but stares at Naruto for a long moment with sharp crimson eyes. I'm the Bijo of 9 tiles, he says eventually. That means nothing to Naruto, and he says, so what the hell is a Biju? Because he's already figured out about the 9 tails and figures Kurama will give more details. Anyway, humans call us tailed beasts. We are beings of living chakra, and we've been around a lot longer than your little shinobi village's living chakra. That means you're very, very strong. Then Irika Sensei says chakra is the reason Chunin and Jounin ninja are so strong. Naruto stammers. Kurama just snorts through his nose harshly like ants. Before dragons, I'm the most powerful being you'll probably meet out of all of you, asks Naruto, horribly curious. You said us, right? How many Biju are there? Were 9, the Kyuubi says with some reluctance. I'm the oldest, the others are foxes too. Do you like yourself? Kurama shakes his head. We're all different. Yuki, for example, is Yunyai a bull demon? How many tails does it have? What does it look like? Kurama blinks, clearly not expecting his enthusiasm for what Naruto tries to tone it down a bit. He sits on his hands and makes an effort to stay still. It's hard. He's the 8-tailed Viola. Kurama allows it. And I guess if you had to describe him to a human, he comes off as a mix between a bull and an octopus. Kurama tells Naruto about his siblings with only superficial details, and Naruto has never had a brother or sister before, but Kurama makes it sound like they're simultaneously the best and worst thing in the world. He seems sad when he talks about them, but Naruto doesn't ask. Shortly after, he comes to one of the worst days of his life. He's not exactly sure how it's happening. It's all a fucking blur. But there's screams, anger, fury, and even more hatred than Naruto is used to. A man with a wide red face, practically spitting aim indignation at himself. And he doesn't notice the powerful stranger materializing around the corner. He just runs away. He doesn't look where he's going. He doesn't care because the man's words still echo in his head, the equivalent of all the cold stares and filled with hate that has been spoken to him out loud. Useless demon monster. He should never have been born, and he knows he should be used to it by now, but it hurts like nothing he's ever felt to be ignored so easily, to be told so easily that his existence means nothing at all. And so he runs until he can't run anymore, and by the time he realizes where he's going, it's too late. Naruto has heard of the Forest of Death before in the languages of Jounin and Chunin alike, but he's never seen it, never thought that it could be seen as huge dense trees and a canopy so thick it turns into day and night. I never thought to heed the warning calls of crows overhead or the hissing of swampy soil between giant roots. When he realizes he's made a mistake, he has no idea where, he has no idea how to get out of this dark place he's lost. Kurama has been alive for a long time. He's lived so long. And at the same time, he's never seen villages fall in battles, rage lands torn apart by old chakra primal and sewn together in the same way. He has seen human lives pass from behind sealed bars for centuries. He has seen his freedom fade away to nothing, And he hated it. What he hated most was his jailers. He still remembers Myth with blinding clarity and perfect memory. She was strong and stern, loved deeply, and uniquely, she was a beacon of strength and hope to the humans who had imprisoned him. And he remembers the way she looked at him with her nose through the bars of his cage, the empty and silent cell in the one they had put him in, as if he were going to live despite him, as if he were a colossal burden that they had let him bear as a guardian. However, he remembers Kusina better and hated her less, but even she still thought of him as a burden. She considered herself a guardian. She saw him as a weapon, but this is something completely different. Urama has no idea what never since the moment of his creation, this very second in time, never in his incredibly long and powerful life has anyone asked him his name. This boy in one question has shown Kurama more consideration and respect than any other being since the sage himself. Everything Kurama knows about humans, about Jinshu, is based on a solid faith in their petty and hateful ways, and this little brat has the gall to shake that faith to the core with one question. This boy's stubborn continued presence in Seal space had been an easy enough thing to dismiss as idle curiosity, except for the fact that despite Kurama's obvious displeasure at his presence, and the fact that there was nothing of interest down there, the boy still kept coming back every night. But what the hell is Kurama supposed to do with this? There's something strange and warm forming in him, small, but determined and utterly alien. It grows little by little, night after night, every time the little golden-haired brat sits in the dark, damp cold of his prison, and he never looks as miserable as Kurama expects him to become. Every time the boy recounts his day, he speaks so fondly about the senseis and the ramen sellers. Urama knows it's because they're the only people in the entire village who've ever shown him any kindness, even if the boy never says. So when Kurama growled about loneliness, the power of the lie, and the answer he'd been given had sent Kurama reeling. He'd told the brat about his parents. He'd told him how he'd killed them in cold blood. When they tried to seal him again, they tried to stir up some sort of fear or hatred familiar. But that had only saddened him, wronged nothing like Kurama had intended, and for a split second Kurama had hated himself for doing it. And he had no idea why, so he had told the brat about his parents when he asked in some sort of recompense, and reluctantly admitted that he remembered little of their siege against Konoha, except for the strange lingering imprint of blood on his tails and Yukiya's broken eyes, and the forgiveness had been instant, foolish, unconditional, and without reflection, idiot, or maybe wise beyond the years. Kurama can't really tell. In the midst of this inner turmoil, in this chaos of unknown feelings, Kurama is still trying to shut off. Something happens. A heartbreaking wave of pain and sadness runs deep through the space of the seal, catching Kurama's attention. Instantly impossible. Kurama can't feel his Jinchuriki's emotions unless he makes a conscious effort to feel them. But this is powerful and clear, uncontrolled, and very clearly the of the brat. Even in his most anguished moment, Kusina's emotions never came to touch him like this, and never with such force. Something begins to mix with pain and sadness. The acrid taste of the air speaks of fear. Kurama reaches what he can of the seal. He synchronizes his vision with that of the brat. The tigers of the land of fire appear in sight, prowling in a pack of 3. Now, he feels a pain of a physical kind. Deep cuts along the boy's arm from the shoulder to the all of Kurama's chakra is doing his work. Bloody steam already curls from the wound, but the boy doesn't fight back. He just keeps backing away. Terror mounts as the animals draw closer. What the hell, boy? It's just cats. Fight back, he thinks as Naruto continues to retreat in terror, and then it hits him. He has no idea how to mold chakra. Even if he can draw on my reserves, he has no idea how to use it. And what are they teaching him at that stupid academy, if not how to use chakra arts and crafts? One of the tigers attacks again, ripping the fabric of Naruto's bodysuit and sending fresh waves of agony through his chest. Kurama can heal him, of course, but now his Jinchuriki is backed up against the wide trunk of a tree with nowhere to go, cornered like a rat. And that little something deep in Kurama's chest, that spark he'd been trying so hard to smother, suddenly comes to life, suddenly powerful and electric. It surges forward, and Kurama acts instant and foolish, unconditionally, and without thought. For the first time, it's Kurama who arrives, sends his chakra, flooding the seal, pushes everything he can of himself with it. But there is no instinct to escape, to corrupt, to control, only to protect, because something deep inside him knows that whatever this child is, human or not, Uzumaki or not, he is different. And Kurama will not let that be before he knows what it could be not. Without a fight, the shadow runs through the brat's chakra and binds an aura of the purest rage, protects him like a cloak, and Kurama roars. The shockwave is so powerful, it makes the tigers they skid backwards. Kurama's aura does the rest, and the overgrown cats scatter to the wind in fear. Naruto staggers, his back hits the tree trunk, and he slides to the ground, tears still running hard down his small face. Core curls, his chakra form around him with an instinct he's never felt and doesn't understand. Naruto's clawed hands rub at his eyes, now as red as his own, and confirm something he's long suspected. By altering the seal used to imprison Kurama in his Minato's son, Mick inadvertently removed the chakra safeguards that had been present in all previous seals. As a result, there is no barrier between Naruto and Kurama's chakra systems. There is no buffer. The chakra enters the boy's pathways in its raw form. The healing properties of his chakra are more potent. As a result, it can cause physical transformation, but he knows for a fact that his raw chakra burns stronger than any acid. Kurama stays wrapped around him anyway, despite that it is not a physical form. Until the brat's sobs die down, he flatly ignores the feeling inside him that tells him something has just changed for the better. Kurama leads Naruto out of the forest of death. It's nothing as obvious as giving him directions or something, just a feeling he has in his chest that drives him to go a certain way. The fox feels different inside him, as if something has changed. 2 steps back from what it was before, or maybe forward. He can still feel the hatred coiling in him, the beast chakra, but it's no longer directed towards him. It's a strange, foreign feeling. But he doesn't care. On the contrary, the strange feeling of acceptance calms his nerves and his heart, breaking in a way that is incredibly grateful. He ends up heading in the general direction of the forest of the Shikamaru clan. Although he has never been there like this before, Naruto likes Shikamaru. He talks to Naruto like he would to anyone else, and always looks at the people who treat Naruto badly as if they have some kind of mental illness, and he's debating whether he should try to fix it or get it as far away from himself as possible so he doesn't get infected. Apparently, his parents hadn't put the same stigma on playing with Naruto, who most like KBA for the same reason, although Naruto knows that the ninja dog only started playing with him to make his mother angry. The forest outside of Training Camp 44 is still thick, sharp, and tangled, so the first chance he gets, he jumps into a river. It flows fast and is dotted with flat rocks. The forest is just as thick on the other side, so you move upstream rather than risk your already broken hand on more brambles. The river is more like a wide, shallow stream, and only a few feet down at its deepest point it meanders, very little rolling over the steps of gentle rapids as it curves gently to the southeast. After about 10 minutes of following it, the banks open up into a clearing, a circular stretch of thick grass and low ferns enclosed by towering redwoods. The small river cuts transversely through the glade, curling into the basin of a waterfall. At its far end, the water runs in clear ribbons over a steep rocky cliff framed on one side by the largest willow tree Naruto has ever seen, so large its branches sink down to cover the entire basin with green tendrils. He gravitates towards it without really thinking, tired and sore. He immediately feels safer behind the curtain of the gazebo, like a soft shield from the outside world. He crouches down to sit amongst his roots, rubbing his eyes hard again with the back of his sleeve, making his eyes sting more, no less. And when he takes a good look at the sleeve, he finds it covered in blood and grime, the orange fabric torn and had more than thin strips in places. He grits his teeth and angrily pulls off his jumpsuit, ripping off the zipper and tearing the thick orange turtleneck off his shoulders, leaving it half rolled up around his waist, and drops his head into his arms crossed over his knees. He just can't stop crying, and it's stupid and weak, but the more frustrated he gets with himself, the more he cries, and he just can't make it stop as the hiccups slow down, and Naruto finally manages to stop the waterworks. He feels the burning burst of chakra again. He knows now that it's Kurama stirring from his seal. The pain and the burn is familiar, like how muscles feel when they become a failure. How do they feel? The nerves when rubbed raw. Kurama had protected him. Naruto is used to the dark power and anger radiating from Kurama's chakra. He is not used to it rising in his defense. He feels the same surge he had felt then, but softer, slower. As Kurama's chakra moves through him, it starts as a vaguely reddish mist rising from Naruto's skin in waves, then condenses, becomes more solid as more chakra floods the form, and then materializes into the shape of the Kyui. Compared to Kurama's actual size, it's tiny, a little bigger than a horse. I thought you couldn't leave your seal, Naruto says, his voice barely above a horse whisper. The fox curls its body around him, moving its tails back So Kurama can rest his paws on its sort of a vision in the middle, but more solid around the edges like a drawing that hasn't been shaded properly. I can't, this is just a shadow brat, just chakra, says the fox just as calmly. Naruto's eyes begin to fill up again. I'm sorry, he says, miserably stammering, burying his face in his elbows. I should have been watching where I was going. I should have realized when I crossed the fence. Easy, Kurama cuts him off softly, almost gently. And isn't that a kick to the teeth? Kurama, of all people, to comfort him, a single chakra claw tucks itself under his not quite solid but not quite ethereal chin and tilts his head up. Did you know that, man-child? Kurama asks. Naruto shakes his head. Was he important to you like Utuchi, or your aim, or your Irika Sensei? Naruto shakes his head again. Then why do you care what he says? Naruto blinks incomprehension. You Irika Sensei thinks you're a monster. Another shake of your head. Then who are you going to believe? The tears stop his eyes open wide as he looks just like Kurama. The fox looks tired and sad, so different than Naruto has grown accustomed to. The change alone makes Naruto readjust his sight. Why had it mattered? The man hadn't been Gigi or his sensei or anyone precious, just a man whose face he couldn't even remember. And that works if he thinks about it like that. He can push it back in a way, make it matter less in front of the warm existences of those who are precious to him. You are so smart, Kurama says, wiping the last tears from his eyes. His head hurts, and his nose is still running, but he doesn't feel so much like he's drowning. I bet you're not afraid of anything. Kurama looks at him for a long, fake moment. Naruto tilts his head to the side. What could scare a Biju? Asks, half curiosity, half concern. Kurama tilts his head, almost in mimicry, crimson eyes pinched, and what could be disbelief, could be confusion, could be pain. Do you remember when I told you about my brothers? Naruto nods. Matatabi, Kinkuo, and all of them. Kurama ahu from his vulpine head in affirmation. And what about them? It seems like I'm losing them. Naruto's eyes widen. What do you mean? What happened? What do you mean by losing them? As the eldest of the Biju, I possess the ability to sense my kin, their locations, their states of being in recent years. One by one have been disappearing from my senses completely, but is not that impossible? They cannot kill you, right? And you are not even stronger than the cages like Gigi. Kurama shakes his head, and Naruto's stomach falls into his sandals. Our existences depend on those of our Jinshu. If somehow they were killed, our life would be extinguished with theirs in the same way. By removing a Byalu from its Jinchuriki, the soul of said Jinchuriki is extracted from its mortal shell along with it. And if enough power is exerted, it is possible to subdue even us. This is how we end up imprisoned in humans in the first place. They are dead. Kurama's ears flatten out. I'm not sure, he admits. I can still feel his chakra, but it's constricted somehow. I can't tell if they're just imprisoned or if chakra is the only thing left of them. Suddenly all of Naruto's problems seem very, very small. He's never had a family, but he tries to imagine what it would feel like to lose Irika Sensei. And not being able to do anything about it, he finds that the mere thought makes him sick with pain. Who? Naruto starts, but doesn't dare finish the thought. Who did I lose? Asks Kurama. Why is he so smart? Naruto nods. There are Goku, Yobu, and Matatabi. So the monkey, the turtle, and the cat. If Naruto remembers well, he rests his cheek against his elbow. Tell me about them. Kurama's eyes widen for a moment, but then soften with resignation, and he does later. Naruto learns that the civilian man was a drunk, had accosted Naruto for some imagined slight against him as he walked down the street towards Ichiraka. There he had heard the screams and came to his defense, small, thin, and incredibly fierce, screaming at the man back. What he never learns is that before the man can direct his hatred towards I'm for defending a monster, a tall ninja with bone white hair and a twisted eye, so obviously a hing that practically wears the rank like a cape, wraps a single hand painfully tight around the man's shoulder, powerful fingers digging into muscle and nerve with millimeter precision. The man falls to his knees with a cry, curling inward like a dying insect against the pain, but the pressure remains perfectly constant, relentless and remorseless. He crouches down beside the man. The movement is deceptively easy enough that passers-by could easily misinterpret it as someone comforting a nauseated stranger, but up close the tension into the man's body is painfully clear. And he uses the movement as cover to finish him off to the bone. He leans into him, his voice low and uncaring except for the deadly undercurrent of dark fury that has the man turning sobo. So quickly, he sees stars. That was wrong of you to breathe. His tone is soft and toxic. Consider this your first and last warning if you ever go near that boy again. While the man's single steel sharp eye curves in false amusement, I'm sure that you can use your imag later. That night, Kurama's brat sits cross-legged in front of the prison bars. He's thinking so much that Kurama could swear steam is coming out of his ears. It would be funny if Kurama's mood wasn't already so sour. But who would be able to do it? Hunting Biju, They're still on this topic hours after they should have been, and it's starting to grate on Key's nerves. If there's nothing he can do, it's the last thing in the universe. He wants to talk about Shinobi. I imagine he growls briefly, but Naruto doesn't seem to notice his temper. It's not surprising, as it's usually much worse the brat is. Unusually calm after that, Kurama might feel relieved, except he can feel something is up. He's sitting with his wrists on his calves, staring into emptiness deeper in thought than any 8-year-old has a right to be. So small, so fragile. But suddenly he looks at Kurama, and his eyes are iron. He tells Kurama, in terms unequivocal, I don't care who they are. I'm going to stop them. Kurama lets out a harsh, humorless laugh. But despite the proximity, Naruto doesn't start. He doesn't loosen the steel in his small face. And what could you do, brat? The shinobi who hunt my kind would be like gods to you. Then I'll get stronger. The boy says the words calmly, as if he's stating a fact, as if the sky was blue or the grass was green or blood was red. I'll become stronger than all of them. Kurama stops, laughing, presses his nose against the bars of the door, washed gold by the new light that floods the chamber. The boy doesn't flinch. He doesn't pull away, even when Kurama's massive snout moves between the columns to rest practically in the boy's lap. He meets Kurama's eyes, unwaveringly unyielding. Something dangerously close to trust flickers in those cerulean eyes. He means that you'd make that kind of promise, boy? Kurama rumbles softly. Naruto shrugs, as if the question were obvious. I need be strong enough to be a cage anyway, to protect the people I love. He smiles. I just need to be strong enough for this. 2. He means every word that comes out of his mouth, with every shining corner of his being. Kurama can practically see it shining in his eyes. Kurama asks, already knowing the answer, whatever it takes. Naruto just smiles wider, and to the great fox's total disbelief, he places a hand on the fur of his snout with his small fingers curled and short. Locks believe it. Kurama does. The Vulu exhales a soft sigh, just enough to ruffle the golden hair. Then I might be able to help with that, he says, because this boy may be weak, he may be naive, but with his bright soul, his unbreakable will, and his powerful spirit, that is something Kurama can easily fix. Naruto wakes up with fire in his chest and voltage crackling in his blood from his toes to his fingertips, because Kurama had promised to train him as a true ninja. Looks down at his hands with a breathless smile on his face and curls his fingers in a fist. Kurama had warned him that it wouldn't be easy, that it would take time and dedication, and that it would exhaust parts of him he didn't know existed. But if anything that makes him more excited, not less, his dream is suddenly that much closer to not being a dream at all, and donating his blood, sweat, and tears to training seems like a small price to pay. Can we start now? He asks why he's so far from the dream, that it's not even funny. It's not even 3 a.m. now. Kurama replies grumpily, narrow. Has the impression that he opens one crimson eye. Please. Kurama lashes out a noise terribly, since Naruto doesn't buy it for a second. I guess we can start with the boring stuff. He agrees. It can be boring. Even the training depends on the type. Trust me. Warns patience exercises, for example. Hey, Naruto replies, growling, because he's pretty sure he just got insulted, or at least his attention span was. Kuramasu outburst, remember when I told you we were starting from the ground up? He asks instead. Yes, he answers, a little confused. He had just realized he meant the basics. The true basics of building strength and skill have nothing to do with jutsu, and everything to do with simple skills and knowledge. Basic life lessons. There is a long, hesitant pause, like the things your parents should have taught you. There is a subtle apology in those words, and Kurama, he never apologizes or anything. Naruto thinks calling him out on it wouldn't be appreciated, but it makes something warm and achy eat away at his chest regardless. What do you mean by cooking, cleaning, and stuff? What does that have to do with being a ninja? No, you dismiss something just because it seems insignificant. The same skills required for cooking come in handy when mixing poisons like the paralytics, the jounin use in the zone. A clean and organized system makes it easier to get to the things you need faster, whether it be medicine or books stored in a cabinet or weapons hidden in an apartment. Naruto blinks. He takes a moment to consider this new idea. I never thought of it like this. Ninjas are able to turn any kind of ability to their advantage. Usually the only difference between a menial ability and a mortal one is how you use it. Naruto nods, jumps out of his bed, and looks around. What do I do first? Then clothes first. What's wrong with my clothes? You don't want me to answer that. Naruto snorts indignantly, but moves to his closet anyway. What greets him is the sad sight of his muddy overalls, bloodied and mangled like a war veteran, or as if sent through a blender. One of the two either says out loud, because how the hell is he supposed to fix that loss? Because I'm afraid. Kurama says, unprovoked, you got something that's not the color of a citrus fruit. What's wrong with the orange? Nothing in moderation, but it's very conspicuous. And now how remarkable. Go, yes, I know everything it has to go. What? Why? Kurama sighs deeply through their connection. You're trying to be a ninja, right? Ninja clothes have to blend in and be practical. Almost every single thing you have here would get in the way of both stealth and movement. Naruto holds up his jumpsuit, his favorite article of clothing, and grimaces sadly at the red spiral on the back. Oh man, he feels Kurama's attention suddenly sharpen, and he gets a strange image of the great fox's ears approaching. Hey Brett, do you know what that symbol means? Naruto shakes his head, even though it means very little to Kurama. No, I just liked it, and it was all over the hound. Why? Is it the symbol of Uzushio village? Yuzo, hidden whirlpool. It's where your clan originated, where your mother was born. My mom was. Wait, my clan? I have a clan. The thrill Naruto gets through the connection is practically shy. Not exactly. Naruto can sense a long story coming on, so he crosses his legs and sits on the ground. Okay, go. Kurama deliberates a bit before deciding on a place to start. Uzushio was kind of a sister town to Konoha, from what I understand. I remember Mito married that cheesy weirdo. Who was your first Kage? Asama, the one from the monument with the long hair and droopy eyes. That's the one I painted. Fat spirals on his face. Kurama dissolves into laughter. I knew there was a reason. I like you, boy. Naruto is glad someone finds him funny. Makes it worth it. Irika since yelling at you for 2 hours straight. Who is Mito? Asks Kurama. Wipes an imaginary tear from his left eye. She was my first Jinchuriki. She was also an Uzumaki like you, and like Kusina before you. She was the matriarch of the Uzumaki clan. When it existed, what happened to her? Uzushio was annihilated during one of the Shinobi World Wars, the third. I think I remember, because it happened right after Kusina left the village. She was so upset. She felt nauseous. Why did she leave Uzushio? Then she became a Jinchuriki. Hated or not, Jinchuriki are considered powerful weapons to maintain the balance of power in the elemental countries. Every main village is supposed to have at least one. Suna and Konoha only have one, because out of all the Biju, Shikaku and I are the strongest, but the rest of the villages have two. Something doesn't seem right about that, so Naruto does the math in his head. 1 for Akuna, 2 for Kiri Kimo. IWA, wait, that's only 8 Biju. Kurama snorts. Well, technically a forest village in Waterfall Country has Chome, but I know you ask how the hell that happened. Naruto laughs a little at that out loud. The shadows in his room are thick and soft, picking up the sound, echoing off the walls. The darkness isn't the obstacle to his eyes it once was. Ever since Kurama pushed his chakra through Naruto's system, his night vision has been incredible, and that wasn't the only thing. For the first few seconds after, he had been very aware of everything from the colors to the sounds of the tree against his back and the damp, scent-laden air in his lungs. He could feel the grit of the bark through his sandals. He could see motes of dust and spores floating in the damp air. He could smell the matter of leaves and clay churning in mud pits dozens of meters below. He could hear the beating of hearts like drums. And he could tell which was the tiger's and which was his. And for a split second, he had felt Kurama inside him. He felt not only the power of the great beast, but everything else as well: bone, skin, and muscle, and a pounding heart, not very different from his own. The sensation had dulled, but had never completely faded. As a result, his senses are sharper, permanently altered somehow. He can now see through most shadows, as if they weren't there. He can smell the burning elms outside his apartment, as if the leaves were changing under his nose, even though the window is barely open. He can hear the wolves howling just outside the village, screams that remind him a bit of how Kurama used to sound at night. He can feel the heavy clouds approaching by how the breeze feels against his skin through the cracked windowsill. He can tell there's going to be a storm tomorrow. He wonders if better senses will help him become a better ninja. He hopes. So if Uzushio was wiped out so easily, I guess that means they were pretty weak, huh? He asks a little disappointed. It would have been amazing if he came from a strong clan too, but a village that was wiped out in a battle can't be very strong, and that just adds to the evidence that he really is a loser. Kurama lets out a laugh, as if the answer was obvious. Are you kidding? Naruto shudders at the inflection as that tiny sliver of hope fades, but Kurama isn't done yet. Uzushio, it was a tiny village in a tiny country, barely big enough to take up the island it was founded on, an ouch that hurts even more than Naruto thought it could, and it was still strong enough to go toe-to-toe with any elemental country. And then turning back around for round 2, Naruto's head snaps up from where it had been slumped. He can feel Kurama smirking, but it's not mocking. He's excited. What? Don't get me wrong, boy. I hated Uzushio's guts probably more than anyone else's, But just because I didn't like them doesn't mean I don't appreciate tenacity in human form. That's why I can stand you, they were strong. So are you kidding me, kid, in the wars before their fall? Seeing a Yuzin on the battlefield, it meant running for cover. A team of U2s working in sync was worth more than entire squads of average ninja. The Idini could decapitate a man. Without even touching them, a single member of the Kurigane clan at the Chunin level could send out sides of chakra that left the enemy ranks in tatters. The Kikken could set up barriers that stopped any A-rank jutsu, and its tracks. Kurama's grin is so maniacal that Naruto can't help but imitate it. He rocks forward, clinging to every word, and the Maki Naruto's eyes widen. They open wide, because Kurama says it like it's the icing on the cake, like it's the point, like all the amazing things he's been talking about so far only. Lead up to this, Kusina had chakra chains that she could manifest that were unbreakable and capable of being both a sword and a shield at once. You just got out of a fight with Minato fueled by my chakra. I could turn a war zone into a graveyard faster then you can say red hot habanero. What Naruto practically squeals, but the fox just he laughs. My mom was a badass. The definition of Kurama, he laughs. My dad had a clan too, and he has to know that because there's no way his old man could be that cool now that he knows how awesome his mother was. Kurama shakes his head. Kidding, your parents were a Genesis. I remember that a lot. And now what a ninja born of non-shinobi descent. Kurama answers easily. Already Naruto loves that about Kurama. He always explains everything in a way that makes sense to Naruto's Hyper C and never makes Naruto feel stupid for asking. It's pretty weird. But sometimes chakra abilities just appear out of nowhere. Continues, most clans start that way with a single powerful genesis that simply passes down a specific chakra trait through generations. So like in Nada and Sasuke's clans, that's a bit complicated, more like T. Shikamaru's clan. And your Inuzuka, what's Kirikiba's name? Sure. And what about the Uzumaki? Were they geniuses? Or were they complicated? Kurama falls short and frowns up more or less. The Uzumaki themselves were originally a Genesis clan, but at some point they ended up fused with the remnants of the Senju clan. So both of them. But my dad was cool too. You know that Kurama thinks about that for a long moment before answering, resting a vulpine cheek on a clawed paw. Most of all, I remember him being a bit of an idiot. He worshipped the ground he walked on. Kusina, who mostly pisses her off. So I remember that being the clearest thing. However, he was popular in a way Kusina wasn't. They called him a prodigy and a kid prophetic and other such nonsense. He could use seals almost as well as Kusina, and I think he could teleport. But I remember another ninja who could do that before him. So that's not that impressive. Mom wasn't popular. Kurama shakes his head. She was bullied, kid, especially when she first came to the village. Naruto blinks and wrinkles his nose because he can't reconcile the image of this amazing kunoichi with a fearsome temper and an even fiercer heart with a child who is kicked or ignored in the playground. The way it was, but why? Kurama snorts bitterly for the stupidest reason you can imagine. Kusina was bullied for the color of her hair. The color of her hair, Naruto repeats, because he can't imagine it. Yet Kusina's mane was redder than a sunset in a land of fire. He explains, Kurama beautiful, but it was an Uzumaki thing, a clan trait, and no one outside of U2's Okum had hair that red. So, and the kids bullied her just because she was different. Kurama growls and spits out the last word as if it were a curse, and Naruto doesn't imagine it. Kurama speaks in defense of his mother. You, as my mother. Kurama, no. The fox answers sincerely, but of all the humans I've met, I think he was the one who hated her the least, and that's probably the highest praise Kurama is capable of giving. Naruto's mother was not only tough, but she was also amazing. I wish I could have met her. Naruto says unintentionally. The fox stays silent for a while, but Naruto didn't expect an answer anyway. However, after a few more minutes from sitting in the dark, Kurama speaks again. You look a lot like her, you know, he says quietly. Asks Naruto, surprised because the way Kurama talks about his mother, that is blatant praise. And well, Naruto, he's just not used to that in any form, let alone from a grumpy, hateful bag of skin. And chakra, I mean, you have the coloring of the Mikaz, but the fire, the temper, the willpower, the stubbornness. That's all. Kusina. Naruto's face heats up under the esteem, and something warm and giddy welling up in his chest, making him feel so light he could float off the ground. Seriously, really just such a big difference. What is it? Kurama doesn't answer right away, and now there's an abrupt, inexplicable tension in the air. Whatever it is, it's hard for Kurama to say it. Naruto can practically hear it gnashing its fangs around him, so Naruto is raptly attentive, unusually patient. Such a big difference, the fox repeats, but this time the words are heavy with gravity. They mean something more bigger than the air in which they are pronounced. Took it. I really like. Why don't we protect them? Naruto asks sometime later after the atmosphere has cleared a bit. and both he and Kurama have regained some of their emotional balance. Naruto had been flabbergasted, to put it mildly. Kurama didn't even like his mother. He had said it very clearly, and his mother had been amazing, which he had also said very clearly. So why would Kurama like Naruto? Naruto is still a nobody at the moment, and although he will see to it that that changes, he has no idea how he earned that respect. But Kurama hadn't explained, and Naruto hadn't asked. Is Kurama's answer. Naruto has spent the last hour or so sorting through his things, putting them in piles to either throw away or find a better place. His monkey is unfortunately in the old pile. It wouldn't have required much intervention from Kurama if Naruto wasn't sure which pile to put something in. It just sent a sort of wandering suspicion in his direction, and the fox would respond with a warmer positive feeling or a colder negative feeling. To keep or throw, respectively, the throwing pile is getting distressingly large, but Naruto trusts Korra's judgment, even if it's sometimes our nagging teeth. If Konoha and Uzushio were so close, why didn't we protect them? Clarifies Naruto. I don't know, we should have said flatly. If I were Okage, I would have made sure we did. I believe you, kid. But the past can't be changed, you only learn from it. Naruto takes a moment to think about that, putting a particularly gnarly-looking pair of socks in the pile of coughs, and his picture Deiji at the summer festival in Keb. Something strange occurs to him. We never talked about U2s during our history lessons. I would have remembered. Kurama seems to know what he's asking even before Naruto tries to explain it. Humans don't like being reminded of their failures. Awagakure and Kirigakure joined at the start of the war, just as Uzushio was breaking out. It was the real threat if an all-out war broke out, because while Konoha had the numbers, Uzushio had the skill, and they were the reason Konoha had won every war before that one. So they attacked them by surprise with enough shinobi to overwhelm them, and Konoha couldn't come to their aid in time. By the time Konoha got there to chase after Akiri, it was too late. Then, at almost an afterthought, Kusina was inconsolable. For weeks they attacked them because they were afraid of them, because that's what Naruto is getting out of this. And he's starting to see a pattern that he doesn't like. That sums it up. Yeah, it's like people are scared of you. Kurama pauses, obviously shocked, because Naruto is angry in a way he hasn't been in a long time, and Kurama can clearly sense it. Yet Kit states, Kurama, exactly like that. Why would people destroy something just because it's strong? Scared. Kurama immediately replies, because he would know people always fear what they don't understand. Naruto doesn't, but if that makes it a person, if that makes him a monster, then he's okay with that. He's okay with being a demon. If the alternative is being scared, you know what, Kurama? I hate that. You know what, fish cake? Yeah, I think we have that in common. As Naruto finishes with the main room and has all of his cough pile packed into trash bags, Kurama heads him towards the kitchen. Naruto goes to open the fridge. First thing, he immediately wrinkles his nose. The milk has gone sour again. Another thing he had forgotten. He needs to open the lid to check it. Kurama makes a grunt of disgust at the state of the shells. How the hell do you feed yourself, Brad? It's practically empty. And from what I'm getting through his nose, what's in there went bad over a week ago. Hey, that's not my fault anyways. I usually only eat with Irika Sensei. Ramen is all you ingest? Kurama asks. Horrified. Naruto has to think about that for a second. Irika Sensei makes me curry sometimes. Throw it away. The fox barks. But all. Naruto snorts indignant, but grabs another trash bag and starts cleaning everything in it. Why are we doing this again? It's not that important what I eat. Right, wrong, fish cake. There's nothing more important to training than being healthy. I'm perfectly healthy. Naruto croaks. Oh, I'm seriously starting to doubt that first big lesson, brat. Pay attention. Naruto snorts, but stays quiet. The body runs out of food like a fire runs out of fuel. The body needs all sorts of things to function properly, especially when under stress. During training, eating the same type of food all the time will tire you out. Humans sometimes say the same thing using the words, it's good for you. Yuji. Naruto says out loud, I owe Irika Sensei an apology. Or 7. I only ate what I wanted. When I was hungry, I didn't think something that tasted too good would be bad for you. And why ramen? Naruto pauses, his hand over the trash bag at Jiraka's takeout cup pressed against his palm. The question, it's odd if only because it seems like Kurama is searching for a specific answer. Naruto isn't sure how to answer. So, he thinks he might as well be honest. Tsuchimi were the first shop owners who didn't kick me out, he admits. When Kurama doesn't answer, Naruto adds, plus ramen is amazing. Kurama blows air hard through his nose. It must be hereditary. Naruto finishes with the fridge and moves to the pantry. Does this mean I have to learn to cook? He wonders. Temo answers, and he's not even sarcastic. Naruto groans unpleasantly. I guess you don't know anything about that, he asks tentatively. Hopefully, I'm made of chakra. Snotty. I don't need to eat. He pauses, then thoughtful. Kusina was a good cook, although she might remember some things. Naruto sighs in relief. Okay, fine, because the last time I tried to cook something, I set off the smoke alarm 4 times and the sprinklers twice. Kurama snorts again like he does so often, but it's his funny snort you don't give up easily. Do you no way believe it? I do, kid. And it's rare to have someone who has faith in him, even when he doesn't have it in himself. It's different than having Gigi Irika. Irika Sensei believes in him in a way that's half true kindness and half seeing ya. Gigi likes him, sure, but he doesn't believe in him the way he pretends he does, and sometimes old man Kaj looks at him, and his eyes pierce right through him like Naruto isn't even there now. He knows it's because Naruto makes him see ghosts, but Kurama believes in Naruto not as an extension of Kusina or Minato, but as himself. And that faith in him gives Naruto faith in himself. And faith in himself is all that really matters, right? It only matters that he gets stronger, not that the village sees him do it. Kurama seems to sense his thoughts as change of heart for speaking out of nowhere. Idiot of the village. My eternal ass. Naruto isn't sure how to respond to that. So he doesn't. Kurama had said it like he was talking to himself. Anyway, it's like 6:30 in the morning when he finishes cleaning his Kurama apartment, had been nonverbal for the most part, only getting up to complain about the dirt on his counters or making disgusted noises whenever he pulled something out from under his bed that used to be edible. When Mina, after having cleaned every surface imaginable and sacrificed several wipes to do so, 90% of his apartment is wrapped in plastic bags, and the other 10% is vaguely shiny, he looks sadly at the nearest pile of trash where his ruined hand is visible through the cloudy plastic. You did it. Fisk asks Kurama, curious. Yes. He answers miserably, you can. So then I had to fix a lot of things about myself. He confirms it's one of the few things I can do right. The orangey bed set was a bit much, but the uzushio symbol you could sew that on pretty much anything that actually makes him feel a lot better, and he can wear it more than his clothes if he thinks of it like his scrolls and his backpacks. Anyways, it's the symbol of his clan. Might as well act like it. It's dragging his first pile of trash out the door when Kurama interrupts his thoughts again. How do you get money? Kid asks, as if the idea just occurred to him. You're not a genin yet, so you don't get paid. Well, no, but Gigi pays for my apartment, and the orphans get a weekly stipend. How much? 2,000. Oh, that's not much, right? It's enough. And it can be a big help if I stretch it. Kurama's ears perk up, and his eyes squint suspiciously. You know how to manage money? Naruto blinks, unconcerned. Sure, what he did to deserve the scrutiny. Yeah, I have to do it all the time. You're barely a. Kurama says accusingly. Then the Bayula growls something that sounds suspiciously like stupid petty humans. But Naruto ignores it as he's pretty sure it's not directed at him. Why? Instead, he goads as he tosses the last of the trash bags into the dumpster next to his compound. You need supplies for training. Kurama automatically replies, real food too. How much do you have now? Naruto himself isn't really sure about that. Wait, let me check. He crouches down again and makes his way to his bed, feeling under his mattress for Gam. Chan, the fat frog bag, is reassuringly heavy when he manages to pull it out of its hiding place and glance at the bills and coins inside. 12,800 Ro. Naruto proudly tells Kurama, you saved all that from a stipend of 2,000 R. Kurama seems baffled. Naruto isn't sure what surprises him. So much. He had been drinking more before last week. He got drunk, some new sandals and some dango. I like to save up, he defends himself. Plus, I had to go hungry for a couple days after I bought all my academy supplies, which sucked. So I'm never doing that again. Kurama makes an angry noise at that. So groceries and training supplies. I need anything else? Naruto asks in an attempt to distract Kurama from his hateful musings the way Kurama had distracted him from his darker thoughts before. He's glad that new clothes work and paper barrier stamps. Naruto grabs an ink pen from his nightstand and scribbles it on his arm so he doesn't forget. He's already dreading it, but maybe if he has it all written down, he could do it faster. I hate shopping, he growls. I can imagine why. Kurama stays quiet with a thoughtful hum. Can you use the transformation? Judah. Naruto grimaces as he caps his pen. No, it's okay. Then take a seat, Brad, and get down here. We'll see if I can't punch something useful into that skull, you stubborn old fox. Grumpy Naruto mumbles, but does what he's told. Well, that was the weirdest one I've ever done, without a doubt. And it was easy. Irika Sensei always made it sound so complicated. You learn differently than Kusina. The same thing happened to him. He would get into arguments with his instructors all the time. Naruto growls, kicking open the door to his house and readjusting his bags around his arms to free his hands. He forms a quick signal to release the transformation. He had imitated Sasuke just for fun, and boy did he, that would have been a trip. No wonder the jerk thinks everyone is a grinning idiot and dumps his current load of stuff on the counter to join the rest. There is plenty. 13 bags in total, 4 of groceries, 2 of clothing, 4 of ninja supplies, and 3 more of non-ninja supplies. Naruto isn't exactly broke, but it had been close. The ordeal has left Gam-chan agonizingly thin. He puts the ninja stuff and clothes on his bed and starts going through the other bags, taking out all the kitchen supplies. He never thought he'd need a knife block, a soup pot, or rice cooker chopsticks for cooking, and sets them aside to deal with later. Then unloads on the groceries. Kurama had insisted on getting a little bit of everything, and Naruto had listened because he had no idea what he might like other than ramen curry, and Dango Kurama had been particularly excited about the meat options for some reason, so Naruto had gotten several types: tuna, salmon, beef, chicken, and some pork belly. He turns a package of tofu in his hands. Is this supposed to be a meat or a vegetable, he asks absent-mindedly. Kurama mentally shrugs. No idea. Naruto puts it with the rest of the meats anyway because he found it refrigerated, so it should probably stay that way. He then sorts out the actual fruits and vegetables, putting away cucumber and nina, and die set with apples, oranges, and pitaya. He comes across a small bag of red fence-like vegetables and rolls one in the palm of his hand. I think this is the jerk's favorite food, tomatoes. Yes, I remember Sakura talking about that. By you mean the arrogant Yukiya? Yes, and Sakura is the pink one. Naruto laughs. So pink, do you like fish cake? Out of simulation. Naruto pauses for a minute before resuming loading the fridge. He considers pretending he doesn't know what Kurama is talking about, but the fox always knows when he's lying, so it annoys us. I do like it. Naruto defends himself why he does this, especially when she's not fawning over Sasuke or when she drops her perfect kunoichi love facade to yell at him for being a jerk. It's weird to see, but there's a strong personality underneath all the fluff and glitter. But the need has to be more than friends. It's just not there like it should be. Kurama raises a skeptical eyebrow. Yeah, he repeats, just not the way I think I'm supposed to. I don't know, that doesn't make any sense. Does it make more sense than you think? And no, you worry about what other people think you should do. They can't know you the way you know yourself. Naruto nods to himself and finishes putting away the noodles and rice in his small pantry. When he's done, he gives his arm a cautionary sniff. I need a shower. I think I still smell like sour milk. I'd be surprised if that's all you smelled like, you asshole. Fish cake. When he gets out of the shower, it's almost 8, only an hour before class. He's sitting on his bed in a new pair of boxers, black, looking at the long-sleeved black t-shirt he bought at the ninja supply store around the corner. Then, this is standard shinobi stuff. Yes, you're sure the size is at least one too big for me with the rate you're growing, kid. I'd be surprised if it lasts you a year. He puts on the length is slight, and the black sweats are loose. The pants hang a little low, and the shirt is a little baggy around his elbows, but other than that, they fit him pretty well despite being a little long on all fronts. You've got the Fisk wraps, and Naruto picks up the black roll of soft, airy fabric. Where do I put it? Arms, wrists, anywhere. There's too much fabric. Naruto nods and gets to work on the trouble spots, mostly above the knees and elbows, but also some tie loops. The sleeves and hems too long. Breakfast, I think we'll start simple: omelet, rice. You know, taste things I can see through your eyes and smell what you smell. What makes you think that I can't taste what you taste? Naruto stretches out to test the movement of his new clothes and finds them comfortable enough. He places the 2 spare sets into his now nearly empty closet and shoves his hands into his new pockets before heading back into the kitchen. He pulls out a cookbook of simple recipes from one of his shopping bags and begins gathering what he says he needs. Kusina always said that cooking was a lot like sealing. Fuinjutsu was Uzushio's specialty because they were so strong. Use seals like the shinobi. Here they use clones or substitution like the seals of the scrolls and the labels that exploit the bad imitation. But yes, the seals are difficult to master, but Uzushio had reduced them to an art form such that it was practically in his blood. They could use them for anything from transportation to combat. So what is cooking like? Sealing, she said it was because both are made up of many pieces that when pressed or mixed or molded create something bigger, that the sum of its parts is weird. That makes a lot more sense than I thought. It means you learn like an uzumaki with the help of Kurama and the new hope that he's not actually a total idiot. Naruto makes an entire rice omelet while solo messes up 2 eggs and sets off the smoke alarm. Once turns out Naruto likes rice omelets, and now what he asks while clearing the plates: please say some real training, patience, brat. First things first, I'm teaching you about the chakras. As being made of her education on that front is very lacking, but after class, right now you have to get going before you're late. Awkward. Naruto isn't late for class for once in his life. Sasuke would find it strange if he cared about that sort of thing. He doesn't realize that something is really different until the first tiredness, when after several unusually quiet lessons, Kiba jumps over the benches to sit at the desk in front of Naruto. Hey buddy, what the hell happened to your monkey ass? Kiba. Sasuke turns around at that subtly, so as not to be noticed. In fact, it takes him a second to find Naruto, because without the bright flash of color he carries like a banner, he looks very different. Instead of that hideous orange thing Naruto usually wears, Naruto is wearing a standard set of shinobi clothing. Black hoodies and a matching long-sleeved turtleneck shirt. The outfit is about 2 sizes too big for him. But before Sasuke can conjure up something to say about it, he notices that the excess fabric had been tied with a black wrapper over his elbows and across his wrists. Surprisingly practical, Naruto grimaces at the dog that's halfway between disgust and offense. It got gross and too broken to fix, so I had to throw it away. Kiba's voice turns to a sympathetic expression that sucks. I've never seen you without the thing. It had to have been your favorite to keep it as long as you did, though I'm not surprised it screwed you over. Naruto smiles at him, a little wryly, running a hand through his blonde hair. It looks brighter against the black than it should be. Yeah, I'm not kidding. I held on to him. Kazarika Sensei helped me get him to lose it. It's a bit of a shock, though. Those things have to be easier to move. Shikamaru drawls from behind him, head resting boredly on his arm. Sasuke would have assumed he was asleep if his eyes weren't open so wide as the latter's reply, waving his arm as if to demonstrate, I wish I didn't have to buy new things. You know, Shikamaru feels barely noticeable with most of his face hidden in the crook of his elbow. I understand you, man. OD. I heard shopping. What a pain you did with Irika Sensei. That's why he wore that stupid thing all the time. Sasuke wonders, but Sasuke refocuses his attention to the front of the room when Sakura or Inu or someone calls his name, and he goes back to pretending Naruto doesn't exist. However, it doesn't function like it normally does, and though he keeps his eyes on Irika Sensei for the rest of class, he feels a kind of strange gravity stirring behind his back. Curious. And something else, the strange feeling that something has changed, and he can't say that Naruto is so excited about training after leaving class that he almost forgets something almost as important. You live lunch, but you have to eat before we start this. Naruto stops with one hand already halfway to his bags of supplies by the kitchen table, and Jaime spaces me out totally. I notice Kurama drags a sarcastic accent. I'm you teaching about chakras, so you're gonna need your strength. We can go over their supplies while we eat. Naruto burns his rice on the first try and accidentally makes pudding out of it on the second, but the third try is appetizing and goes well with the miso soup and the salmon, which is only slightly charred. He leaves everything on the table and pulls his equipment out of his bags with one hand while eating rice with the other. A new set of 12 Hunin grade kunai, 3 packs of assorted shuriken, 2 packs of semen, a fuma shuriken, a both 12 regular seal grade scrolls, 2 large storage scrolls, 50 paper tags, 15 explosives, 10 stunners, 10 smoke bombs, and 25 blanks and 20 paper seals, half blank and half barrier. What am I going to need anyway? Just the barrier seals for now. And chew your food kit, you're going to choke. Naruto has to make a concentrated effort to eat slower. He feels a bit like he swallowed a bolt of lightning. He taps the barrier seals with one finger. As he gulps down a mouthful of salmon like this, that's what seals look like. Extraordinarily basic. Yes, how they work. Patience, Brett. You can't do anything with them until you learn how to mold chakra properly. Naruto, try not to pout. Oh, okay, a lesson for another time. Let's get to it soon. Naruto finishes his meal and shoves the seals into the wrappers on his thigh. Where are we going? He gets an impression instead of an answer, a set of images, sensations, and sounds. The sun filtering through the willow branches, the sound of water crashing against rocks, a memory of solace and pain. I have him clean his plates and heads east from his apartment, aiming to reach the outskirts of the town proper. He crosses a river on the outer edge of training camp 9, following it as it moves away from the village until the sound of rushing water grows louder. Here the trees draw closer and the branches intertwine, making the path increasingly difficult for him. He remembers running through there at full speed. He remembers how the branches had caught on his clothes, his hair, and skin as he ran through them. This time, he is careful to avoid them as he approaches the rapids. He leaves the forest by the sharp rock outcroppings that jut out from the river. He is slow as he has to be careful not to lose his grip and fall. After a while, the area opens up, and Naruto can see the waterfall at the other end of the clearing. The clearing looks different in the afternoon than it did at dusk. The willow is now greener than gold, and the water in the basin glistens like a mirror in the sunlight. Real nice fish. Cake sticks to the barrier seals around the perimeter, as evenly spaced as you can. Naruto hums his ace and sets about his task. It takes a couple tries, but Kurama is patient, and by the 4th try he's satisfied that the seals are in good places. Oh, well, they're not real protective seals, but they should keep anyone from noticing any chakra you end up releasing. Sit down. Naruto slumps down between the roots of the willow tree, nervous and excited. He's never been so hyperactive as to learn anything in his entire life. He feels the wild and familiar Kurama's chakra burn through his system. In the air, a shadow the same size as the first one materializes. It seems to be all the chakra Kurama can currently squeeze through the seal. The fox settles down So he's at eye level with his Volpino paws crossed, his tails lazily moving back and forth. Can you teach me how to use chakra? Now Naruto moans, please, that was the plan. Kurama reminds him patiently. So what do you know about chakra now? Naruto racks his brain. He doesn't come up completely blank. When he thinks about it, there are 5 types. And the type of affinity you have determines what type of affinity you can use best. Kurama snorts and shakes his head. This is worse than I thought. Wrong. No offense to Yuka Sensei. It's close. But most humans have the wrong idea about the types of chakra, about the affinities. That tilde, you mean people don't have affinities? I mean, just because someone has a place they feel most comfortable drawing their chakra from doesn't mean they only possess one type of chakra. Naruto shakes his head with a wrinkled brow. I don't get it. Let me start from the beginning. Then the fox reaches out and gently pinches the end of a willow branch. Chakra, in its most basic form, is the energy generated by existence. It's in everything, in the grass and the stones and the air you breathe and the water you drink. Most things don't produce enough chakra to even feel it, but powerful living beings like shinobi or wise animals are able to create it in a quantity large enough to shape it a gentle pulse of energy, and the branch dissolves into white light. Kurama tosses it into the air, and it settles obediently between them. For the most part, there are 7 types of chakra. Nature is balanced by the first 500: earth, water, fire, wind, and lightning, while Talking Bed pulls out of the chakra flare 5 different spheres of energy as large as fists. The first is greenish-gray like old stone, the second cobalt-colored and transparent like crystal, the third is bright with flickering shades of red, the fourth is twisted and fast-moving but colorless, and the last is a crackling ball of onyx and silver sparkles orbit the space of the central flare in a lazy spiral. Each of these shapes can be drawn from the parts of the body they rest on. Kurama nods. Each of the elements that balance nature also balance living beings, saturate and have dominion over certain systems. The chakra in these systems remains dormant for the most part until someone tries to draw chakra for the first time. Okay, wait. Naruto raises his hands for a timeout. Kurama pauses, obviously amused. So you're telling me everyone has these 5 types of chakra in the same amount, but people only use one type? Why are most human shinobi born with one of these paths already open, or find one type of path easier to open than all the others? This is where I can only assume the idea of affinities originally came from. Actually, only using one type of chakra throughout your life can cause the other pathways to atrophy, disintegrate, become useless. The same can happen within used muscles. It just stops working. That sounds really bad. Kurama nods gravely. That's why I'm going to teach you how to open all 5 pathways before we start molding chakra. Keep in mind, Kurama raises a claw to get Naruto's attention. Training these 5 chakra sources means it'll take you 5 times as long to learn, not to mention all the rest of the training I'm putting you through. Are you okay with that? It'll make me stronger. Naruto asks. Why is that really the important part? It'll exhaust you. You'll be tired and drained 6 days out of 7, and you'll constantly feel like there aren't enough hours in those days for while training will be your whole life. Kurama pauses. Naruto remains silent. He waits for it because he can feel the but coming. The Vulu smiles, all fangs, but it will make you stronger in ways you've never dreamed of. You prepared for this, fish? Naruto sends a toothy grin to his own right. Believe it. Kurama laughs. That's what I thought. He sticks the first orb into his index claw, the one that looks like a moss-covered mountain rock. Now you know that technique you used to talk to me through the seal. Naruto nods. Do that now, but instead of putting your hand in the seal, put your hand out instead. I'm going to give you a sample of the type of chakra you're looking for and where it comes from, and you need to find it in yourself and try to draw it forward. Wake it up. Do you think you can do that? That sounds complicated, but Naruto is persistent. I can try. Let me know when you're ready. Move your shoulders to relieve tension. Slow your breathing and close your eyes. When he can hear his heartbeat in his ears, he nods. A sound like gravel is heard as he feels something move to float above his chest. The energy pulses just beneath his skin, and he can feel the not quite solid touch of Kurama's claw against his sternum. Kurama's voice resonates strangely. The earth chakra is the seat of strength and is defined by its resilience and stability. The ball of chakra tingles. When pushed into his chest, it rests in the bones. The power. He is flooded with just a hint of strange energy that slowly rolls through his ribs. The energy is heavy and dense. It rolls through him at its own slow pace. Naruto tries to memorize it as best he can, and then does as Kurama says, and tries to find the same energy in his bones. At first, there is nothing, just emptiness, and he is about to complain to his Bailu that it is not working like it is supposed to, that he feels nothing, let alone anything resembling the heavy feeling of earth chakra. When he realizes something, it's not chakra At least not that Naruto can sense it's more like the potential of it. Something sleeping in the spaces between his ribs reaches out to him, tries to draw him out of hiding, but it remains buried, stubborn, completely entrenched in. His skeleton, instead of trying to force it out like he normally would, Naruto stops to think. Patience Kit can imagine Kurama saying, look at it another way, you might see something new. Chakra is alive in its own way. Kurama had said the same thing. So he wants something, he wants him to do this a certain way. If he wants to take advantage, she has to work with her, not against her. Strength had said Kurama, the seed of strength. So how would he draw strength? He tries to remember saving with Sasuke. Remember how it felt when he drew on energy. He didn't have made muscles move like they shouldn't have just because he couldn't lose, not again. And he remembers the feeling, how it came from within him, how he had to dig deep. So Naruto dives and he approaches him from down and pulls at it with all his might like he would if he had nothing left but needed more anyway. And like a rock cracking, a bone breaking, something opens, something awakens with a roar that echoes in his ears like the rush of blood runs through him, vibrations that shake him to the core. Like an earthquake pushes outward, rushing to his fingertips, and through his senses he smells freshly turned earth and tastes stone dust on the back of his tongue. He feels his bones have turned into mountain granite. And all the strength in the world couldn't move at first try. That was pretty impressive. Fisk Naruto slowly opens his eyes and just stares into nothing for a few seconds, bewildered. What was that, he asks, flexing his fingers and neck experimentally. Even when the strange power recedes, it still feels firm in a way it never has. It's like he's found a balance that will move us beneath him, a force you can be sure of without any training. Chakra preview. You just awakened your earth chakra system. Naruto blinks at him, both confused and in an attempt to clear his suddenly shaky vision. Because if Naruto didn't know better, Kurama almost sounds proud. That was weird, he says, because he feels the need to express that feeling out loud. It's not hard, but weird. Kurama starts laughing at him. A short, high-pitched laugh dissolves into howling coyote-like laughter, which Kurama is obviously trying to hide behind a paw, but is failing miserably. What did I say? He wonders. Kurama tries to control himself, but fails the first time. Another set of giggles, they slip through his clutches. You realize it can take years for fully mature shinobi to activate chakra pathways they weren't born with. You did it in 14 minutes, and it probably takes another 14 minutes for that to sink in, because he's never been good at anything, not really well. But Kurama makes him sound like some kind of prodigy, says Kurama, grinning so wide that everyone his fangs show. I think that's the word you're looking for. That makes Naruto gasp in a way that has nothing to do with earth chakra. And now, what does Naruto blurt out? Water chakra. Right, once it might be a fluke, but if he does it 2 or 3 times, he might actually believe it. Kurama snorts affectionately, heavy enough to ruffle his hair. You and all the energy, he says. But anyway, he grabs hold of the second sphere, the one that looks like molten crystal, but that's okay. Naruto falls back into a light meditation and waits for the water chakra to be the seed of understanding and is defined by its adaptability and flow. Kurama presses the second sphere to the left of the first in the space above his heart. It rests in the blood. This power is also heavy, but is a faster fluid, harder to grasp. He regains his sense, his taste, and focuses his attention on his blood. He first tries to focus on his heartbeat, but gets a different taste of power, tangled and dense, one that doesn't match what he's searching. So instead, he tries to feel the energy in the furthest bloodstream, lower in his chest and higher in his throat. He finds a match hidden there in the space between heartbeats, but it slips through his metaphorical fingers. When he tries to grab it, he avoids it the same way the earth did when he sought it, understanding. But what kind of chakra? Water, understanding of himself. That question resonates somewhere in his vessels like a clue close. What he understands best, he understands the fight. Even if he's not good at it, he understands AK Kurama, because Kurama is like him in many ways, but he never tried to understand those things, he just did. But maybe that's all. Maybe to understand something, you have to let it come to you. It's worth a try. So instead of searching for power, he waits, he leaves himself open, and lets the energy come to him whenever it wants. It starts like a trickle, the first sign that something is changing, and then it's like the energy can't stand the confinement anymore and bursts out into forward all at once. It runs through him like a flash flood, pressing against his veins until the pressure builds so much it's almost painful. It tastes like musty sea air, salty and crispy. It smells like the petrichor that comes off the sidewalk at the start of a storm. He feels a tingle all over like a rushing river as chakra courses through his insides. He feels a bit like his apartment looked that morning, clean and clear, as if it had been stripped of all those things that no wanted or needed, but didn't quite know how to pull. The feeling, combined with the firmness that still lingered in his bones, is a strange and heady feeling, And now he has the feeling that pieces of an even bigger feeling are missing. Kurama Silva, under the speed at which you're getting used to it is slightly disconcerting. Hey, Kurama asks Naruto, blinking to look at the fox, who seems overly pleased with himself. We're doing them in this order. For some reason, Kurama opens up a little, but then smiles again, laughing. Some more smart, clever fish cake. Yes, there is a method to the madness. Each of the natural elements of the chakras has what we might call an order of stability. The earth chakra is something like the foundation. That's why I asked you to wake him up first, like the foundation of a building, right? Because he's starting to understand it, to really understand it. He's not only understanding what Kurama is saying, but he's starting to figure out what it means for itself. It is the most stable, so it is the best to build on top of, so everything else doesn't collapse around it. Right? Kurama starts laughing again. Very good, smart boy. If earth is the foundation, then what is water? Naruto thinks about that for a moment, absent-mindedly scratching his chin. It's the stabilizer. He says that word fits better, or the buffer. Anyway, it keeps the balance. It makes sure that one element doesn't override the others. How can you imagine? Because water can stop fire, lightning, or dry wind the way earth can't. And you can stop them from interacting badly with each other. You can't stop earth like that. But you don't need to, so that's why we made earth first, so water can rest on it without being confined and stuffed. Kurama laughs again with a warm sound and drops a chakra paw on Naruto's head to ruffle his hair. Kurama is solid enough to make the blonde go everywhere and sticks out like dandelion fluff. The heat swells so hard in Naruto's chest, he almost chokes on it. Why all the question marks? Kid on Naruto has to breathe a few times before he feels comfortable talking without bursting into tears. He rubs his eyes to check that the salt water didn't gush out when he wasn't paying attention. I got it right, he says, and though the words don't shake, his voice is far from firm. Of course they do. Kurama confirms, pinching her, and she flails indignantly, and Kurama just laughs some more. Naruto likes it when Kurama laughs like that. Water chakra is known as the arbiter in the same way that earth chakra is the foundation. It protects the most volatile entities from each other and ensures that all five work in harmony in the system of all elements. Water is the only one that is in constant contact with the other four in the same way that blood touches all the systems of the body and the other three. Kurama gently taps him on the forehead with a claw, a gentle admonishment. Figure it out for yourself. You're on a roll. So far, do you think you can keep this up? Naruto nods, because he really has no words for it, and wonders if this is what it feels like to have an older brother. Next is fire, he asks, and takes pride in the fact that this time his voice isn't shaky. Kurama ducks his head in agreement, picking up the flickering crimson orb with one claw. Naruto takes the cue and falls back into himself again. He can feel the heat of the spheres saturate the material of his shirt. Lower than the first two this time, above his navel. The fire chakra is the seat of will and is defined by its passion and intensity. It rests in the gut and throat. This energy is strange. It's warm, but strangely empty, and with no Kurama to hold it, it fades through his system faster than the others. He has enough sensation to know he's missing something. He seeks the warmth he felt, but can't find it. Instead, he finds a cold shadow, something dark and dormant. Willpower. At Kurama, he'd called it intense, but can't find anything of that here. Just an empty chill. But the fire needs fuel, right? A spark to get it going. So what feeders will do it. And suddenly it's easy. He wants desire. So what does he want more than anything else? He wants friends, sure, he wants family. But what he wants way more than that is the ability to protect them. Enough power that once he has that family, no force in the world can take it away from him. So he takes that desire and gathers it in one place and feeds the fire. The energy sparks in his stomach, comes to life rapidly and rumbles, burning his throat until he feels like he could cough up fireballs. It expands like a supernova, pushing heat to every cell. He tastes gunpowder on his tongue, and each inhale brings with it the scent of a forest fire. It makes him feel like he could run for miles, like he should, as if any obstacle he might face would be worth it. Combined with the charity of his blood and the solidity of his bones, he feels like he could take on the world. Snorts, laughs, shakes his head like a dog that spills water. When it comes out of it, it's like a generator or a motivator. Whatever it is, it gives energy to things, right? Kurama laughs. Very good, fish cake. The fire chakra is the amplifier. It is responsible for pushing the chakra outwards and increasing the energy that remains dormant in most of the chakras. That is why it is in the middle. Yet great. Naruto almost wants to train now, skip the rest, and jump straight to getting stronger, but he is missing two more pieces and the idea of getting lost more. Because he's too impatient to finish this part, he chokes out the idea of when. Now you know the drill. Naruto goes back to meditation and waits for Kurama to give him the fourth sphere. The wind chakra is the seed of change and is defined by its swiftness and unpredictability. Press this orb on the opposite side of your sternum from your heart. At the same elevation it rests in the lungs, this power comes to him easily, much easier than the others, spinning in familiar spiral through his system. Barely. He needs to go looking for it. He barely needs to think about it. And the answer comes to him. Change is movement, the unexpected. And Naruto likes the unexpected. He likes surprises. He likes not knowing quite what comes next, but to roll with the punches. That's how he's gotten this far in life. He answers the moment it calls to him with the impulse to jump when others might stay, to fall into the abyss. Just to see what could happen, he bursts through it like a hurricane, pulling everything around him to dance with him, sweeps in curling zephyrs of chakra, leaving the taste of summer wind on his tongue, and the air rich with the scent of a brewing storm in his lungs, combined with the security, clarity, and incentive of the three previous elements. He feels like he could stand on the edge of any IO and fly where others might fall. Kurama snorts, getting Naruto out of his head. Well, that figure. Naruto stretches his arms above his head and exhales deeply. He feels like there is too much air in his lungs that pushes the things, make the move. Doesn't. Kurama nods again. Naruto is really getting used to this, right? The wind chakra is the dynamo. It changes everything in motion around. It helps chakra flow the way it's supposed to. Why it was so much easier than the other three? Because it was your affinity, so to speak, which doesn't surprise me. Your parents were like that too. But just because it's easier doesn't mean you can just hang out with the other four. Yeah, Kurama. Naruto shuffles, halfway sarcasm, half promise, because he knows lightning now, and then I can learn to mold it, right? Kurama shakes his head. Hold up a second, child. This one's not like the others. Naruto blinks and looks up at the flickering sphere of black and white where it orbits in circles like an angry moon. Huh, why don't you? Kurama lowers the orb so it floats just a foot away from Naruto's nose. It's like looking into a storm, only without the obscuring black of the notes around him. He seems angry and lost, aimlessly struggling madly to break free from whatever confines it. The lightning chakra is the pinnacle chakra. It is the most difficult chakra to master because it possesses the most dangerous properties of the other four types of chakras, as well as one unpleasant property in itself. Most people who claim to have mastered this type of chakra only really know how to mold and release it. Rare is the individual capable of channeling it properly. It is as unpredictable as the wind, as damaging as fire, as adaptable as water, and as immovable as the earth. Besides these things, it is capable of stopping life in its tracks with a touch, capable of stopping a heart, and in the right hands restart it. Naruto stares at the angry energy around against the edges of the sphere as flashes of a sword there disappeared in an instant. Then it is the strongest. Kurama nods. And the hardest to handle. That is why I give you an advantage before I let you determine the nature of the elements yourself to understand them better. But this one I do not. He'll give you two chances. If this door is forced open, the electrical current in your own body could throw your cells out of sync with each other. It's dependent on electricity astray. Secretion could stop your heart. Naruto gulps. Go. Kurama's nose dips down to poke once at his stomach, just above his mouth. Don't worry, kid. I can stop it if that happens. But to do that, I would have to close off your lightning chakra pathways, which would damage them. And I would rather not have to do that. And I'm sure you would prefer that. Naruto nods. If it is the most powerful type of chakra, he will need to know how to use it, and 4 out of 5 would leave a bad taste in his mouth. And what is it? Where does lightning chakra come from? It is the seed of power and is defined by chaos and serenity. Naruto scratches his jaw. But wait, aren't they opposites? How can something be both at the same time? That is the question. Isn't that what makes it so complicated? Duality. Most understand one part or the other, but not both. But without peace, chakra cannot be controlled, and without anger, there is no strength behind him. The point of greatest power is between them. Without both, you can't get true power. You understand? Naruto looks at his hands. He curls one into an angry and tight fist, ready to attack, but leaves the other open towards the sky, relaxed against his knee. Anger is easy. He has known it since he can remember. Rage against the village, against his place in the world, against himself. He has also known peace, fighting with Kiba, or talking with Shikamaru, or sitting next to Irika Sense. And in Ichiraku, so that raises the fury and tries to mix it with what he felt when he was at peace. For a while he gets nothing, only contradictory feelings. But then something hurts against a familiar pain, and a memory of not long ago comes to mind. The memory of when he had run here, tired, scared, angry, and very, very lost. He remembers what he felt when Kurama asked him why the hateful words of a stranger had mattered. He remembers how something had changed inside him, concentrated within a few seconds of perfect clarity. He was still angry, but it had also been something else. I think I get it, he says, and Kurama doesn't ask if he's sure. He just floats the chakra sphere towards him across the short space as Naruto closes his eyes. This chakra is known as the catalyst, Kurama mutters as the sphere sinks into the skin at the base of Naruto's throat. It rests on his spine. This power flickers, it dances in an instant, just long enough for Naruto gets a read on it. Before it goes, it's strong. A little goes a long way, and what he manages to grab gives him more than enough of a feeling. He focuses on the energy that lies dormant beneath his vertebra. Somehow, he gets the feeling that the loyalty of this chakra is not easily given. But he already has the key, and like the others, he knows what he wants this time. When the chakra bursts forward, it doesn't flow through him, it rages with him. And against him at once, it crackles and surges, spinning static and fractal patterns along his nerves, leaving them raw and overexcited. He feels the anger in it, but tempered by calm. It sharpens like a deadly sharp sword. It pierces him with such force, it's painful. It rips a sigh from his lungs. But as it pierces him, it feels like a storm cloud waiting, dark and dense and charged with power. He opens his eyes to Kurama sniffing around him, as if he's trying to heal from an injury. "Are you okay, kid?" he asks halfway. Through a demand, Naruto nods quickly, because it is, but that chakra always responds to pain too. Kurama sighs, walking away, but doesn't go very far. Unfortunately, the things that bring us pain also tend to bring us strength. That's why you're so strong. The fox's eyes widen, but then soften again into something sad. That's why you are. It's an evasion that doesn't make any sense. But I'm not strong yet. No, that's not the kind of strength I'm talking about. But before Naruto can ask him what the hell he means by that, Kurama stands up, foot and circles him, shoving his half-solid snout into his back. "Enough of that gear. I thought you wanted to train up, wait." A second, Naruto squawks, stumbling and powering up his biju. "I thought you said there were 7 types of chakra. Remember, what are the other 2? Hey," Kurama snorts, curling up to look at him. "And here I was sure you had slipped out." Naruto crosses his arms, spill. Kurama laughs. "Don't worry, Brad. It's easy. I remember I said nature was balanced by elemental chakra." If his tone adds a do at the end of the statement, Kurama punches him in the forehead for his attitude. "Okay, ready. Living beings are balanced by 2 others. The Inan chakras are active in your body whether you like it or not. So you don't need to look for them. They flow through your central chakra system and are the types of chakra most ninja rely on. But what do they do?" How are Naruto hopping from foot to foot as he follows Kurama's lazy pace towards the most open part of the clearing. Fundamentally, and even though they use the same chakra system, the two are very different. The yin chakra is the seat of the spirit and is defined by emotion. The yang chakra is the seat of the body and is defined by reality. They are the basis for the use of genjutsu and taijutsu, respectively, in the same way that elemental chakra is used for ninjutsu. Naruto nods. "I think I get it. The yang chakra works with the body, so it fights and stuff, and the yin works with the mind and emotion and messes with that stuff. So, Jinjutsu, you understood more about that than I expected." Naruto grimaces. "I'm really bad at Jinjutsu. We'll work on it." Kurama mumbles, pushing Naruto forward again. "Wait, one more question." Kurama sighs again. "Do it quickly while we still have daylight." "What chakra of rest?" In the heart. Kurama stands frozen, bewildered. "Why would you ask that?" Naruto rubs the back of his neck in a nervous habit. "Well, I noticed it first when I was going through the water chakra pathways, and then again with the lightning. Feels a little different. But I also felt a chakra there, but not one that matches any elemental chakra. Fish, are you telling me that you accidentally sensed your heart chakra pathways?" Naruto shovels. Yeah, maybe, I don't know." Kurama thumps his chest with a knuckle. "The heart chakra system doesn't match any type you know of, because it doesn't have just one type. The heart, when it refers to chakra, has another name. The nexus is the only place in the body through which all the chakras pass the pathways. You found them strange because instead of one system of chakra vessels, the heart has half a dozen. These pathways are smaller and thinner, but have thousands more branches that overlap and intertwine. That makes sense. So it doesn't have its own resting chakra, because the chakra in it is always in motion. There's something else about the chakra pathways in the heart that you might find interesting. Unlike your normal pathways, which are set in stone, the chakra pathways in your heart are able to grow how tree roots grow to let more chakra through." Alma looks at him with a half-hearted look. "You're too good at this. I was going to leave this lesson for another day, but I might as well tell you now. I might as well put things into perspective anyway." She draws a circle with her claw over Naruto's heart. "The more you manage to open up to your chakra systems, the more power you'll be able to draw from those systems. The more energy you draw, the more strain you'll put on the vessels in your heart. This causes those vessels to grow, to adapt to the tension with me." So far, Naruto nods. "The tension also strengthens the muscles. That's how the training works. So it makes sense if you cultivate each of these systems enough: earth, water, fire, wind, lightning, and core. It allows you to push 2 types of chakra at once." Wait. Naruto crosses his arms in a dramatic X. "You're telling me it's possible to use a ton of elements in one jutsu?" Well, it's way more complicated than that. There are elements that are not compatible with each other, yes, and other things that you would have to learn, but yes, essentially we can train now. Oh, now you want to train? Kurama grits his teeth sarcastically. But anyway, he pushes Naruto towards the open space by the water. Kurama is a good teacher. He is patient and he listens, and he doesn't mind explaining things in different ways. When Naruto doesn't quite understand, he praises him when he deserves it and scolds him when he lets it go to his head, even for a second. But he is a good teacher in training. He is a damn tyrant. Remember resonance, Brad? We talked about this. Naruto wobbles precariously in the water. The surface flexes and rolls beneath him like a fun house mirror. This was a lot easier in the trees. At least up there, nothing moved. Kurama says his chakra resistance is fantastic, but his control is so. He spent the last half hour learning to walk on trees and rocks with chakra. There are craters everywhere as a result of his screw-ups. The sun is starting to put on, and he's already exhausted from training his balance, strength, and endurance, and all sorts of things he didn't know he was supposed to train, but he'd gotten the tree to come down for the most part. So next up had been water. I know that grumpy old fox, but the rhythm of the water keeps changing. He growls, glaring daggers at Shadow the Biju, who's sitting calmly on the surface of the water, like it's the easiest thing in the world, which to him, well, might as well then change the frequency to match Naruto. He tries to do as he's told, but his water chakra is still unwieldy and tense. To shift too much, not enough, which so far has left him very frustrated and very wet. What do you think I've been doing? But he doesn't finish the sentence because his energy is swinging one way and the water is swinging sharply the other, and all the movement of his arms in the universe doesn't stop him from sinking. He dives into the cold water again, sinking though blue in a cloud of bubbles. But before he can register the fact or get his bearings, the fangs dig into the back of his shirt, and Kurama pulls him out of the water like a disgruntled puppy by the scruff. He deposits Naruto back on the surface of the water and automatically reaches for the yang chakra instead of the water when he lands, which is easy, by the way, the chakra, and it makes him feel like he's standing on a thick pane of glass instead of moving jelly, and the water flows around his feet instead of under them, taking the path of lesser resistance. Why do I have to learn it this way again? Because moving with the natural resonance around you will tune you into the flow of things. Mastering it will allow you to glide or push against the water in ways you couldn't normally do. The strongest Kirin can ride tsunamis using this method now again, and this time it monitors both rhythms, not just your own. And that's the thing about training with Kurama. The fox demon knows what he's doing wrong before he does it. He knows when he's really tired and when he's pretending to get a few more breaths of rest, but he can also sense when Naruto is faltering, sense when he's about to wade through the water or faceplant on the rock he's been using for balance training. When he does, he's always there to pull him out of the cold water of the basin or nudge him in the right direction before he tips over. Even though he pushes relentlessly, his corrections are gentle. He doesn't represent Naruto. Doesn't last long before he's up and trying again. Naruto returns to his apartment, physically exhausted, mentally exhausted, and all kinds of chakras exhausted. Earth chakra makes his bones ache. Water chakra makes his muscles ache. Fire chakra, his throat hurts. Wind chakra, his chest hurts, and lightning chakra hurts too. He's soaked dirty and cold. Damn, Slaver Fox, I heard that right. But even if his limbs are a little numb and he can't really see clearly, he's secretly glad of every minute of it. Torture isn't that he tells Kurama the sun sets low and red over the forests of the land of fire, coating the streets in orange and yellow. He takes a look at the bloody sun, remembering what Kurama said about his mother, about her hair being so red like a sunset in Konoha, and he wonders if he can make her proud. If he's never met her, he shakes the thought from his head and shoulders through his door. Long way to go. The first thing he does is head straight for the shower, glancing at the clock on his microwave as he walks past him. 5 hours. Never before in his life had he spent so much time on one thing. Of course, it hadn't felt like one thing. There had been at least 6 different types of everything, and Naruto didn't know there were so many ways he could be stronger. He strips off his soaked uniform and turns the shower on full blast, which to be honest is still but it's hot, and that's really all Naruto cares about right now. He spends just enough time under the dew to warm his bones and remove dirt and leaf matter from his hair, because he starts dozing off standing up and really should be horizontal before he passes out. He goes out and dries himself off with a towel, rubbing his face hard with the rough cotton to try and force the energy into his limbs. He doesn't have enough to get him out of the bathroom and into his sleep clothes. He manages to get into sweats and tank tops, but that's apparently as far as his dying brain is willing to go before he collapses face first into his sheets and snores within a minute. It's the best sleep he's had in months. He wakes up at some ungodly hour of the morning. The sun isn't even a thought in the sky, yet just a feathery gray idea beyond the edge of the eastern horizon. And oh God, he's starving. He rolls out of his covers as gracefully as a cat in a tube sock because his muscles aren't so sure what it is to move anymore and clearly need to relearn how to support his weight from scratch. He sways to stand up, which is a challenge in itself, because his legs feel like they consist of red bean mochi instead of the material they're usually made of, but his stomach is cramping like it's been tied in triple knots. So he makes his jelly legs wiggle and stumbles into the kitchen with the healthy food. He goes straight to the electric kettle, and the instant ramen Kurama can yell at him later. He'll make some real food when he can think around the well in his guts. 4 minutes later, he's finished not just one, but 3 instant ramen meals, empty styrofoam cups, and his burnt tongue is the only evidence that they were there. Well, good morning, sleeping beauty, Kurama scoffs with a yawn as Naruto heads to the fridge to dig up something else to devour. What time is it? A few hours before dawn, which means he only slept for about 6 hours, but he's got food in his stomach now, and sleep is a distant concept. So it's whispered himself, and starts making breakfast. He ends up making 3 omelets and a huge pot of miso because he knows he's going to be hungry later. So he's planning ahead. He really needs to figure out how to make curry soon, so he can make one giant thing and not have to cook 6 times a day. Ramen was a lot easier. He's made it most of his way through the first few omelets and a mango because he'd been craving something sweet when Kurama catches his attention. Is there someone where you can get jutsu scrolls? He asks, thoughtfully tapping his claws against his maw. Naruto swallows his tongue against his immediate answer of no, really, because that's not entirely true. He knows where he can find a bunch of jutsu scrolls, but he's not supposed to know exactly. There's a jutsu library in the back of the academy across from the Okage office, but Navajo chunning is allowed, and he had accidentally spied on it when he was visiting Gigi, and I'd been keeping an eye on him before the whole training thing with Kurama. I hadn't really planned on breaking, and I just wanted to understand what it was and if it was important to be a ninja. But now you know how to get in. He doesn't even have an accent as a question, because Kurama already knows him well enough. Naruto goes over what he knows about the files in his head. Almost no one uses it, and the only people I see going in there are Gigi and the teachers, maybe 1 or 2 jounin. There's a chunin librarian, but only 1, and he locks it up and leaves home around midnight and arrives about an hour before classes with the rest of the teachers. However, there might be chakra alarms. I think some of the stuff in there is classified. I can sense cheating. They'll notice if things get lost. Naruto grimaces around a bite. Again, I think so. The librarian does an inventory every mas, and every night I can't hold anything in without him noticing within 12 hours. Kurum growls something nasty. I can't teach you shinobi hatsu. I just don't know any. The bija don't need things like hand signs to focus chakra. I can only teach you if we both have something to go off of. A light goes off somewhere in Naruto's head, and he gulps down the last of his omelet in one gulp before getting up from his small table. And standing up, he searches through his bags of shinobi supplies still sitting next to his closet where he left them. It's not exactly an ideal solution, but Naruto pulls out the triangle-shaped package from the bottom of the second bag. 6 blank scrolls tied together by a band of enclosed paper. Reaches back into the sack and pulls out a small set of calligraphy pens and ink. You're sure this will work? They don't have safeguards against that sort of thing. Naruto looks at the clock. Less than 3 hours before the teachers come in. If he wants to go, he has to go now only. If I use chakra to try and copy the things, I'm pretty sure he sighs. However, it means I have to take everything apart by hand. That will take a while. Kurama grumbles, but better than nothing. You better get your ass moving then. However, Naruto is already pushing things in his backpack, as he says, because he needs those scrolls to get stronger, and if he's going to do this, he should do it before his nerves get the best of him. He's about to walk out the door of his house when Kurama stops him. Windows. Naruto stops and does a 180-degree turn, because if he takes to the street, someone will see him. BU, and he won't be able to avoid the night patrols. If he doesn't know where they are, at least he has a lot of practice with that. Most of his pranks consisted of slipping past the night watch, so he leaves the door locked and climbs out his bedroom window. All the running on vertical surfaces is still difficult, especially when he's trying to stay calm and not accidentally channel too much chakra into his feet and leave craters in the plaster. But he's been running on rooftops since before he had any idea how to do it with chakra. So it's actually a piece of cake compared to most of the dumb stuff he's done today or yesterday. Whatever it is, he slips through the window into Gigi's office because he knows that Gigi always leaves it open in case of jounin-sized emergencies. Luckily, even the Okage isn't workaholic enough to be in his office this late or early, whatever it is, and the chakra traps in the walls recognize Naruto. So they don't go off, he slips through the door, pulling on Kurama's burning power to sharpen his senses. There's no one in the hallway, but there are two people in one of the there are rooms outside, however it is in the direction Naruto needs to go, and one of the ninjas is snoring anyway. He crouches down the right hallway and stops before the discreet double doors. There are a couple of potted plants hanging from the ceiling, and Naruto carefully climbs up the wall. To get to the one on the left, he finds the spare key at the base of it covered in dirt and moss. The Chunning, who is the librarian, should not have it. He knows that there are supposed to be spare keys for all the rooms that connect to Okage's kitchen, are kept in a case in one of Gigi's desk drawers. He jumps down using chakra to make the landing silent. He muffles the click the lock makes as he turns the key using the same method. It was one of the first things Kurama taught him. He slips inside and closes the door behind him, just in case. The archive is a large, low-ceilinged room with long shelves that stretch the entire length of it. The librarian's desk gets tucked away in a corner, but the rest of the space is all shelves barely separated enough for two people to walk side by side between them. He scans the kanji labels on the short ends. He hadn't bothered to turn on the lights, too risky, but the moonlight coming through the windows combined with his night vision is more than enough to read the sections go by level then by type. So he heads over to the cases labeled to rank. There's only one entire shelf divided into ninjinin and taijutsu, and the ninjutsu section is divided by element. It starts there as he clearly doesn't have enough scroll space for everything and only has a limited time to copy. He spends the first hours of his morning like this with various small scrolls, unrolling them like a snake skin as he writes jutsu. After jutsu, it's boring, but the information on the scroll sticks. The more he writes, the more involved the phases become, and the more he understands the complex signs of the hands and what they're actually used for. He notices patterns he would never have cared to see otherwise. Almost all of Kadon's jutsu have a rat sign somewhere. Futon uses a lot of bird and ram signs, and the dragon sign is used almost exclusively in right-on, at least in the low-level jutsu. He gets so into looking for patterns in the hand signs that Kurama has to yell at him to get him to move as the sun starts to appear on the horizon, and he barely makes it out before the building starts to come alive with slow morning activities. Later that day, he has a test on the properties of chakra. He fails miserably. The weird thing is he kind of knows about the properties now, but the questions are worded in a funny way, and he questions himself, and it doesn't help that he's so exhausted by the end of the test. He's not even sure if he finished it or not. Kurama sleeps more with class than Naruto. Irika has never been the most patient of people. He knows that his colleagues know it, and his students know it. They definitely know that what most people don't know is that Irika's true patience that knows few bounds is reserved almost exclusively for those he holds dear. So as he's getting ready to close up his classroom and head home to grade the papers, only to turn around and find the 3 stacks of them missing from his desk while he stares at the corner of his workspace next to his empty coffee cup where the papers had been resting. Smart stacks of tests a few seconds ago, and just sighs. He goes back to pick up his things and drops them into his bag, closing it and slinging it over his shoulder. He walks with a firm step towards the door. He stops once to replace a sandal in its place and tiredly rub the back of his neck with one hand. As he makes his way through the hallway, he directs a fixed gaze at the Unning waiting outside, leaning carelessly against the wall with Irika's tests folded neatly under one arm. He makes no move to retrieve them. It's not that he might know from experience that Kakashi Itake won't do anything to anger him directly and only stole his papers as a devious way to get his attention, but he also knows that Kakashi won't give them up until he's gotten what he wants. Irika ignores him for a moment as he turns his back to close the door to his classroom and idly wonders how often and when has it meant the death of someone. Few dare to turn their back on someone like the Hound, but Irika doesn't fear such things, not even in what could be considered a healthy amount. When he turns around again, Kakashi has moved. He's leaning against the wall next to him instead of in front of him, and he's holding a pen that had almost fallen out of his bag. He doesn't speak, but Irika doesn't really expect him to. Just takes the pen without a word. He slips it more securely into his backpack and begins to wander down the hall. As if it were any other night, Kakashi follows a few steps behind him to his right, an unconscious movement that allows him to see all the exits even with his visual impairment. He would never say it, but Kakashi is one of the main reasons why Aka decided not to follow a jounin rank. He prefers to be able to walk down a street in his own village without a biological imperative to plot a tactical point of view. Every third step, thank you very much. Once they are outside the building, Yuka is pretty sure that no one is looking in their direction, let alone listening. She sighs. I heard about the little incident at the market. Was it Kakashi doesn't respond right away. For some reason, his usual caring attitude seems hard to get out even when he does. It's weak at best. Ma, And Sensei, I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about. His voice is low and too firm for the strange veil of unease the Jounin is projecting. Yuka suddenly stops in the middle of the street, turning to look Kakashi in the eyes. The ninja of silver hair also stops, meeting Irika's gaze level, but the awkward air around them doesn't change. If anything, the atmosphere thickens. You're going to catch Loge, hell you realize, he says bluntly, because Kakashi didn't expect him to buy the cover words in the first place. And the strange aura surrounding the hin is starting to make him uncomfortable. Kakashi doesn't answer because he knows, but he had anyway. Irika looks at his single silver eye and sighs again, giving in. He continues walking. Kakashi keeps following him, and when Irika passes by the door to his apartment, he leaves it ajar behind him. He leaves his bag. When he hears the door close, he waits until the sound of exams hitting his coffee table reaches his ears. And then he turns, hooks an arm around Kakashi's neck as close as the Jounin will allow to a hug, and pulls the idiot towards him, pressing Kakashi's masked face into his shoulder. Thank you. Kakashi doesn't hug him back. Irika doesn't expect him to, but he feels the brush of Kakashi's eyelashes against her neck as they flutter closed. And she knows she needed this. She needed to know that what she'd done hadn't been wrong in any way. I almost killed him, Kakashi confesses so softly that Yuka can barely hear. Yuka knows he's felt the same urge enough times that he's familiar with the dark urge, and can't imagine what it must have been like for Kakashi, who's not used to having to suppress those instincts, because despite everything, Irika loves Naruto like a brother. It's Kakashi, who knew the boy's parents so deeply. It's Kakashi, who is not allowed near. The only thing left of the last people on Earth that Irika loved hadn't met Kakashi, not before. He'd never seen the kind of man he used to be, but only Irika knows even the slightest part of Kakashi's heart. He knows how much of him is already dead. Only he knows the full extent of Kakashi's fury when something he remotely holds dear is threatened, and he doesn't even know Naruto the Okage. He had made sure of that. He had made it in order, because Yuzin perhaps rightly believes that Kakashi and the others who knew Minato and Kusina wouldn't be able to keep the secrets they needed around the boy if they were given any leeway. Irika has no idea how bad a reaction could be if something truly dear to Kakashi was ever harmed. They had united because of that, this urge to hurt those who hurt what was close to them. And now Kakashi comes here when there is no one place for that urge to go, when he needs somewhere to pull the mask down and breathe. Naomi Sin down the street thinks they're lovers. Irika sometimes wishes the truth was that simple. He's not sure exactly what their relationship is. They're not friends. That's not an intimate enough word, but lovers implies that something's going on that's not, and that there are emotions here that Kakashi is no longer capable of. Irika has never been able to, at least not in that context. But it's easier to let people he creates what he wants than to try to explain what's really going on. What's really going on is both too simple and too complicated to explain in words. Kakashi breathes. He leans into Irika and takes breath after breath, one hand clasped around his upper arm, not to hold him, just to anchor him. Irika doesn't speak. He just breathes to a steady bass rhythm for Kakashi to control his own breathing. One inhale for every two inhales, because Irika has something that Kakashi doesn't, can touch through the barriers of duty and loyalty and rules, the rules, and it's killing him inside in all the ways. He's not dead, yet watching the people of this village mistreat the gift that Kakashi's mentor and surrogate mother died for. You have to see Genma. Irika tells him that maybe an hour later, when Kakashi can breathe like a human being and not the animal he suddenly wants to be. Kakashi nods against his shoulder. Genma knows about Kakashi's animosity in a way that Irika doesn't know it, in the same way that Irika knows about his humanity, in a way that Genma doesn't. The human part of Kakashi needs calm, but the animal part has always needed blood, and Genma knows how to deal with those monsters better than most, in a way that Irika is incapable of doing. The ambush squads tend to be well acquainted with their collective demons, and they know how to draw strength from them in a way that no stable ninja could ever understand, no matter how much Irika tries to convince him that do. On the contrary, Kakashi sleeps on the floor on nights like this. He seems unable to allow himself comfort in any form, so he lies down on the tatami just beyond the foot of Irika's futon in front of the window and doesn't move for the rest of the night. In the morning, he's gone, bowing before a carved stone and praying to the ghosts. Irika wonders, of all the ghosts he talks to, which specter it is that took Kakashi's soul with him. He shakes his head, clearing it of questions he'll never know the answer to answer, and gets up to grade the papers he had abandoned on the coffee table. As he flips through the papers with a red pen and the ease of long practice, he finds Naruto's name on the pile. With a soft shudder, he begins to mark, making a face with each X he has to cross. As he gets to the end, something catches him off guard. The last three questions on Naruto's test are correct. Normally, This wouldn't surprise him. Naruto isn't a straight F student, and he knows it, but these questions were trick questions that he had pulled from advanced material and had tested in an effort to trip up his more know-it-all students, kids like Shikamaru Shino and Sakura. He had planned to give them extra credit when he calculated the grades. So far, none of the tests he had graded had had correct answers. He always set aside Shikamaru's tests so they wouldn't mess with his grading curve. So he was prepared to cross them off when he came to them. But they are right, the questions about resonance and anti-hangover stolen from a sensory jutsu journal, the one about the physical manifestations of yang chakra in taijutsu versus in jinjutsu, all correct. The answers are not thought out. Some of the words are misspelled, and most of the sentences are stream of consciousness, but they're the correct answers. It is 2 months of his training. When Naruto first notices it, another few years pass before he realizes that it could mean something as wrong bad as one of their days off. When it first happens, Kurama insists on having them once a week, so Naruto can recover from the hell he's been through regularly. But that doesn't mean they aren't training. Kurama had seen one of the Tokubetsu Hound at training ground 19 spitting Senbon with the speed and force of shots at the terrified Chunin, and had asked if Naruto wanted to start his inner strength and breathing training early during the days of rest. Urama, the cunning demon, knew he would say yes after seeing what he could do in action. So he's sitting on a rock by the waterfall in his makeshift training ground and breathing essentially, but Naruto is starting to understand where the strength part comes from, the constant inner power, and he's exploring how it seems to work when the notion of time is dark. When he opens his eyes, which is strange, he hadn't thought he'd been at it for so long, and Kurama didn't give him a chance to do it. He had noticed when it was getting late, like he usually did, he sends a soft glance through the seal, a hint of a question, gets no answer. Sighing, he falls back on his head, landing with practiced ease in the clean blue water of the sickle space. It's so different from how it had been almost 30 years ago, dark and oppressive, and so much like the inside of a sewer. There's real light now, though Naruto couldn't tell where exactly it's coming from. The pale gold it shines to the sides like the rays of a sunset after a storm, refracting through the bars of the obsidian cage into webs of fractured light, gives the air a dreamlike quality, the feeling of lightly dozing in a warm room on a lazy autumn night. The water crystal clear and cool as a mountain spring reflects the golden rays of the sun in waves across the smoky opacity of the walls. Stripes of glittering dust motes flicker gently as they float. The shafts illuminate the sleeping beast within, gilding the Kurama's fur on the ends and making it look more like fire lilies and less like blood. Kurama, the word echoes softly like a call in a canyon, but the bijou doesn't move. The fox is lying close enough to the bars for Naruto to touch him, so he reaches out to run his hand gently through the fur of Kurama's snout just above his canine nose, a familiar gesture nowadays. Kurama's crimson eyes widen, stunned and unfocused away from their usual sharp. "I'm med," Kit mutters. "What time is it?" An odd question, since Kurama usually knows the time better than Naruto. "At 9. I think you fell asleep." Kurama wrinkles his nose a little, as if he finds it hard to imagine how that happened. "That seems to be the case," he mutters, shaking his head once like a dog as if to shake off fatigue. "You finished your exercises?" Naruto grimaces, but he's more offended than insulted. "I promised I don't keep my promises, even if the whole just breathing thing was silly at first. I know that you make fish cake," he says sleepily, already starting to doze off again. Naruto doesn't try to keep him awake. Instead, he just strokes Kurama's for a little longer until the beast's breathing evens out again. It's a little odd, of course. Kurama needs considerably less sleep than usual, but if Kurama needs to rest, Naruto won't bother him. He stays in the space of the seal a little longer, suddenly overwhelmingly grateful to this creature of blood and chakra that has become his family, has become another precious person. He hasn't told Kurama that little detail. He isn't sure the great fox appreciates it, but he keeps the knowledge close and keeps it deep inside him, another place to draw strength from. He has a long way to go, but he keeps his promises. Kurama sleeps all night until the next day. Naruto doesn't blame him. He does the same, only when he does, he gets a call from Irika Sensei again, and Kurama can snore during the conference. But this time Yuka Sensei, he also corners him after class and asks with much more serious concern if he's getting enough sleep. Naruto smiles sheepishly and apologizes again for oversleeping. "Sincere, and it's all worth it." The way Irika Sensei smiles exasperatedly and lovingly and reaches down to ruffle his hair, Ramen Boy asks, and Naruto smiles brightly. "Is that even a question?" he declares, and makes Irika laugh. Let Naruto get Shio ramen with extra pork belly on top, which is amazing, and asks Naruto how he's been doing, how he does every week. Naruto tells him he's been training, which is true, he just forgets to mention how. Kurama wakes up when Naruto is halfway through his real meal. Brat, more ramen. Oh, go back to sleep, grumpy old demon. He shoots back at him, but reminds him of something. Hey, Irika Sensei, his teacher, swallows a bite of his shoyu and egg ramen. Looking up, you, Naruto, will you teach me how to make curry? Irika blinks at him in surprise. Of course, he says. Easily, and then he smiles. I'm glad to see that for once you're interested in something other than ramen. Tucci suddenly slams a ladle against the counter, causing Irika to flinch. Naruto simply grabs his bowl and holds it close to save it from the ramen vendor. Yuka's not so lucky, and the broth sloshes over the side on impact and splatters all over. The monitor, you're trying to scare away my best customer, H.U. I know, he says accusingly. Irika raises his chopsticks in surrender. No, of course. Not no, I would dream about that. Tachian. Naruto laughs, leaving his own ramen safe and sound. You couldn't scare it away even if you tried, he insists, and Tucci favors him with a smile. You better not do that. My sales would triple. Irika grimaces. My poor Kurama doesn't have another narcoleptic episode for 2 weeks by the time it happens again. Naruto is so focused on learning and memorizing new sequences for the C ranks, he's been given the go-ahead to start, that he doesn't link the two events at all. It's just when it starts to happen once a week that Naruto really starts to note down and worry, although nothing seems terribly wrong, except for the intense lethargy that takes over Bing Tan and Son. Kurama insists that it's nothing to lose his brain over, but Naruto suspects that Kurama is not only wrong, but lying as well. Naruto is given irrefutable proof early one morning, 2 days before the end of the school year and 2 weeks before his birthday. He had just fallen asleep after having reviewed his scrolls, acquired an hour earlier in the recesses of his dreams. He hears a rumble like the beginning of a flash flood, and then the rumble of something breaking one. A few moments later, he jolts out of sleep. He goes from drowsy to fully conscious in less than a second. Something is burning in his abdomen, sending a searing pain from below his navel to his ribs. And as he rips off the covers to clutch his stomach, he is surprised that it is not actually on fire. The skin over his seal is a hot, angry red, as if he's fighting off an infection. Only the infection is eating away at his shirt. A soft hiss accompanies the volatile energy as he chews through the fabric of his sleeveless blouse over where it was pressed against his mouth. He rips it off, quickly tossing it across the room for good measure, despite the obvious danger of doing so. Naruto presses a hand against a seal visible in dark black against the tan skin of his torso. The chakra is from Kurama, but wrong, vicious, and lost. And in pain, and struggling though with what he can't say, he tries to dive into space, but is instantly repelled. Kurama's chakra knows half in fear and half in protective instinct, and he draws it out. Again, Kurama hasn't done this for almost 3 years. Naruto goes from worried straight to scared with one. He tries again. He pushes his way through the raging energy Kurama is releasing in waves and falls into a very different place from the pocket of tranquility and peace Naruto has come to accustom to. The water at his feet is no longer water. It is boiling hot and slimy, and the color of a bruise, bubbling like a cauldron and spewing dark, suffocating miasma into the air of the seal space. In the center is Kurama, rolling and tearing himself apart with his tails, cutting through the smoke-laden air. Kurama screams, trying to be heard over the roar of the hissing smoke, the churning tar, and the painful retching coughs. Raising one arm in an attempt to shield his eyes from the stinging mist, the vial looks up. Noxious sludge drips in disgusting drops from his gaping mouths, coating his normally pearly fangs with a slime reminiscent of frozen blood. Kurama blinks in a daze and is suddenly overcome by another series of racking coughs. He shivers all over as if he's trying to throw off an attacker, and then turns sharply to vomit up more filth the color of broken blood vessels. Naruto tries to force his way through the bars, tries to reach him, but the invisible forces that govern the space of the seal won't let him through, and Kurama isn't close enough for him to reach him. But Kurama looks like he's dying, and Naruto can't stay here. He can't just do nothing before he can call out Kurama's name again. The QB looks at him, reaches out, and slides a clawed hand through the air. The chakra that pushes him out of the seal this time is more familiar, more like Kurama's, less like the rotting feeling he had felt at the beginning. Suddenly fades away. He finds himself back in his body, and Kurama must have slammed some kind of door behind him, because now Naruto can't find his way back. So Yasumi panics. He probably spends a whole 10 minutes freaking out, because what the hell, Kurama is a Biju the Cuban no Kitsune, and everything Naruto knows about what that means tells him that Kurama can't get sick, he can't die, he can't even be truly harmed. So what the hell is going on? The more he thinks, the more he realizes. He realizes that it has to be chakra. Everything that is Kurama begins and ends with chakra. The things Naruto can feel stirring inside him, feel rotten, spoiled, rancid chakra. Naruto has no idea what that means, and has even less of an idea how to deal with it. But he doesn't have time to think. Class starts in 12 minutes. And even if Naruto tries to leave, Irika Sensei will notice and come find him, as much to make sure he's okay as to give him a good lecture. Naruto knows this from experience. So he forces himself to breathe through fear. Thinks idiot, thinks can't go to class with sick Vila chakra eating away at his clothes. The acidity factor of the chakra seems to be calm. Send us, it gets hot and itches if you hold it over space for too long. It also doesn't move much outside the seal. It just yaws the air directly above it. He takes his first aid kit out of his closet and searches for the adhesive bandages until he finds one big enough to cover his stomach. He places it over his seal, and he wraps it in as many layers of gauze as he can, safely concealed beneath his shirt, which he leaves unbuttoned as he places the replacement piece over his head. He has no idea if it will be enough, but he has no time for anything else. It will have to be. Sasuke has begun to notice the days when the class is quiet. It's somewhat irritating to his brain, but he finds himself unable to truly ignore the abnormal silence that settles over the classroom every time Yuka pauses to breathe. It's instinct now that his senses are stretched out that he listens for changes in the air that might indicate the stagnation will pass. But most of the time on days like this, they don't. Naruto is quiet. He isn't sleeping either, though Sasuke refuses to look behind him to check. Naruto has slept through the entire class for the past 3 weeks, and that is a completely different kind of silence, soft, easy, and normal in a way that this deafening silence isn't. The first time it happened was the day after the one where he came without an unpleasant monkey had been so quiet that the black clothes of the shinobi looked like a morning outfit instead of a uniform. However, this silence is different. He feels that something is not right, and the tension in the air is too strong for that feeling to be a coincidence at the moment. He has the chance as soon as Hoka leaves them for lunch. Sasuke, as surreptitiously as he can, takes a look at the last dead person. What he sees startles him. There are bags under Naruto's eyes that speak of exhaustion of the type that sleep can't fix, powerful and arduous and born of tortured nights of insomnia. His eyes are downcast, tired. Even his hair is much tamer than it usually is. He's standing in all directions after he's no doubt just gotten out of bed. Instead, he looks like he hasn't slept at all, as if he spent the night fighting demons only to find them still there when the sun came up. Sasuke has seen that look before, after long nights of terror and nightmares of brotherly bonds and blood. He's seen it in the mirror. Sasuke is not the only one who's noticed. You think it's okay? He shakes his head from side to side, momentarily mortified at being caught looking at an idiot who shouldn't be drawing his attention at all, only to find Sakura sitting there next to him, doing the same thing. He scoffs and turns his head away. What do I care? He snaps at him. Sakura blinks. A pathetic look of pain flashes across her face. But then the hand she's holding over her chest tightens, and something else flashes in her eyes so fast that Sasuke almost misses him. Something ferrous. She pulls away from him, which in itself is surprising, and climbs the steps to the rows above them. For a terrifying moment, Sasuke fears he's going to talk to Naruto, and something in him panics a little, because he doesn't stop. It's not the kind of pain you can comfort. It's the kind of pain that when faced becomes angry and defensive, and Sakura won't like what she sees if she tries. He's not sure why he's worried about Sakura. He's even less sure how she knows how it would end. But luckily, Sakura doesn't turn to Naruto, but bypasses the row he's sitting in with both seats next to him empty, and instead goes up a row to sit on Shikamaru's side that isn't occupied by Choji. Sasuke can't figure out what he wants from the dozing shadow. She looks at Choji first oddly with a question in her eyes, and Koya feels her hand buried in a bag of fried pig skins. As if she's been given permission, Sakura gently pushes the Shikamaru's arm. Then Nara blinks, awake, turning his eyes to Sakura with alarmingly sharp concentration for half a second before his gaze relaxes back into its normal lazy gaze. Sasuke eavesdrops, shameless already. Shikamaru yawns, not bothering with a more complex sentence. Sakura points to the back of Naruto's head, "What happened?" You know, she mutters under her breath. It knocks Sasuke a little to the side. What would Shikamaru know about Naruto? Kamura favors Sakura with a long blink. Eyes slide between Naruto and Sakura, as if debating which one was more troublesome. Sakura levels him with a glare. Sasuke didn't know he was capable of, and don't tell me you don't know that, Nara. I may not be a genius, but I'm not stupid. She growls, though she keeps her tone soft and low, so as not to attract the attention of the blonde below them. Sasuke thinks he doesn't need to bother. Naruto's eyes are clouded over, as if he's looking inward instead of outward. The sight is unduly disturbing. Shikamaru's size deeply disproportionately beset by what has been asked of him. He looks back at Naruto, his eyes linger, assessing on Sasuke's blonde hair. He doesn't expect the hint of worry in Shikamaru's eyes, or his own response to it, irritation, frustration, that Shikamaru knows something about Naruto that he doesn't. Sasuke moves to smother the emotion as violently as he can, but his anger only increases when he finds the feeling can't be quelled. He's sick. I think. Shikamaru replies. Sick? That falls short again. Naruto doesn't look sick, he looks in pain. The signs on his face speak of stress, not illness. Sakura seems to come to the same conclusion, because her forehead wrinkles and she frowns. That doesn't make any sense. He's never been sick. She's right now that Sasuke thinks about it. In all the years he remembers at the academy, Naruto has never had so much as a cold. That's not the kind of illness I'm talking about. Shikamaru corrects, and the concern in his lazy eyes becomes more evident. He rips off the corner of his notebook an accessory. Since it has an identical memory, he balls it up and throws it at Kiba. He hits the dog knee in the back of the head and cuts off his conversation with Hinata to look at the culprit. He is clearly exhausted when his eyes fall on Shikamaru. Shika asks, "Is something wrong? Do you remember that you heard that happened outside of Ichiraku a while ago?" Kiba's eyes immediately go to Naruto, a terrible sign that whatever Shikamaru is talking about obviously involved. And then they go back to Shikamaru. "I remember it being a while ago." It can mean anything, but Sasuke has a feeling it has something to do with the day Naruto came to class without his jumpsuit. Has something like that happened since then? Shikamaru asks vaguely. Kiba shakes his head. "No idea. I only found out the first time by accident." "Caused my sister has a big mouth." Her eyes blink at Naruto. "Over and over." "Did you hear something?" Shikamaru shakes his head, even as Hinata leans forward. "What are you talking about?" "Something's wrong?" she asks. Kiba returns her fake, reassuring smile. "Nothing. Don't worry about it. Now, what did your idiot brother do now?" Hinata blushes with anger, and she's so busy defending Niji that she doesn't notice the tension brewing on Kiba's face. "What the hell is going on here?" Shikamaru asks Sakura. Her expression is uncertain. The shadow Nin waves his hand as if to dispel her wariness. "Just leave him alone. I'm sure he'll be fine." However, Sakura doesn't seem to be convinced, and Shikamaru isn't either. The problem is that Sasuke can't stop thinking about it. Not the fact that something is wrong with Naruto or the fact that he was acting strange today, but the fact that something in him needs to know why Naruto is an idiot. A failure shouldn't even get Sasuke's attention, let alone keep him in a vice the way he does. And without even trying, Sasuke's instincts are going crazy, and he tries to sort through the barrage of impulses and intuitions, like trying to categorize a hurricane, like trying to differentiate wind from rain and rain from debris. Isn't just one thing, it's just too many little things Naruto sleeps through most of class now in a way he hasn't before, but clearly his grades haven't dropped enough to warrant him being kicked out. So where is he getting the information? He can't be absorbing it the way Shikamaru seems to be able to, or else he wouldn't be the last one dead. However, somehow, he passes all the tests by the skin of his teeth. The worst thing is that he arrives to class obviously exhausted, but when it comes time for the fights and they face each other, Naruto doesn't fight worse than he used to. In fact, he fights better, and sometimes when Naruto is too tired to even consider the fights, or Sasuke is inches from victory in them, something changes, sometimes deep in Naruto's eyes. Something lights up like an instinct or a reflex, and suddenly he's forced to back off for a moment's strength that the idiot shouldn't have, and all the ground he'd gained is lost in moments. He still wins, but it makes the victories seem hollow. It makes that strange feeling throb in his chest, the one that tells him he's missing something. The more he interacts with the idiot, the more credibility he gains. Credibility, a very specific instinct in his hurricane, because even before these strange things started happening, Sasuke has always had the feeling that somewhere in both of their hearts, somewhere buried deep, there is the same kind of pain, and it makes him hopeful and furious at the same time. Because Sasuke, since that night, has defined himself by his misery. The idea that Naruto could feel the same pain and still be able to find joy and meaning in the smallest things infuriates him. Once upon a time, Sasuke could have said that his indifference made him stronger than Sasuke's ability to ignore everything that stands between him and his. Vengeance gave him power, but the painful thing is that he's not sure. And because he's not sure, there's a fraction of a chance that Naruto is the stronger of the two. That night, he believes himself to be sick because of it, and it's cold in his bed too big, in his house too big, in a complex full of ghosts, and he tries to use his torments to put his thoughts in order. Revenge for those who died here, for his mother and for his father, and it's for the memory of his brother, who he used to know. That ghost is by far the loudest, the specter of who his brother used to be, screaming through the house in echoes of why, how could you, why? But the thought of her strength against Naruto's sinks its claws into him until he can practically feel the blood pouring from his throat. He hates nights like this, but more painful are the nights where he's flooded with thoughts of how things could have been, when he dreams of having a family again, only to have it ripped away from him again and again, until he's left with nothing but pools of Ukiya blood that just grow and grow and grow. So he lies awake and tries to hate for it. Today, he has less and less success. Naruto finally returns to his apartment after what seems like 1,000 reassuring words to Irika's sense that he is okay and just needs some sleep. He feels bad for lying, especially since he has no intention of sleeping tonight at the moment. He is infinitely grateful that prolonged use and familiarity with Kurama's chakra has acclimated him to the constant chronic pain. The burn radiating from his seal is worse than he is used to, but he is used to it. What if he were less accustomed to sitting still for the entire class? Would have been impossible. However, he hadn't heard a word of Irika Sensei's lecture. Even if he had been awake for it this time, he had been too busy trying to figure out what the hell he was going to do, and had done it. It's a long shot, but in the locked section of the archives, the room meant for Jown Noel Okach's eyes only, there are copies of every medical ninjutsu the village knows of that had been on record. Librarian, even if they don't have something that can fix Kurama's ailment, they might have something that could tell Naruto what the hell is wrong. Either way, it's their only option. Figuring out that part of the plan had been easy, but it was the rest that had required more thought, because knowing where the scrolls are and getting to them are two completely different things. Naruto already has the hardest part handled by pure chance. The door to the inner part of the archives requires 2 chakra keys. The first key, carried by any active H, opens the door itself. The second, carried only by the Okage, goes to a hidden lock that deactivates the chakra alarms. That way, even if someone managed to steal a Jounin key to open the door, the alarm would still sound and alert all the Ambu within a 5-mile radius. But Naruto doesn't even need a Jounin key, because Gigi, besides having the key to the alarm, also has a key to the box in his desk that carries the keys to spare Jounin. Naruto just has to get them both out of Gigi, which would be a problem for everyone but Naruto. Naruto is not only connected to the chakra alarms in Gigi's office, but he also knows that Gigi keeps all of his important things in a compartment at the bottom of his Shoto easel. The biggest problem is that he needs more time with the scrolls he can find, so he can't go in the early hours of the morning like he usually does. And what's worse, he'll have to go through the Chunin librarian while he's still on duty. However, there is one saving grace. Naruto is 100% sure that the inside of the library has no bathroom at all. The Chunin in question also has a fondness for sweet black tea. Given the bottles of the stuff, Naruto keeps finding both on his desk and cluttering up the dumpster behind him. Naruto had done him the favor of leaving a full briefcase on his porch as soon as he was free of Irika Sensei's worry. Now, he has to wait until Gigi comes out of his office. He sits outside the window in the branches of one of the large oaks, close enough to be able to see the old man, but far enough away to not get in the way of passing patrols. He uses the time to practice the only skill he's going to have if he's going to accomplish this chakra resonance. He clearly remembers Kurama's lessons on the subject, and remembers how it relates to stealth. Most high-level ninja rely more on their sense of the chakra than in his eyes when it comes to detecting threats. Kurama had told him, match your internal resonance with the ambient chakra around you, and even the most skilled shinobi will pass you by practice how to match your resonance with that of the tree around you. And when he thinks he has it under control, he tests it by sitting on one of the branches near the patrol and waiting for it to pass the Jounin. On duty, don't even slow down. He would be more proud of himself. Only the pain in his abdomen threatens his concentration. Every time he loses sight of what he's trying to do, and every burning, painful throb reminds him of the terrible difficulties Kurama is in right now. Kurama is precious to him. For almost a year, Kurama has raised him, and he doesn't let Kurama suffer if he has anything to say about it. So he draws on that strength of that fiery will and shaves his focus. 10 minutes later, Gigi gets up from his cover, rubs his back, as the old man, pretending not to be, knocks twice against his desk, a signal for his escort, which immediately the two guards who had been standing outside his door appear. At his side, Rabbit and Falcon, judging by the mass, which is normal, he waits about 15 minutes after they have left until the patrol passes in front of him for the third time, and the candle that Gigi had put out on the edge of his desk no longer gives off smoke. Then he slips through the window and silently makes his way to the Shoto easel he feels along the bottom of the wooden frame until his nails catch against the abnormal grooves, and then he pushes against it. A soft click as the panel gives way a little, and when Naruto lets go, a drawer opens forward at the base of the easel, shallow, but as long and deep as Naruto's forearm. He opens it, his eyes scan the compartment for the key he needs. When his gaze settles on something else, it's a set of picture frames. The first one is old and oak and rough around the edges. It displays a young photo of Gigi. His brown hair, in place of gray with no age spots in sight, is showing a cocky smirk that Naruto has never seen in the reserved OCG, standing behind three children that Naruto doesn't know. They are all older than him, but not by much. The boy on the far left of the picture has white hair and wears a smile of his own that almost matches the one that once adorned Gigi's face. The boy in the middle has straight black hair, pale skin, and strange slanted eyes in a toxic golden green. The girl on the right has black hair, long and blonde, 4 shades lighter than Naruto's, straight and pulled back into a sleek ponytail, and his eyes are the color of warm creamy coffee. It looks like a picture of a genin team. But Gigi has never mentioned having genin, and Naruto would remember if he had seen these faces around the village, even if they were older. There is a picture underneath, and despite the urgency of the situation, Naruto can't help but glance up, lifting the first picture frame gently by the edge so as not to leave fingerprints on the glass. The second frame is newer, polished Kahova, but the bottom corner of the frame is dented, and the glass above it is cracked as if it was dropped or thrown against something. Naruto gasps. The image is of a man and woman again, standing behind three children. The man ruffles the silver hair of a child with a mask over his face. He looks at the dark-haired child in front of him. The woman has an arm around said child's neck and is giving him what must be an excruciating oogie, considering the expression on his face. Tells a sweet-looking girl stands between them, giggling. The clan checker marks on her cheeks puff out as she laughs. The man has golden blonde hair and blue eyes, his smile kind and soft, and obviously in love. As he looks at the woman, his hair is red as a sunset in a cone grown almost to her ankles, pulled back from her eyes. The expression on her face is playful and smug as she rubs herself hard against the boy's hair. Her eyes sparkle with mischief. His skin is dark in a way that the man's isn't, but in a way that Naruto's is. A picture of his parents. Suddenly his hands shake, and he drops the picture before he accidentally drops it. They look exactly like Kurama had said they would, but seeing them is somehow different, somehow more real. He looks so much like his father. It's no wonder Gigi sees ghosts around him. But the shape of his face and the tone of his skin are clearly that of his mother, that even in the stillness of a photograph looks as fierce as Kurama wrote it. A pulse of tainted energy in his stomach reminds him painfully why he is here, that he has a father here. And now that he is still breathing, that he needs him, he carefully puts the frames back where he found them and picks up the keychain that lies next to the frames. He picks the one on top that he has seen Gigi use to open the spare parts box and runs a finger over the other keys until he finds the one that radiates chakra. He counts the number of keys he has. He then carefully lifts it off the ring and closes the drawer. He goes to the bottom drawer of Gigi's desk. He uses the key to open the reinforced metal box he finds inside. He goes to the row of keys labeled spare files and grabs the first one in the row. He closes and locks the box behind him in case a wandering shinobi should peek inside. He crouches in the hallway, clear of amber now that the oakage is no longer here to protect. He walks silently down the hall to the door to the archives. He settles himself in the corner of the door, synchronizes his chakra so that it resonates with the subtle rhythm of the wood and plaster of the wall. It doesn't take long for the door to open and the Chunin librarian to step out. A prim shinobi with dark hair and wide-set eyes. Yancy steps out of the small hallway and turns down the hall towards the bathrooms. Naruto slips inside before the door can fully close. The ranked jutsu room is in the back behind the shelves in the B-rank taijutsu. He navigates the maze of books and scrolls with practiced ease. He has 2 minutes to get in 3 tops. The Jounin key lock is obvious, it's on the door, but Naruto has to move a small shelf to get to the second one, which makes an unfortunate amount of noise. He can't help he does it, quickly grimacing at the groan and scrape of the wood against the wall, and puts Gigi's key in the slot. As soon as he discovers it, a twist and a squeak and the chakra alarm deactivates, he puts the shelf back in place and slides the jounin key in the door lock, letting out a sigh of relief when nothing squeaks or explodes in his face, but immediately goes back to cursing when he hears the scrape and click of the library door opening. He quickly walks and waits, and when he hears the doors start to close, he closes his own almost at the same time and waits for all the deities. He doesn't believe that Chunning hasn't heard. Then he waits with his ear pressed to the door for a heart-pounding minute, but doesn't hear footsteps approaching him. He doesn't really hear much of anything even with his keen ears. The room is eerily quiet, soundproof. He realizes he lets out a loud sigh in his own ears. He turns around and examines the room in front of him. It's not as small as he first thought it would be. Both walls are lined with tall shelves loaded with scrolls. There are no windows, so Naruto will have to rely on his internal clock to tell him when to get going. He has about 7 hours until dawn, and ideally he left at 6 with no time to waste. He tracks down the shelf of medical ninjutsu and unfolds the entire layer of scrolls. In text, he lays them out on the floor and gets to work. It takes him almost an hour, but he finally finds something that sounds like what he's looking for. The book. He finds it in his old. The leather spine is cracked, and the ink is bled on the frayed pages. It's some sort of diary that lists chakra ailments, and one of the chapters says chakra corruption. He reads it with more concentration than he would with a jutsu, memorizing everything it says. Chakra corruption definition: alteration and disruption of the nature of the chakras due to external forces resulting in disease of the chakra vessels, may be a primary or secondary condition, depending on whether the disruption is peripheral or central. Symptoms: lethargy, severe inability to remain conscious for long periods of time, pain radiating from the point of contamination, fever, blood toxicity, and inability in order to properly mold the chakra. In severe primary conditions of the central chakra system, the symptoms may also include nausea and vomiting of the clotted chakra. Such severe cases should be treated immediately, as prolonged suffering from this condition can lead to death. Causes: certain rare poisons have the ability to cause this condition, but it is most commonly caused by repeated exhaustion of the chakras followed by excessive intake of artificial chakra pills. Such as result, this condition is also known as field fever. In rare and often unrecorded cases, extreme emotional agitation or turmoil is known to cause this condition, particularly in those inclined to Yango energy with little Jin control. Treatment: the only known treatment for chakra corruption is transfusion. Firstly, as much of the corrupted chakra as is safe should be drained from the patient. Once this is done, the stable chakra should be introduced into the patient's system slowly over the course of several days. The more severe symptoms should subside immediately, although lethargy and fever may persist for a week or two as the chakra system rids itself of the remaining corrupt chakra. No, this can't be happening. This can't be. Naruto throws the book to the ground, feeling the sting of tears threaten the corners of his eyes. He lets them come because he's tired, devastated, and in pain, and there's no one around to hear him. All this and Naruto is useless. All this only to find out Naruto can't even help. Worse yet, Kurama's condition is probably his fault. Extreme emotional disorder. It was the only thing he had. Style: Kurama doesn't need chakra pills. He can't be poisoned. And the only thing he knows that Kurama has any emotional attachment to is Naruto. He cries until he can't see, because he can't do anything. The only thing Kurama needs, what Kurama has given him without reservation, is the only thing Naruto can't return. Chakra is seal. Kurama's prison. No, he will allow it. As tears fall onto his knees, darkening the fabric over his legs, he tries to reach out, tries to find Kurama in his seal, but the door Kurama slammed shut is still closed, and the burning against his stomach hasn't subsided. He can't allow this to happen. He can't. Kurama is a creature of chakra. Naruto has no doubt this could kill Subai Hulu if he lets it. He can't allow it. He places a hand over his seal. He feels the heat radiating even through the layers of bandages. Suddenly, something fires in his brain. The synapses connect, and hope lights up the seal. The seal is the problem. If you can alter it, change it somehow, so you can feed chakra through it. He jumps to his feet. He begins to scan the shelves, looking for anything he can find on Fuinjutsu. His frustration builds and builds as he goes through scroll after scroll, finding nothing that can help him. Nothing more complicated than storage scrolls or labels from barrier. Throw them ill hidden in the corner, the only piece of furniture in the room, and is only absent-mindedly glad that the room is soundproof. She leans against a tall bookshelf, looking dejectedly at the mess of scrolls and open books she has left behind, and sees it behind the chair she had knocked over. Hidden along the edge of one of the bookshelves there is a keyhole. It looks just like the one Naruto used to disable the alarms. He approaches it, not daring to hope, yet it might answer the Gigi's alarm key, but it might also require a completely different key, which Naruto doesn't have. If that's the case, if an alarm goes off and the Ambu find him, then Naruto would be expelled from the academy. He would never be a ninja, not in Konoha. But if he doesn't try and there's a chance, then Kurama will die, and it will all be Naruto's fault. And that makes the choice easy. He slides Gigi's key into the slot. He sends out a desperate silent pleas to any being that might be listening, and he turns the key, a clicking, a humming, sound the workings of mechanisms he can't see, and suddenly the bookshelf next to him opens a crack. The alarms don't sound, nor does he enter through the door. What the hell would Gigi say? Thank you to the 7 gods of luck, Naruto mutters, feeling old just saying it. But he feels it is necessary both for the situation and in tribute to the old man. He opens the secret door that swings on creaky hinges, leads up a short staircase to a small dark room filled with stacks of files and reports stacked on the floor, are kanji seals painted all over the walls, presumably to prevent intrusions from outside the library. Naruto sneaks up the stairs, leaving the bookshelf ajar. Behind him, there are no jutsu scrolls, except for one huge one that sits atop a desk in the back of the room, almost as long as Brute is tall. Nothing else that could tell him how to alter a seal as complex and powerful as the one Kurama holds. Takes a deep breath and drags the giant scroll on the desk. Kenjutsu forbidden techniques. Naruto gulps as he continues to read the jutsu. The scroll paper is thick and heavy. The ink scribbled on it is eerily simple for its content. Naruto reads it from cover to cover, copying down the things he knows he won't remember. He has no idea what he might need later, what might help. There are instructions for a shadow clone technique that makes no sense because it makes too much sense. Details about a system of security CHRC around something called the Shrine of Masks, and descriptions of a technique using a flying thunder seal. Whatever it is, towards the end, he finds something very familiar. His seal. It is marked in extraordinary detail under the name of the seal of the 8 trigrams. According to the notes he scribbles on all sides of the thing, it is much more complicated than anything else here. He has no idea what some of these terms mean. Fasteners, distribution, curves, dimensional pocketing, and there's nothing inside that gives even a hint of what they might be. Kurama had taught him a few things, basic constriction enough to make his own storage scrolls and some types of custom barrier tags, but nothing that complicated anyway. He copies every word, writes every scribble of notes in excruciating detail, and stuffs that specific scroll not into his backpack, but into one of the hidden pockets inside his shirt. It's a start, but there's not enough information is not enough for him to continue. He needs more help, a seal expert to teach him or something, but he doesn't know any except that he does, but not anyone alive. He rolls up the scroll again and turns his attention to the stacks and stacks of files. There are 4 hours left, better hurry up. He starts looking through the files, being careful not to disturb their order. They are in alphabetical order, so it's not difficult. As he moves his hand to the category he is looking for, his eyes settle on a different file 4 folders above the one he needs. The Ukiya incident. Naruto's mind flashes to Sasuke, to images of the huge, empty complex Naruto has seen him heading towards after school. By some instinct he doesn't understand, he pulls out the file. There's a strange symbol on the front, the kanji for the root word in bold strokes over the formal code for copy. He opens it with his thumb. Nausea surges through him at the sight of the images inside. He reads quickly with his hand to his mouth. Horror courses through him at the thought of doing such a thing to another human being, let alone their family. A few sentences stand out above all the others. Root issued mission completed, sole survivor mission assigned Ukiya Itachi status missing, Nin prerogative of control failed. On the back of the file in Gigi's handwriting there is a note: never again. Danzo has crossed a line. Ra will be dissolved with immediate effect. Under no circumstances will he be allowed to operate without my direct supervision. Not after this mess. I will make sure the child is protected. It was Itachi's last wish. Underneath there is more writing in unknown script. The funerals look just as you asked, but you should know the eyes are missing. Naruto has no idea what the hell that means, and he's starting to resent the feeling, though something doesn't feel right, something is wrong. So he takes a copy of this file as well. He slides the folder back from where he found it, shaking his head as if it will help banish the horrors from his thoughts, and flips to the file in there underneath, the one he was looking for to begin with. It's much thicker and filled to the brim with reports and photographic paper. It says uzushio, destruction. The smell of moo greets him When he opens it, the smell of forgotten reports and the shame of a decade ago. He flips through them. The pages seem brittle to the touch as he flips through sheet after sheet of writings and pictures. Most of it's nonsense, and even more is useless, with the sole exception of a set of maps detailing troop movements. The reports are not parallel. They contradict each other. And again he finds the kanji for rot stamped on every page. A report looks different. It's written on a different paper, crumpled with water stains and small tears. As if it was written in the field, the first part of the page is illegible, but Naruto can make out the end: all dead or missing, can't tell. Kiri and Yanin from Shinobi Zo, too many of both much older than later. Repository not found by either party. Storm is forcing the Kiri forces to Konoha can't continue the search depot. Something seems odd about the way it's spelled as a proper name. Kurama had taught him enough script and read enough history and jutsu to know that wasn't normal. Storm is spelled the same way. When Naruto turns the page, he finds a disturbing note: attack Ada on the back. The island doesn't want us here. Any hospitality or tolerance you once offered has been resented with our failure. We can't even bury the fallen. Only the Uzumaki could calm his anger, and the Uzumaki are dead by the time he finishes cleaning up the mess he had made in the upper room and securing all the doors. It is only an hour before the building starts to flood with early risers. He leaves the library and walks down the main hallway without any problems, and is almost home free when he turns the corner to Gigi's office and physically collides with a shinobi. He quickens and jerks back, raising a hand to grab his nose where it had impacted on the ninja's ribcage with a force that makes him cry. Soft idiot. His brain registers several things at once: boy, Simban, Tokubetsu, Hyunin, before panic takes over, and everything is just a jumble of I'm going to be expelled and Kurama is going to die. But then the man lets out a sigh of pain, and Naruto looks up. His panic has temporarily stopped. The Takuja looks familiar, although Naruto can't tell why. He has his jaw-length honey hair pulled back, the eyes of the color of caramel syrup, and there's a semi-bond clench between his teeth. Aside from the clenching of his jaw and the painful hiss of breathing that Naruto is sure he heard, there are no signs of the pain the man is feeling clearly, but Naruto can practically feel it rolling off of him in waves, be it the man if it is vehemently running a hand through his hair where it falls out of its loose tail. But he studies his features easily enough and looks at Naruto. Hey, what are you doing here, kid? It's time of death. Naruto fumbles for a second because he's a liar, and he knows it, but he stops, searching for an answer when he feels something more than pain coming out of the man in front of him. Naruto has no idea how he knows that. The only emotion showing on the 30-something's face is boredom. However, Naruto's instincts seem to be sure of it. And when he looks at the man for a moment, blinking, the feeling intensifies until he begins to see it coming to the surface at the back of his. Naruto rubs his face, and the Tokubetsu seems to misinterpret the action in conjunction with his red and watery eyes. He feels uncomfortable instantly and obviously, and raises his hands as if Naruto is some kind of mine that he accidentally stepped on, and if he moves in the wrong direction, he will blow his leg off. Whereas Irika, when you need him, he mutters under his breath low enough that if Naruto's hearing was less acute, he wouldn't have picked it up. What are you doing here? He asks harshly, his voice a little rough, because the man seems more the center of attention than Naruto. Feels the guilty taste in the air intensifies, so that Naruto can smell it, acrid and lingering like vinegar, and missed opportunities. Naruto rubs his nose where the bone impacted. The man offers a smile that looks more like a grimace, but it doesn't answer his question. Are you okay, boy? He asks. Could I ask you? The words are out of Naruto's mouth before he can think too hard about them, and they're softer than he meant for them to be, because he demands it. He's exhausted, and now that he bothers to inhale properly through his poor battered nose, he can smell the metallic taste of blood beneath the shinobi's clothes. You need a medic or something. The forced smile falls from the man's face, and his semen clicks audibly against his teeth as his jaw relaxes. The shinobi's eyes narrow, and his brow wrinkles in confusion. Naruto just blinks up at him, confused by the scrutiny. What? How do you imagine? Oh, why are you hurt? Naruto says, because that's kind of obvious. Except maybe it isn't, because the ninja's eyes open again for a split second and then suddenly cloud over. The man sways, raising one arm to brace himself against the wall, the facade crumbling at the edges in a hiss sigh and a pained hunch of the shoulders like air released from a balloon. He croaks, sorry kid, but I guess your sensei isn't around. It's Naruto's turn to be confused, because what does he have to do? See that with nothing. Irika sensei won't be here for a while. I don't think you don't need to be in a hospital. The man shakes his head. He's gone from pale to sickly in less than a minute, and sticky sweat is building up on his forehead as he struggles to stay upright. No hospitals, he mutters, and then falls forward in alarm. Naruto moves to catch him. Bracing his shoulder against the shinobi's chest as the man slumps forward, he's heavy enough that Naruto nearly knocks him over. And so Naruto is stuck with 75 kilograms of unconscious shinobi that he didn't ask for. Oh, come on, he doesn't complain about anyone in particular for a second. He debates leaving him in front of the shinobi wing of the emergency room, but he dismisses the idea almost as soon as it occurs to him. Irika-sensei's house isn't far away. It would be just as easy to drag him there as it would be to take him to the hospital. He just hopes he doesn't get into trouble. Irika brings his second cup of coffee of the morning to his mouth and takes a sip, looking through the mission reports on his kitchen table as debate over the merit of a third dose of caffeine. He realizes another cup decreases the likelihood that he actually strangles his chances of being too nice to Anko by accident and having to deal with his harassment/unsubtle flirting all day, just when he decides not to. Thinking more caffeine would be worse for both his health and sanity. There's a soft, hesitant knock on his door. Irika immediately freezes with the cup halfway to his mouth. Not a single person from the one that Irika could be considered a friend would knock on the door like that. Only two people he knows would bother to knock. The first is I8, who is chronically polite, and the second is Gay, whose knocks generally scare Irika's neighbors and occasionally break down his door. The rest either just barge in or are overly paranoid. They tend to fall out of his window late at night. Irika slides his chair back and stands up. He hasn't gotten dressed, yet he hadn't planned on going early today, so he's still in his civilization, a pair of gray sweatpants and a navy blue long sleeve with his hair loose around his shoulders. He pulls a kunai out from under the table and slides it into the waistband of his pants, covering the handle with a tug of his shirt. He's prepared for a lot of things when he opens the door, but the last thing he expects to see is the familiar lock of blonde hair belonging to his favorite student hunched over under the pitiful unconscious corpse of Genma. Blue eyes blink at him, too red and exhausted for Irika's liking, but the bright smile offered to him is genuine, though tired. Hello, Irika-sensei. Opens the door. Immediately, Naruto asks, bending down to relieve his unconscious idiot friend from his students' small shoulders. What's going on? What happened? Naruto peeks out from under Genma's weight as soon as he can. A strangely graceful curve for an almost 10-year-old. I think he's mostly okay, but he passed out in the halls outside Gigi's office, outside Okage's office. What hell was Genma doing there? Unless you moron, Shiranui growled softly, throwing the other shinobi's limp arm over his shoulder, wrapping his own around the man's waist to lift him up against his side. Naruto looms nearby, looking unsure. Irika can't help but smile a little. Do you think you could help me with this idiot? Naruto, knowing him, he's going to need stitches. Do you remember where I keep my med kit? Naruto nods intelligently and crouches down next to Irika towards the apartment. Disappearing around the corner into the bathroom, Irika drags his friend to the couch and begins to unbutton his jounin vest, his eyes searching for the red he knows must be under the thick fabric of the bulletproof vest. He finds the crimson stain on the flesh of Genma's right side, a long stripe visible at the bottom of the jacket like a sliver of red paint. The blood is invisible against standard long-sleeve shinobi, so Irika will have to get it out of him before he can see the extent of the damage. Otherwise, the shirt is clean and unworn, which raises Irika's blood pressure, because it means the idiot literally went home and changed before thinking about seeking medical attention. He really wants to beat the stubborn asshole up for that, and for apparently passing out with one of his kids, but he'll have to wait until Genma is conscious. For that, he puts two fingers on the Dakuge's neck to check his pulse, just as Naruto reappears with Irika's briefcase in tow, with concern evident in his eyes. His young face is going to be okay. It's going to be okay, Irika answers, and is relieved to be able to say it with confidence. Gem's pulse beats evenly under his fingers, and although it's not as strong as he would like, it's not weak either. He looks up at his student, tracing his eyes in a cursory check of the boy's current state. There are still bags under Naruto's eyes that would put Vicky's raccoon mask to shame. Dark half-moons like bruises beneath his bright blue irises. They now have more life than that there was yesterday. At least a strange, stubborn sort of urge that has taken hold since Aka last saw him. What were you doing in the academy building so early? You're looking for Sarutobi-sama. Naruto nods, looking away. He couldn't sleep. His voice quiets down to almost a whisper. He was having nightmares. Irika doesn't ask. He can only imagine what kind of things could be going around in the poor boy's head at night. Why didn't you take him to the emergency room? PID didn't come and get in. I'm sure it would have been easier. He said something. Naruto nods. He said he didn't want to go to the hospital, and he asked me where you were, so I figured if I was looking for you anyway, it would be okay. The blonde pauses for a moment. I don't think he wanted anyone to know why he was hurt. That makes sense to Aluka. He's more than familiar with Genma's tendency to cover up almost anything to avoid having to explain himself. But the fact that Naruto has come to that conclusion about a man who he's barely met, it's amazing. Iruka gives the boy as bright a smile as he can, reaching up from where he's crouched next to Genma to ruffle the golden blonde hair in an effort to convey some sort of comfort. I'm sorry you had to do this. It must have startled you. Naruto shakes his head, but his eyes are brighter. I think it might have scared him, not the other way around, he says sheepishly. He chuckles a little at that. He can imagine how his friend might have reacted after accidentally running into the one person in the village he'd been told as Kakashi to avoid, but finds it funny mainly because Genma's inability to deal with children is exasperating on the worst of days. Could you get me the needle and thread, please, he asks, using a soft flash of chakra to cut the fabric off Genma's top. Naruto does as he's told with an already confident more enthusiasm than Iruka expected, considering how tired he must be as far as he knows Iruka. Naruto has never been much of an early riser. Iruka pulls back the blood-soaked cloak to reveal 3 parallel cuts along Genma's ribs. The cuts are long. They run along the top edge of the obliques before curving inwards towards the navel, the length of Iruka's hand from wrist to fingertips. The wounds are clean and unmistakable, too thin for too deep. 4 shuriken, too uniform for ninja. Higher, there is a small red line, even with the cuts, where a 4th weapon grazed the indentation behind Genma's ribcage. A 4th finger to Iruka's surprise. Naruto insists on looking over his shoulder. He doesn't seem apprehensive with the blood and the pulling of tissue as Iruka works stitching the edges of the wound. When he's done, he does a sequence of hand signs he wishes weren't so familiar and crosses his palms over Genma's wounds. Medical art energy stitch a soft turquoise glow envelopes his hands. The warm hum of the chakra seeps into the skin under his touch, while says Naruto in his ear, I didn't know you were a doctor, Sensei. Iruka laughs. I'm not a real doctor, but I have a specialty in field medicine, which this moron here seems to think is the equivalent. Naruto blinks in curiosity. What's the difference? Iruka shrugs, toning up the chakra as the wounds begin to close around the deeper spots. A real doctor wouldn't need stitches at all. My chakra control isn't good enough to properly heal damage deep. Finishes his work of patch and turns to look his student straight in the eyes. You know what I think, Naruto replies the young blonde girl with her eyes still on Genma's newly healed wounds. I think you could be anything you set your mind to. Naruto's eyes widen, and for a second, he's the same vulnerable boy Iruka nearly tripped over outside of. Ichiraku, who still flinched when Iruka put a hand on his shoulder. Iruka smiles warmly at him over his shoulder. I have no doubt that if you really wanted to, you could be a doctor brilliant with or without chakra issues. Iruka's smile curves sideways. But I also think that's not exactly what you want, is it? What does Naruto ask, obviously unhinged. You strike me as more of the type of ninja who would prevent your comrades from getting hurt in the first place, Iruka says, quietly tilting his head. Am I wrong? Naruto shakes his head. But do you think I could do that? Iruka lets out a soft laugh. I think you'd be good at it more than that. I think it's your will of fire. Naruto makes a kind of adorably frustrated face. JY keeps talking about it, but he doesn't tell me what it means. It's all you'll understand when you're older, those things. That's why it's different for everyone. Boy, not everyone has the same kind of fire, because not everyone is driven by the same thing. Your will to fire is what drives you further than anything else, the fuel you use to do things that other people wouldn't achieve. In your shoes, how to protect precious people. The answer is so immediate and certain that Iruka looks a little incredulous. But then something clicks in Iruka's head like a puzzle piece, a fragment that has been missing, and it changes his view of the blonde boy before him. A subtle but powerful change. For an instant, reflected in Naruto's bright eyes, he sees terrifying potential. Iruka has seen potential before. It is his job to explore it, to bring it out of hiding, make sure his children know full well what they can be if they try it. Is easy, and students like SH try children who already have an idea of who they are and what they want to be an idea of. How to advance is harder on students like Shikamaru Akchoi, whose potential slumbers all day or is buried under layers of self-doubt. Iruka had mistakenly placed Naruto in the latter category. By the look in those eyes, Naruto knows how strong he can be, and even if he isn't fully aware of it, something in him is something in him. He knows what he is capable of if given the chance and the means, and from the piece of it that Iruka can see, the latent possibility is unfathomable. An idea is forming in his head out of nowhere, summoned by this newly finished image. Naruto tilts his head in animalistic curiosity at her silence, clearly waiting for whatever Iruka is thinking of telling him. And how did I miss instincts like that? Iruka wonders. Naruto isn't exactly a tactical thinker. But with senses like the ones he's been displaying, he obviously doesn't need to be Irika hadn't been looking for him, because an intuition like that animal intuition is something Irika hasn't seen outside of the Inuzuka. Okachi, your brain is stocked up as an afterthought. You know what the definition of specialization is? Irika asks. The boy shakes his head and sits on the edge of the coffee table. Irika also makes himself comfortable leaning back against the base of the couch and raising one knee to support his hand. One is a set of skills outside the normal range of skills taught to ninjas. I have a chunning level. Specialty in field medicine. Most masters must have some kind of non-combat specialty in case of emergencies, like a toku. Naruto asks. Irika nods, tilting his head towards Gima Toku, as this idiot earned his rank through a level hing or two specialization. In his case, it's a lot easier than going on a full rank huning. Have you ever thought about what you would like to specialize in as a chunin or as a huning? Because now Yuka is thinking about it. She is curious to see what Naruto could become. Naruto shakes his head and rubs the back of his neck, suddenly looking uncertain again. The truth is, no, I'm not really sure how this all works. Irika nods and stands up. He had assumed normally no, he wouldn't be talking about this sort of thing with a student who hasn't yet graduated from the academy. But for Naruto, it's obviously not a question of if he'll graduate. Just why don't we have breakfast? And I'll tell you all about it. I think I could use another cup of coffee. A shinobi never wakes up slowly. There is no smooth transition to consciousness. Through a soft hazy light and an absent thought, there is no easy way out of the darkness for Gunma. It happens in an instant, just a world from one state to another, a snap straight from unconsciousness to perfect clarity. He doesn't open his eyes, he doesn't let them blink, he doesn't allow his body to tense, habit born of long practice in the field. Transformed into an instinctive tick that he couldn't break. Even if he tried, he's perfectly still, not even a hitch in his breathing from one state to another. But apparently that doesn't mind you. I know you're awake, imbecile. Ginma opens his eyes, cautiously grimacing at the headache that greets him through the glaring mid-morning sun and the sheer amount of blood. He's probably lost. He hates anemic hangovers. They're almost as bad as the real thing. But the pain he's currently in is nothing on the pain he's about to feel. If the look on Yumino Irika's face is any indication, please tell me that your third cup of coffee. Gimajime isn't proud of it. Irika Bilia, with his nails against his ceramic mug, looking too cheerful to be anything but homicidal, fifth, actually says with a tight-lipped smile, and already Ginma is Radu will find pieces of him in. Yue and Vicky had warned him to don't be friends with Irika. She had told him bad for your health. She had told him God sometimes he wished he would listen. Anyone who could tolerate hanging out with Anko had to be one. But it's so easy to be friends with Irika. He's smart, he's funny, you never have to worry about her flirting with your partner, and she's literally not afraid of anyone on the face of the planet. She laid eggs in Danzo Shimura's house when she was 14. How could she not be friends with Gima? In fact, the only time Gima has ever seen Irika afraid is when it's because of someone, and usually the moment he's not afraid for you. He's angry, usually at you, for doing something stupid. Enough to El Mars, considering Gunma hasn't been completely eviscerated. Imagine it just gave Irika a mild start. He tries to muster a smile that's too close to a grimace to be convincing. How much trouble am I in exactly? Irika narrows his eyes. So obviously that was the wrong thing to ask. You bled all over my favorite student. Gunma visibly cringes. The memory comes back to him in moments. He groans, brings his palm to his eye, and rubs it hard. It's okay. The blonde Irika's anger visibly calms down, and he sets his cup down. It's okay. He's a tough guy. Actually, I was more worried about you. I gave him something to eat and sent him home to sleep. Gima nods, remembering the dark rings surrounding watery red and blue eyes. The stream didn't look so good anymore. He said he's been having nightmares. Irika says, thinks, looking at his cup on the table. He was looking for Sarutobi when you two collided, probably looking for someone to talk to. He should have parents for that. Gima growls before he can stop himself. The words are bitter and they hurt like acid on his tongue. But he doesn't take it back. The look Irika gives him is sympathetic and exasperated at the same time. Now you sound like Kakashi. Gunma sighs, letting the anger drain from his expression, but not from his blood. It wasn't Kakashi's job to protect one of them. Don't do it, Irika says quietly. There was nothing any of you could have done. We've all failed before like this. No. Gima fights back ferociously. Not with these consequences. Irika concedes that point with a nod of his head, and then says, completely off topic, I'm gonna skin in Noichi. Gima blinks, momentarily bewildered. It's not like Irika doesn't threaten to murder a Jounin-ranked ninja every day. He threatens the Sandaime every night. Breath, the god of shinobi, pulls out the too old for paperwork card. A lot. So Ginma listens through the walls, but can't think of anything the last few days that Yamanaka Sr. has pulled that might justify Irika's anger. Is something wrong with Ino? Ginma guess. It's usually a safe bet. Nothing puts them off nerves to chunning like someone who messes with their kids, even if the culprit is a parent. She told me she was on a diet yesterday, says Irika. Scathingly, mind screams, and Noichi better drag his ass for cover, cause that means he's been spending too much time with Choza, and not enough making sure Ino doesn't emulate her mother. Ginma should probably check how much time he spends with Irika since apparently it's enough to keep up to date on civilian school gossip. Ginma Jime, knowing that Irika will get his meaning. Ginma hates, not so subtly, most of them, and sure Ino's mother is a strong, elegant woman with a fierce protective instinct, but she also forgets that her daughter is a ninja and needs to be treated like the warrior she is becoming. That is not the kind of mindset a 10-year-old should have, let alone a ninja. Irika grunts, and it's starting to get to Sakura. It's contagious. Ginma laughs, which was clearly Iruka's aim, because his lips twist into corners of his mouth, and they give him away. Sly, Ginma laughs, grimacing as the movement of his ribs pulls at the fresh stitches on his side. He puts a hand over the bandages on his bare side, catching a glimpse of the sorry remains of his shinobi lying in tatters next to the coffee table. Irika is sitting at. That was a new tank top, you know. Then maybe you shouldn't have worn it for recent injuries. He snaps. What were you thinking walking around so hurt? I was thinking if I could get to his classroom, I could pass out behind his desk in peace. I didn't take into account a small blonde-haired girl digging into my open wounds. Irika. There seems to be a scolding that's eager to jump out behind his teeth, but he swallows it down and stares at Ginma for a long moment. Kakashi doesn't know, right? He asks after a long moment, tilting his head. The wound. Ginma sighs deeply. He doesn't think he missed me. When Irika raises an eyebrow at that, he stares back at him. It wasn't exactly all there at that moment. How bad? No worse than usual. That doesn't reassure me given the circumstances, because Gunma is a mature adult shinobi with rank. A warrants out for his arrest in 3 countries. He doesn't stick his tongue out at Irika. Rada would be proud. Irika must be sorry. His petulance goes anyway, because he snorts and rocks to his feet. Come on, I still have some breakfast left. Ginma rolls off the couch so fast he almost pulls his stitches. Hook is cooking isn't something you turn your back on mortal wounds, or not. Irika, he laughs at him all the way to the kitchen. Who makes curry for breakfast? Ginma asks, even as he stuffs his face with Irika's leftovers. Irika's kitchen was warm and hoary in a way most people wouldn't associate with a shinobi, covered in colorful drawings and little mementos of his students stuck and stacked on every surface imaginable. There are new ones since Ginma was last year. An ink drawing of Koi with Anabai Yuga's name signed in the corner. A small figurine of glazed clay from a bumblebee that could only be Shino's. Naruto wanted to learn how to make it. It was as good a time as any. Irika comments as he flips through a report with another cup of coffee by his elbow and chews on his food. You're a murderer, not a 4-year-old. Ginma gulps reflexively and grabs his cup of black tea to help wash it down. As expected, it's fantastic, not too heavy, but not too thin, with enough spice to set a smaller man on fire. Did you give this to the brat? He asks, amazed at the level of heat. We didn't make 2 pots. Naruto's was more tame. He took it home. Ginma looks at the clock. 10:34 a.m., which means Irika called in on a sick day to take care of him. You're sure school isn't going to explode without you? He orders about a spoonful of boiling curry, reluctant to stop eating long enough to talk without his bite. Irika raises his eyebrow around his coffee cup and doesn't deign to that with a response. Instead, he looks at Ginma's nearly empty bowl of curry with a poorly simulated fun. Rada doesn't feed you. Ginma stops for a split second. He gulps so hard his chest hurts. You're implying something ate you? No ass, planting his elbow on the table and casting a playful, suspicious glance at the school teacher. Irika laughs and slaps Gunma's arm from under him for his bad manners. You imply a lot on your own, plus you like scars. It was only a matter of time. I don't gin you fart lies and slander, plus I thought you didn't care about that kind of thing, and the proof of that is pretty obvious. Ginma knows he's hot. He's known it since before he hit puberty, but he's been shirtless this whole time, and Irika hasn't even looked at him. He never has, at least not in a way that doesn't have to do with checking injuries. Just because he has no fluid doesn't mean he doesn't have eyes. Shiranui drags Irika dry as a dessert from one. Plus, he figures the only person you fall in love with forever is the only one immune to your charms. Ginma smiles. He puts the spoon in the empty bowl and sticks the bond between his teeth. Apart from you, of course, he says with a wink. Get out of my house, Ginma. When Naruto returns to his apartment, it is late in the morning. The knot in his stomach is a heavy weight, but he is not anxious to be caught. He had cleaned, erased his fingerprints, left all the keys in their respective places. This weight is something constant, a singularity in his chest that makes him dizzy. What he is thinking is crazy. He had never been so far from the village before, but he is desperate, And he's scared, very scared. The kids who haven't passed the academy exam can't even leave the city limits alone, and Naruto failed it twice, but Irika's words keep bouncing around in his head. A faith he didn't expect gives him hope that this might not be as impossible as it seems. I think it's your will of fire. The pain in his stomach is spreading, chasing all the way to his tongue, along his sides, though the intensity of it has lessened a bit. When he goes to changing the bandages, he finds that most of the gauze has been eaten away, leaving the fabric as nothing but dusty ash pressed against his skin by the last layer of gauze. He tests its seal once more. He finds the door open. Dread rises like bile in his throat, and he dives and opens his eyes, sunken to his knees in mud. But instead of angry and seething, it's cold and slimy, thick like mud or tar. It smells horrible, like sulfur gas and rotting tissue, but the air no longer chokes him as it burns his throat. The space is darker than ever. The only ambient light seems to come from Kurama himself, radiates from the center of the biju, a warm reddish golden glow that pulses in soft bursts that radiate along the fox's limbs and down its tails. It is constant and slow and comes in pairs like the beat of a heart. Kurama stands still with his body motionless. Just beyond the bars, the inner light falters as it moves away, flickering and dying towards the tips of its tails and the tips of its claws. In contrast, Naruto can see purple veins encroaching beneath the kitsune's red fur, the corruption taking form as he waves forward, reaching out towards the biju, running his fingers through the fur of Kurama's nose. In that familiar gesture, tears threaten his eyes as some of the lush crimson fur, now darkened to burgundy, falls away from his palm. Kurama asks pleadingly, "Come on, you stupid fox, wake up." But it's no use. Kurama remains unconscious, his breathing slow and labored, and Naruto is alone again. He rubs his face against the chakra fur, tears falling down his face. Please. But no matter how much he cries or how much he begs, the Kyuubi's eyes remain closed. Naruto isn't sure why. He thought he could be different. Crying has never solved anything for him. He never got even a look of pity back. So when his tears have dried, he just sits indifferent to the disgusting, toxic feeling of the rotting chakra around him. He keeps one hand in Kurama's fur and lets an emotion different replace the one of despair. Conjures up all the memories he can from every corner of his mind. A warm nose on his back, pulling him back from a fall. Tiles curled around him, comforting him and protecting him as he told stories of powerful creatures and old battles. And the family he'd never met, red eyes warming from cold and unfeeling to sharp and mischievous, gentle corrections and grudging affection. Intent creeps up Naruto's spine, his jaw. He tenses, his eyes shine with the hardness of diamond, and he makes a decision. He has work to do. He wakes up to the smell of rain coming through the open window. He gets up, shakes the last tiredness from his bones, and goes to check his backpacks. The wind picks up as he throws his old bag over his shoulder, fingers of fresh wind tugging at his hair. He takes a deep breath, letting the cold cool his lungs. He has always liked the smell of rain. He leaves his note for Irika Sense, and on the counter he hates lying to his teacher, but he'll be back before he can be missed. He waits outside. A gentle drizzle soaks the earth and grass. The sunset is both beautiful and dangerous. Rays of red and purple light highlight the dark clouds ahead with a colorful warning. It may be raining lightly now, but it won't stay that way. By the smell and feel of the wind and air, Naruto knows the coming storm will be massive. He can feel it in the charge building up in the atmosphere and the pressure against his skin as it begins to fall in the silence that has fallen over the usually noisy woods, and he heads straight for the middle of it. He has no idea if he can do this. He has no idea if he would manage it under normal circumstances, let alone with this monstrous monsoon on the horizon. There is no time. There is no other option. The rain helps hide it as he dodges the patrols on his way out of the village proper. The forest outside of Konoha is dark and labyrinthine, but Naruto's eyes are strong enough, sharp enough to pierce the darkness. He forms a seal of concentration and begins to blink, his body launching himself towards the trees to jump from branch to branch. He feels the tension looming in the air. He feels the atmosphere grow heavy, and the storm unleashes above his head. In just a few minutes, it goes from a sprinkling to a breaking. Each drop cuts like needles, stinging his skin and tearing the leaves off the trees. The branches hit and drag against his arms. The bark of the trees becomes slippery and dangerous. Loses sight of the path he'd been following almost immediately, but instinctively knows which way is east, so he forges his own, draws its chakra. With Kurama's, the biju's power is heady and toxic, but chakra is still chakra. And if you mix it with enough of your own, it keeps the true, acidic, long-stale energy at bay, keeps him moving, and has the added benefit of draining some of the disease from the Viola's blood and slowing the corruption. Think wait time begins to bleed. The storm is like a living thing around him, swirling wind and pouring rain, blinding lightning, and roaring thunder. His core chakra dries up, and he grabs onto anything he can use, forcing the earth chakra to circulate. Because it's the first thing he can grab. The feeling is different. The wood beneath his feet and hands rumble to the touch as power forces its way along empty channels, surging along his limbs and filling him with a strength undaunted. He drew for the first time, but the feeling is fuller now, a rumbling energy that turns his granite bones into steel. As that force fades, he draws the next strip of water chakra across the spot on the ground, a burst, a moment suspended in time, and the rain stops against his skin, protecting him for a moment from further downpours as it races through his system to give him the energy he needs. His blood sings in his veins with his step. Then he breathes in fire through it. He feels his throat burn as he gasps in the humid air, temporarily confused by the flashes of warm light. He sees out of sync with the lightning until he realizes he is literally breathing fire. He turns to the wind as the fire, and he feels the gales around him twist to spin around his feet and throw his steps farther than he is normally capable. He leaves lightning for last, the strongest of his chakra. And of all the elements, it is the one that answers more easily. It burns along his skin and through his veins with such power it burns away some of the corruption, allowing him to breathe through the combustion again. As the electricity replaces that pain with his own, turns the rain into steam the moment it touches his skin, leaves its charred footprints like lightning. His breath, heavy like a storm cloud. The darkness of the sky never ceases. The rain never ceases, only when he notices. The trees begin to change and separate. The rain slows from the cold sheer of warmer, fatter drops. The soaking softens further to a drizzle and then a sprinkle, and then the dark clouds part and light filters through the cracks as if through stained glass, and a vibrant golden readings reel. And Naruto stops in dry. It's a sunrise. The colors spill like water, paints across the landscape below him, shining against the tall grass, moving to dip and stain over the face of a falling cliff abruptly into a swirling. See the shoreline. Everything he'd read told him it would be at least 2 days before he'd get that far. He'd only been traveling one night. He lets himself fall onto the soft plant life below him, aching, and as he is, the sunlight is a balm on his skin. The wind merino grabs his soaked clothes and wipes the raindrops from his hair, walks to the edge of the cliff. He contemplates a perilous drop to bright reefs and sharp rocks. Aside from the inherent danger of a fall, the edge, he is protected by thick trees on all sides, a safe enough place to rest. He covers his head with his clothes and hangs them to dry on a branch in the sun. As he does so, he looks down to see spiders of black veins crisscrossing his skin from his fingertips to his shoulder. They pulse uncomfortably, as if there is too much pressure on his blood, but the more there is in his system, the less in the deep Kurama, and the more time he buys himself. He does his best to ignore the creeping pain of the corruption and pulls some food out of his backpack. He's starving. He spends the rest of the day napping occasionally on the edge of the cliff, recovering from his rabbit run away from Konoha. He knows how to go north from here, but that's all he knows. He has the rough map he drew, based on the ones he found in the archives, but he's not an artist, so it's a rough estimate at best. He's not sure what it is that leads him to sleep right on the cliff line, but there's something about the view of the ocean that calms him, relieves some of the lingering anxiety, and soothes his frazzled nerves. He sleeps there until he feels like himself again, until he can stand with confidence in both body and chakra. He struggles to his feet. He bends down to pick up his backpack and comes face to face with the precipice. He takes one last strengthening breath to chase the fog from his eyes and arm him against the pain, and turns to leave. As he does, something in the wind changes. It softens from the gusts, regular ocean sounds, to something whispered on your cheek, like a greeting. You turn your head, but the breeze of feeling is gone as fast as it came. Only my imagination runs north as the sun reaches its zenith, chasing the gales that rise from the water. The land begins to change from dense forest to rugged river valleys, and the sight of ocean currents swirling through rocky banks marks the end of the country of fire and the beginning of the whirlpool. You see no people, but now and then you take a look. She looks at abandoned villages through the thick, glistening vegetation, or across the ravines on the banks of a river. There are simple little groups of wooden houses covered with young trees, and Hedra has the feeling that she is the first human being to be here in a long time. As the day turns to evening, she comes across such a village nestled in a small bay pressed against the side of the cliff. She is standing on a small ledge, overlooking the series of dark brown ruined houses covered in moss offset by the cobalt glow of the sea. Beyond, it looks like a fishing village, or perhaps a harbor. Extensive docks stretch along the shabby harbor. He slides down the steep slope toward her unaware, through the pain in his veins and the wonder in his eyes of the easy grace in her movements now. He ignores the grace and confidence of her movements as he leaps from stone to stone. When the drop becomes too steep, he pays no attention to the ease with which his chakra responds to his call, even in the slightest of instincts, how it rises to his aid the moment he is ready in this time of crisis. Prepared now to do whatever he asks of it, he stops at the edge of one of the larger buildings. A barn-like structure with most of the roof caved into ruin is all sharp and broken edges is worn by nature's crawl over the rubble reclaiming what is his. He walks along the ruined docks, carefully moving slowly in case that some of the planks don't feel like holding his weight. It's a surprisingly solid construction for a bunch of wooden planks suspended over the water. However, there seems to be something missing that's absent amongst the wreckage. He leans over the edge of one of the docks, peering into the crystal clear water. It's the boats, more specifically the fact that there aren't any. Through all the wreckage and debris, there's no sign of anything that ever resembled a boat, despite all the care, obviously, he put in the construction of the docks. There's not a single broken boat in the water or the rubble of the village. Now that I think about it, I don't remember the reports that mentioned that U2s had ships. He had assumed they would be like Kiri, that they would have the same type of armadas that Kurama had told him were a staple of the hidden mist infantry. But he sees no evidence of masts or curved planks that could have once formed a hull. Just sheets covered in old torn fishing nets. Standing on the edge of the dock, finds himself captivated by the sea again. The warm afternoon sun has turned it from the cool, grayish blue of early morning to a warmer tropical, cerulean, hinted with greens, as it meanders along the shallows and deepens to a darker navy. As it moves away towards the horizon, Naruto crouches down, leans over the edge, and drags his fingers through the water. It opens like ribbons around his fingers, warmer than he had thought. AR swirls, eddies against his palm. The water flows back against him as a strange little current passes through her that swirls around her wrist for a gentle moment before returning to its normal level. Another strange, elemental greeting. Perhaps she hadn't imagined the first what is going on here, like some kind of chain reaction. The wind suddenly picks up around her, twisting to spin around her once or twice, and then chases after her in a playful glide, dancing along the surface of the water. Something tugs at him, sharply tugs at her. Some kind of old instinct in his chest, like a tug of a chain taut in a place. Just below his heart, something deep, something animalistic draws. Like a magnet north, he fixes his attention across the sea. He takes a step from the docks into the water. And if this was part of the ninja village, it suddenly makes sense that Uzushio didn't have any boats. They hadn't needed them. The sapphire sea is warm and clear and teeming with hundreds of colorful fish. They dart beneath him as he runs over their coral homes, chasing his sandals, fluttering back and forth beneath his shoes. Naruto wonders if they're used to this, and once chased dozens of shinobi across the surface of a sea. But the ocean is empty now. There's not a ship or a soul in sight, across miles and miles of unbroken water stretching on and on until the blue of the sea meets the blue of the sky. The wind comes out to play again, fluttering mischievously, practically daring Naruto to chase after it. He's never been one to they refuse a challenge, so he runs after it, jumping over the waves to move with it. Something bright and spontaneous wells up in him, something that numbs the pain in his veins and chest as he jumps over the waves and twists and turns, bouncing on the water and laughing. His chakra wants to join in the fun, so he lets it change into a water flame. He feels the texture of the sea beneath him change beneath his feet. He begins to ride the waves instead of running over them, sliding up to crest the waves, then pushing off from the top, writhing like a gymnast on the way down. The wind and water answer him. The breeze hides in little eddies around him, cradling as if to slow his descent. The water joins the game, reaching out to meet him as he falls, rising to help him as he jumps again. The ocean steals his sandals, and he doesn't even notice, laughing madly as the sea tosses him around again and the wind tugs at his fall, caught up in the strange feeling of camaraderie and welcome as the wind and water, they greet you like old familiar friends. An island grows in the distance like the back of a huge turtle. A dark shape rises above the horizon. Your companions turn from playmates to guides, urging you forward towards the shape. The pull in your chest tightens. A sense of foreboding warns you to be prepared for whatever you find. Chakra in the water And wind is a tangible thing. Now living things cling to your ankles and shirt, pulling you closer to what you must know, which is his mother's home. The ocean tugs at his calves, a wariness to head south. He does as he is told, following a wide curve through the water. That becomes more and more as he approaches the island. Most of the island is surrounded by sharp cliffs adorned with strange stone columns formed in the shape of hexagons. The reports he had read called them basalt columns. Although Naruto isn't so sure what makes them special, they stop their march to curve inward and form the entrance to a protected bay that the wind carries him towards. As soon as he realizes it, he jumps over the threshold onto the crystal clear surface of the bay, and something in the air changes. He stands as still as the water beneath his feet. Naruto can't feel anything wrong exactly, but he feels as if he has somehow walked into the past, as if the entire island is frozen, suspended in time. The only movement comes from the water and the wind around him, and only then when he is practically touching it, as if his mere presence were awakening something that had been dormant for decades. He rises out of the water and onto the beach. A long crescent of pitch-black sand is stark against the pale basalt stones as a spill of ink on parchment. The sand, or with the touch of his bare feet against the warm granules, a pulse that leaves an imprint like a rock thrown into still water. The world around him is still and silent save for the subtle gust of air and the splash of waves. Nothing. He doesn't move or breathe. There are no lizards moving and no birds singing, just an empty silence. Yet the chakra in the bones of this place is palpable. It sings in the air, in the water, in the sand beneath his feet. And yet he seems to hold his breath, as if he were still in mourning. Naruto has the feeling that he has been given some kind of honor that he doesn't understand. With his breath tight in his chest, he walks along the shore. The sand marks his passage along the beach, small ripples that erase his footprints as he walks the columns. They are natural steps, and he climbs them quickly. He moves to stand on the crest of them. When he reaches the top, he understands the broken ruins of uzushio spread before him, what must once have been beautiful towers of golden stone, and they lie shattered in the valley like bright clay pots. Red tile roofs sink into the husks of the buildings, warm butter-colored cobblestones, and they lie cracked and overturned in heaps. No growth has occurred here. No new trees sprout between the cracked walls. No moss creeps over the removed stone. No flecks of move fill the wooden beams. Nature has held back its outstretched fingers. No new life has touched this place out of fear or respect. Naruto will never know either way. He can sense them, the reasons he has been led here. The bones beneath the rubble. It takes 2 days of moving the broken stone and wood from the buildings, 2 days of digging through the rubble and the river silt, 2 days of collecting remains, because he won't leave them here to rot. Not only does he stop once the first time, he finds the bones of a boy younger than him. He cries himself almost sick, because they were once people left here to decay until their skeletons were exposed and bleached in the sunlight. There are other bones too, but they are fragmented as if they had been trampled or torn apart by animals. Whatever force protected Uzushio's bones is grace. He hadn't spread out to his enemies as he worked, struggling to discover one person after another, his hands aching from moving rubble and waving his hands. He gets the distinct feeling that he's being watched. It doesn't make much sense, and all the time he's been here, he hasn't seen the skin or fur of a mouse slithering through the undergrowth. And just as he begins to wonder where all the animals have gone, he discovers that he's not as alone as he thought. Uzushio was a city that looked nothing like the scattered buildings of Konoha clustered around Okage Mountain, were much smaller and much more complex. That much is obvious from what Naruto can gather by examining the pieces of their civilization. The entire place was built around the river, from the point where the valley widens to the end point of the river, where it empties into the sea. The buildings have been designed to move with the land rather than against it, conforming to the elongated bowl of the valley. From the western bay to the rising rise from the hills in the east, the river divides everything into north and south parts, and there are heavy stones and treated wood along its banks, signs of bridges that once might have spanned the width of the water, if only. As he bends down to dig his hands into the silt in the river, water up to his thighs, searching for the bones, he can feel buried beneath his feet. The cuts and scrapes on his knuckles and the blisters on his palms hurt like crazy, but only in the last few days has he made his way through a pain much worse than that. He needs to use some more chakra. Soon, he can feel the trickle of corruption building up again in the seal. He just wishes he weren't so exhausted himself. The straight pressure of the stale energy is starting to make him sick to his stomach. As he digs through the soft, muddy slime, a shadow passes by him. Through the water, a dark shape, as long as his arm, and emaciated against the rocks of the river, he glimpses something that also glistens before. It disappears again, lost against the currents upriver. Just as Naruto is about to call off the meeting in favor of getting back to work, the shadow swings back. It curves to move a graceful figure 8 around his legs before settling on, hovering just below Naruto's arm. Still frozen in the water, a slender, beautiful fish passes by Naruto's elbow close, enough for him to reach out and touch easily. It's a koi. Naruto knows the species from observing them in the decorative pools outside the Yuga compound. But this one is twice as long as any he's ever seen, and aside from the sleek carp body, it looks nothing like the red and white variety that Hinata had been feeding him. When he asked about them, he immediately wishes he'd paid more attention to the little informative lecture she'd given him about the different varieties, because he's not exactly sure how to classify a fish that looks more like a piece of jewelry than an animal. He remembers that she called the one she'd been caring for koi, and pointed out a few special ones that were all white except for a red spot on their foreheads, which he had named Tano. But this one is mostly black, not white at all, with gold grooves on its back that look like armor plates. Its fins are long and flowing like a ribbon, inlaid with more metallic gold along the edges of the pectorals, and the back ends of its tail like the ruffle of a silk dress. The scales of the fish glisten like scent tiny jewels. The gold accents contrast with the body black, as Inky remembers Hinata saying something about decorative breeding, and that black or metallic colors are rare. This fish has both, and Naruto wonders what meticulous and selective care went into creating this creature, and what the hell it's doing. Swimming free in a river, the bright colors would be a beacon to predators, and Naruto has no idea how something so beautiful hasn't been eaten. Yet maybe he was right. Maybe there are no animals here except for this strange, shiny exception. The fish looks at him expectantly. Its large eyes, black and gray, are alarmingly intelligent. Naruto does not move, afraid that the slightest movement could scare him. All the koi of the ponds of Hinata had been afraid of him and had run away when seeing him. The young heiress of Yuga had commented suddenly that they were not usually scared creatures, and that she was sure that Naruto's sudden appearance had only startled them. But the fish had kept their distance. Until he left, this one does not seem to be even remotely afraid of him. Even when Naruto finally straightens up to pull his hand out of the water, the koi flutters closer. It doesn't move away. Its fins flap back and forth like ornamental fans to keep its place in the flow of the river. It seems to be waiting for him to do something, its tail flicking back and forth exuberantly as it moves back towards its pod. And then it gets it. It's waiting for him to feed it, and Nat had been feeding her koi little pieces of melon and shreds of lettuce. And the fish had gathered around her in a swarm to compete for your attention and your treats. Now that you think about it, you have some molasses cubes in your bag, so you wade to the river bank, glancing back to where you left the fish for a split second. You are convinced it has run off until you see a flash of gold much closer than you expected, and you discover that the koi has followed it and is swimming back and forth in the shallow water ankle deep. And you murmur, taking little Tina Vento out of your bag and opening the lid with your hands. Teeth rips off a square of green fruit, grateful for the break from scavenging the ruins for corpses. The fish flutters excitedly at the sight of him, flicking its tail behind him with a soft burst of golden ink. Naruto drops the piece of melon into the water and pushes it towards the strange koi. There you go. Eat the koi. He looks at the food floating on the surface, but doesn't go for it. Instead, he watches as it begins to float down the river with its fins fluttering in curiosity before it loses interest completely and goes back to turning his attention to Naruto, staring at the box in his hand. Naruto grimaces, saying, "My food isn't good enough for you." The fish does a strangely graceful little wiggle, an almost playful undulation of its elegant body back and forth, as if responding to the sound of his voice. It swims forward a little, and when Naruto doesn't move, it swims forward a little more. With a sharp movement, the fish bumps its head against Naruto's left shin, the one closest to him, and then backs up to its original position to continue looking at the box of fruit, a suspicion for something else, which shows a lot of intelligence for a fish without knowing what exactly it wants. Naruto crouches down a little more closely, studying the koi, turns his gaze to it with a strange expectation, and his gaze still present. Naruto takes out another cube from his box, and the fish flutters excitedly again. It is clear that it wants it. It just seems to have a problem with its delivery method, feeling a little silly about it. Naruto maneuvers the piece of melon so that it rests on its. He palms the soft cage of his fingers and dips his hand under the water before him, holding it this time instead of letting it float. The chance of the fish coming to him But before he can finish the thought, the koi lunges forward with a graceful movement of its elegant body and twists its head between Naruto's fingers to get at the morsel caught there sucking on the treat before Naruto can even think to pull his hand away. Naruto watches in bemused fascination as the fish gobbles up the products. Once he's finished, it flutters around his hand, playfully nibbling at his now empty fingers. Naruto chuckles and sits back in the shallow water, wiggling the fingers of both hands to divide the fish's attention between them. The koi darts happily in response to the attention, chasing the movements of his hands and darting between his wrists to chase the currents stirring to life. He shivers slightly as all the movement aggravates the cracks in his knuckles, causing soft strands of blood tangle in the wounds. The fish pauses in its playful darts, watching the smoky red curls spiral up to dissolve in the river current. It swims forward slowly, as if the koi were afraid of scaring it, and not the other way around, getting closer and closer until its head is almost pressed against its hands, resting the water between its knees, touching the first knuckles. It almost jumps when it feels the unmistakable hum of chakra radiating over its hands until a soft golden glow begins to shimmer in the water. The glow gently rolls over her skin, seeping into the crevices and hardens between her fingers like a bomb. It rests there for a few moments before it sinks under her skin, and the light fades completely. In its wake is left a clear and untouched flesh, the only sign of damage left at all, the vine-like trail of corruption sprouting from the chakra points on her wrists. When she looks up, the koi has disappeared. The only clue to her the presence that remains is a beam of golden chakra leading upriver. This encounter is the first, and in the end there are five. The second comes late that first night when he finally stops to rest after pulling skeleton after skeleton of the southern half of U2's city. Nini civilians alike from beneath the rubble and slime and bone powder of enemy shinobi. He figures the chakra coming to him from his bones is the result of some kind of seal of power that calls to his kin has been laying them in the only cleared part of the city. He's found the only place that isn't filled with fluid buildings or earth disturbed in some kind of attack is a shopping plaza or a city roundabout or something, a round stretch of pale stone with a mosaic of a swirling dark gray stone upon it. The mosaic itself is cracked and broken, whole sections are missing entirely, but the pale stone beneath is whole and pristine, not even a crack on its surface. Every time he deposits another body in the plaza, he has an impression, a stream of memory, not his own, that gives him a sense of who they were: a blacksmith, a chunin master, a nin hunter, a shopkeeper. With each of them, he begins to piece together what life must have been like before the attack. Gening teams running drills across the water of the bay, civilians standing on bridges and waving at shinobi walking across the river, strange people in robes who aren't shinobi but aren't civilians either. He knows the noise building of wood and glass at the far end of the valley next to the waterfall used to be an aviary. He knows that the tower that lies shattered across the river used to hold the archer's office on top. He knows that this plaza was used for ceremonies of all kinds, festivals and funerals alike. He sits on a hill just outside it, overlooking the stone circle, and tries not to be overwhelmed by it all, the grief, the loss, the pain, because they're no longer just corpses. He knows them now in little bits and flashes. He knows what they could have been and what they never were. And it's so much worse to know his spirits weighed down on him with their own burdens, and now that he has stopped to rest, he finds it very difficult to breathe. Against it, his hands are the only thing that doesn't hurt now, as if the blessing of that strange koi still lingered there. Even the pain of the rotten chakra in his blood seems dulled. He knows he needs to sleep, but he has no idea how he's going to handle it with the spirits running through his thoughts. Hundreds of moments of hundreds of lives never lived. He takes a deep breath against the desolation, because he doesn't. There's justice, pain, and loss in the moments he's seen. There's life, light, and pieces of souls. And maybe if he can't push these moments and memories away, he can bring them back, make sure that he remembers what no one else will ever know, make sure that he can remember what was here, not what is now. Maybe he can hang his moments in his heart and remember them. And so he leans back against the wall of noise behind him. He looks at the stars beginning to peek through the dim light of dusk, and he makes room for his pieces with his own. A crack and a crunch shakes him from his head. Much later, when the stars have gone from scattered pinpricks to a river of light across the sky, he turns and blinks with one hand planted on the brickwork behind him in preparation for fight or flight. At first, he sees nothing but the expanse of the forest, oaks and yews, and the occasional willow bush spilling out between the trunks. But then he blinks, the echoes of starlight across his retina, and his eyes adjust to the wind of the shadows cast by the wood. A massive stag stands between the thick trunks of two yew trees. Its rack of 12 pointed antlers nearly invisible against the sinuous branches. Naruto freezes, remembering Shikamaru's words about how an aggravated stag can be just as dangerous as any predator, capable of attacking with razor-sharp antlers and bone-crushing kicks. However, the stag doesn't seem agitated, and the only movement comes from its cupped ears as they twitch in response to the sound of Naruto's feet. Naruto against the grass, and his hand against the bricks. The deer's eyes are a bright moss green that stands out from the charcoal gray of its fur like a peridot stone, unnerving, firm, and unnaturally wise. For a long time, it's a staring contest. Naruto's bright, surprised blue eyes locked onto the soft emerald eyes of the great deer. Finally, the creature tilts its massive head. Its antlers dip with the movement, and it steps out of the shelter of the trees. As the antlers tilt, they catch the starlight, and they flash bright gold and out of place with the surroundings unmistakably similar to the golden armor of the koi. Naruto has the feeling that he is being sized up and evaluated by this being from the forest, a being that, as much as it looks like a deer and acts like a deer, it is not. The deer takes a step forward again when Naruto does not move, lowering his head as he approaches, breathing deeply through his snout. His gaze changes, flows from suspicious to curious, and he takes another long steps forward until he comes face to face with Naruto, who is still crouched, barely breathing against the broken wall. The deer exhales in a snort. Its breath passes by Naruto's ear as the beast glances at him from the corner of his eye, dipping its head even further until Naruto can feel the disturbance of the air above his head, where the massive rack of hair sways with each of the deer's smallest movements. Then the creature crouches down even further, puts a nose into Naruto's chest, and presses gently. A long moment of barely visible breaths, a long moment of trying to decide if he wants to be scared or confused or anxious or all of the above. And then the strange movement changes. The strange pressure abruptly turns into a friendly snout, a brush of rough, warm fur against his sternum, and an affectionate snort. Naruto abruptly feels as if he's just passed some kind of test. He hesitantly reaches out to run a hand gently up the beast's neck, stroking the warm skin as the creature nuzzles into Naruto's torso. Though the fur color is different and the texture is not quite right, Naruto is immediately and painfully reminded of Kurama. His eyes fill with tears before he can blink, and the next thing he knows, they are streaming down his face and streams. His body begins to shake with the effort of holding back his sobs. The deer pulls away, blinking with its large eyes wide open, and for a while it just stares at him. Naruto doesn't look away. It makes no sense. There is no reason for that. The deer hides itself. It stomps out a front leg, and chakra rises beneath its bright green hoof as new spring growth coils around the beast's leg and sinks into the earth below. The deer shakes its head and kicks out again. The chakra rises brighter and fiercer as the ground begins to vibrate, and the creature takes off running. Naruto follows it bewildered into the thick forest, watching in amazement as the trees bend and part to make way for them, as the deer darts between the trees and rock outcrops with a grace that belies its size. He skids to a stop at the foot of a ravine and watches in disbelief as the deer continues to run, climbing the almost sheer surface with the same ease as the gentle incline of the valley. Naruto channels more chakra. He feels the acidic burn of Kurama's rancid chakra scorch him in the absence of enough to counter it. But he pushes through the pain and exhaustion and climbs anyway. Reaching the top with his knees scraped from sliding on the rock, he releases the blood that runs down his shins. It's a dark shade to be healthy, and his chest feels like it's been the victim of a rock fall. The deer waits for him at the edge of the summit, watching him with wise and sharp eyes. As he stands up, he finds himself at the edge of a ruin that must have once been some kind of temple. The wind is strong here, rushing in from the ocean at speeds high enough to sting his eyes. He raises a hand to protect them. Looking at the broken tablets and mosaics surrounding a set of stairs leading further up the slope, his eyes travel the length of the steps, opening wide at the expanse of them as they snake up the cliffs. When he turns, he can see the ruins of Uzushio below him, curled in the safety of their valley on the eastern edge of the island. The moon shines down upon him, now no longer obscured by these same cliffs, bathing the sparse grass and the jagged rocks of a silver hue in the distance at the bottom of the stairs. He can see the silhouette of another temple smaller than the ruins of the one he's in, perched precariously along the highest point of the narrow cliff high above the rest of the forest. There's a push on his back as the deer gently taps him between the shoulder blades to propel him forward, taking a step to shield him from the worst of the wind coming in from the sea. Naruto laces his fingers through the gray, furred dark beast for comfort and stability, and they walk down the steps side by side. Naruto isn't sure exactly where the creature is taking him or why, but his instincts tell him he's safe here, that he has nothing to fear. His instincts have led him this far. Now, he's going to trust them. The road is long and winding, and when he reaches the end of it, he finds himself drawn into two different kinds of exhaustion, the one that tells him to just stay where he is and sleep for a month, and the one that tells him to rest. It's the last thing this temple needs. Unlike the other, it's almost completely intact. The only signs of wear are the erosion of time. The temple itself is little more than a gateway. The dark stone of the roof is barely wide enough to be a shelter in a storm. It's also ancient, much older than the other ruins here, and is decorated with beautiful engravings of a huge tree whose branches and roots curl into interlocking patterns like knots. His companion snorts and takes a step back, pushing him forward again and shoving him through the door to the edge of the winding cliff. Though Naruto waits, the deer doesn't follow, seemingly reluctant to cross the threshold with him. Instead, he folds his legs under himself and lies down on the other side of the door to wait for him. The edge of the cliff juts out like a long, flat needle with a rounded tip, all of pale stone, devoid of grass. Not unlike the kind that makes up the plaza. Suddenly, memories that aren't his own flood through him. Glimpses of a pilgrimage, a journey to the precipice, people in long robes kneeling in the circle that represents the very center of the island, the heartbeat, the convergence of the world chakra. There's supposed to be something here that isn't something far below. The words flow from deep within a memory that isn't yours, an old secret, an answer. When you don't know the question, you step out into the stone circle and look over the edge far below. There's a lake as wide as a village, filled with water dark that shimmers under the moonlight like a mirror. It's deep, so deep that Naruto can't even imagine a bottom, like a hole drilled deep into the earth that might as well have no bottom. Chakra hums in the air, dark and fluid and strangely comforting. It's so potent Naruto can feel it whispering through his skin and humming in his ears. He can practically see it rippling through the air like the heat of a hot sidewalk. At first, he kneels like he's seen the monks do in his memories. But it seems wrong almost as soon as he does. So he moves his legs so that they are crossed. It is the same type of stance he uses when he manages or monitors his chakra, or talks to Kurama when he is awake, a type of stance he uses for meditation, not for prayer. He rests his open hands on his knees. He moves his shoulders and balances the beating of his heart. As he calms down, something begins to change. The almost empty expanse of Naruto's chakra vessels seems to react to the energy around him, a strange kind of attraction of outside energy. The strange phenomenon is easily interrupted whenever Naruto shifts or fidgets, or even breathes too deeply. The process stops separating the two energies immediately until Naruto calms down again and everything starts again. Naruto never thought that complete stillness could be so difficult, but the urge to move or test his muscles or flutter his eyelids is stronger than he thought. But every time he tries, he succeeds a little more. At first, he can't even hold it for a full minute. But then he can hold it for 2, then CCO, then 12. After that, he stops counting seconds and minutes. He stops measuring time altogether and instead focuses on the pull, the push, and the flow of the chakra around him. The vacuum in his chakra vessels seems to create a sort of negative space, a space that exerts a sort of gravity on the chakra around it, like an empty cup dipped straight into a stream. But the movement seems to have the effect of turning the cup sideways downstream. The water flows more around the cup than into it, but the longer you manage to keep still, the more easily the external energy flows, and the more you can feel your chakra levels rising over time. You sense balance, no more negative space, no more flow. And when you open your eyes and breathe deeply, you feel stronger than you have felt in days. You now don't feel tired at all, even though the next sunrise has already started to change the horizon from a dark navy blue to a soft gray. The deer is still waiting for him on the other side of the door. Firm and patient, he walks him up the steps the same way he did, But this time we bother to protect Naruto from the strong wind now. He doesn't need the protection. The descent is quieter. The only sound is the tinkling of hooves on hard stone and the whistling of the wind. Overhead, Naruto strokes the deer's neck in gratitude, but he no longer needs to hold on to be sure of its balance in response. The beast pokes its head over Naruto's small shoulder, careful not to cut him with its golden antlers, and remains that way for the rest of the walk. Their third encounter comes in the form of a two-pronged attack. The first is a sneak attack launched while he is distracted with the last sets of bones in the mid-afternoon on his second day in uzushio. The only warning he receives is an out-of-place shadow in the grass on the other side of the fallen box tower, a dark run through the tall green blades that wave in the breeze. He stands up, turns around, and barely manages to roll sideways before a flash of black and white stripes passes by him. The bird glides high with its golden feathers gleaming around the edges against the glare of the sun overhead, and dives again before Naruto can get a better look at it. It lets out a long screech that immediately tells him it's some sort of bird of prey, though not one that Naruto has ever seen. Circling the ground nests in the redwoods of Konoha, the bird dives and circles. It dives again, this time so close that Naruto is almost certain he can feel the hiss of talons on the back of his neck. Another squawk, this one offended, and the huge bird spins a wide circle overhead. He watches it well as it does so, noticing black and white plumage as strong wings ride the coastal winds. However, the yellow flash was not just the sun, and Naruto can now see the familiar gold one along the bird's primaries and the fan of its tail. A flash of more gold shine towards him from the crest of its head. Twice might be coincidence, but 3 times is a pattern, and the other 2 animal spirits of the island had no intention of harming him. So this time when the bird dives, Naruto doesn't duck or move away. He stands his ground. The bird of prey hurtles towards him in a long, graceful dive. But even as it comes close, it keeps its razor claws pressed close to its body, and Naruto, he knows he has nothing to fear. True to his instincts, the bird lunges at the last minute, raising his huge wings to fan himself in a powerful backstroke that stops his forward momentum. 2 feet from his face, he squawks loudly, and on an instinct born from a memory that is not his own, he extends his arm in front of him. More memories come to him in flashes as the beautiful bird extends its talons to grab his forearm. And he knows what kind of bird this is. This is an osprey, the pride of the uzushio aviary, prize for its precision fishing and hunting skill, and used to carry the most sensitive information on uzushio. The claws gripping its forearm are incredibly soft for what they are capable of. She knows full well that they could shred her arm into strips with even the slightest pressure. Hi, she says quietly, turning her head to give the bird a few curious blinks. You're here to tell me something too? The bird sticks its head in a little. The feathers on the back of its neck fan themselves lightly, and then they perch again. It's really beautiful. Its feathers are a mix of layers of black and white with gold crests on the edges. Its head is mostly white on a black neck, except for 2 symmetrical black stripes across its eyes. Like a bandit mask, it looks at you curiously with round yellow eyes. Its head tilts back and forth. It lets out a soft hoo and takes off again, gliding to rest on the underside of the remains of the tower. It approaches, and the bird carries it further down in the ruin towards the broken edges of what used to be its peak. Naruto isn't quite sure why it wants him to go there. Naruto had already taken out all the people left inside its shattered depths, just like he had with all the other buildings. With Doton, Jutsu, and Anno follows him, although as he had done with the others, trusting in the spirit of the island that seems to have manifested itself in the form of these animals. The osprey leads him to one of the few rooms in the fallen tower that still remains relatively intact. Naruto instantly recognizes it is where he found the body of the Arashikage, along with the bodies of nearly a dozen members of her Ambo Guard. However, throughout the tower, none of the bodies Naruto found were civilians. Naruto knows it is because she gave her life to a teleportation seal of some sort of kinjutsu that transported over 100 civilian lives to safety. She was an Uzumaki like him, but he has no idea how closely related they were. Their hair had been darker than his mother's, the color of garnets and blood, and his eyes had been topaz. The soft flight of the osprey draws his eyes to the corner of the room where a shelf lies fallen over a small ornamental table. He lands on the floor next to the small space between the shelf and the floor and sticks his head into the hole. However, the bird is too big to fit, so it sticks its head out and squawks impatiently again. Naruto snorts, stepping through the rubble to get to it. I'm coming. The osprey leaps sideways to make room for him as Naruto slides his fingers under the shelf and pulls it is made of dark and heavy oak, so Naruto channels chakra into his legs and upper arms to pull harder. Even that use of chakra nearly makes him sick, even though he has enough chakra to dull the pain of the corruption to ignoble levels. He can still feel it building up in his veins and lodging in his joints. Every time he uses more, he no longer remembers what was. He feels not having too much pressure on his chakra vessels and lungs a groan, and the bookshelf moves scraping against the rubble and the opposite wall. He hears the osprey give a happy cry as it dives underneath, and then scraping sounds as it searches for something buried in the yes. After a few minutes too long, the bird comes back up, and Naruto drops the bookshelf again, planting his hands on his knees. As he fights the urge to throw, the osprey flaps its wings and lands on the top of the shelf in front of him, bobbing his head excitedly. There's something glistening in its beak, something tinkling slightly as the raptor tilts its head back and forth. What's there, he asks. When he'll be able to stand up, the bird obviously doesn't answer, and Naruto laughs at himself. Okay, don't tell me though, I hope it was worth it. The osprey's only response to that is to tilt his head again in curiosity as Naruto begins to search his way back through the rubble and get out from under the shadow of the broken tower. So he can get back to work. He only has one more body to place in the plaza, and he can sense that it is close, but the moment he is out of the confines of the tower, the bird swoops down on him again, without warning, swooping down to land on Naruto's shoulder. Just as he turns, he ducks his head towards him, shaking the shiny trinket in his beak. Naruto holds out his hand, and the bird drops it into his open palm. It is a piece of jewelry of some sort, though I've never seen anything like it before. There's a curly bracelet, like a small half-formed ring, in some sort of shiny black metal, both parts of the ring on either side of the gap bear an engraving of a golden spiral, the symbol for uzushio. The curved side is connected to two lengths of thin gold chain, each of which attaches to a separate rounded stone with a needle-like tip. On the back one is about the size of the tip of your pinky finger and is some sort of luminescent gemstone undulating the colors. Inside range from a dark tano blue that is almost black to a bright purplish sheen and every shimmering shade of deep blue imaginable. In between, the gemstone itself seems to shift as it moves, reflecting different colored nebulas and ribbons and shards. As he examines it dangling from his fingers, the other stone is completely black, nine, or perhaps jet, except for a soft etching of gold in the familiar shape of a tree with branches and roots twisted like knots. You want me to have it, he asks, and the bird gives a happy nod of agreement, leaning forward and using its sharp beak to groom a few strands of Naruto's hair out of his eyes and tuck them behind his ear. Naruto folds the strange piece of jewelry into the inside pocket of his shirt, right next to the scroll containing the seal of Kurama. Just as he is placing the last of the U2's bones with his companions, Naruto spots a thief, looks up from arranging the last body, just in time to see the thief crouched next to his bag, a long, slender wild cat with a mottled black and gold coat with its teeth attached to the strap of his old backpack. There is a moment of complete silence as the cat stares at him with mischievous eyes. No, Naruto mutters, getting up as slowly as possible. But the cat's eyes just sparkle as he moves his shoulders in a playful motion. It's not funny, don't do this. The cat takes off with a nimble leap, and Naruto walks away after it as if he were possessed. That bag not only has all of his scrolls, not only does he have his last container of sealing wax and changes of clothes, but he also has his last container of Dukkasen's curry, and there's no way he's letting that end up anywhere other than his stomach. The cat doesn't leave the plaza, but is playing a game of cat and mouse as it runs back and forth, sneaking around whenever Naruto is sure he has the stupid thing going on, until Naruto slams his foot into a section of the plaza and nearly headbutts a broken piece of mosaic. And when he turns around and looks back up, the thing is just standing there looking at him. The cat Montez licks his chops smugly, and Naruto is reminded for a strange moment of Sasuke right after he just won a fight. In fact, the similarities are uncanny. He leans back on his haunches as he sits up, slamming his backpack towards him. As he crosses his legs beneath him, he looks at the pack, not trusting them for a second. And what do you want from me, he asks, and the cat trots over, his fur rippling like a lava flow. He stops on a pale chunk of stone where the swirl mosaic has been torn away. Just to the right of the chunk he almost hit his head on is a long curved line underneath, out of place with the natural circles of stone, but the cat doesn't call it attention, instead placing a clawed foot on the stone, and when he's sure Naruto is watching, he releases a pulse of chakra and raises his paw beneath him. Seared into the stone in fiery lines is a symbol of a moon intertwined with a sun. When he looks up, the cat, he's gone, just like all the other spirits, And when he looks back down, so does the symbol that Knight Naruto pulls the broken branches and leaves out of the brush to use. As firewood, he could have done that as soon as he found the last body when the sun was still relatively high in the sky, but somehow it had felt wrong to end up that way. So he had waited for the sunset warm reds and buttery golds paint over the dust and old blood cleansing the ground beneath the bones to just for a moment. He places the tinder between the whitewashed frames, careful not to place anything on the bones. When he finishes, he sits in front of his makeshift pyre and makes 4 signs with his hands: exhausted snake, dragon, rabbit, tiger, Kato dragon, fire. The fire rolls softly, and seeking through the inhabitants of Uzushio. First it turns green, then deepens blue. The heat coils from the fire onto Naruto's face, making his eyes linger. But he doesn't turn around. He watches until the bones are reduced to ashes. He watches as the wind carries that ash away, as it stirs out of the stillness. As the last of the bones have turned to dust, the wind whips up, swirling the flame into a spiral, a firestorm that burns white hot for a few spare seconds, burning his eyes before fading away completely. Naruto looks down at the phenomenon, flashing white flashes from his eyes, and his heart stops dead in his chest. In front of him, standing just a few feet from where the center of the pyre had been, there's a wolf. It's huge and black like La Brea. Its long, unbroken ebony fur from nose to tail. It stares at him with unnerving eyes of pure silver, white luminescent pupils. It stands up, and even that amount of movement is enough to make his vision blur, and his stomach turn. The corruption is taking its toll now, and he's almost at his limit. If the wolf plans on attacking him, then there's nothing he can do to stop it. But the wolf doesn't move. It makes no move to indicate aggression. He simply waits and watches something connect. He brings out that old instinct in Naruto again, that animalistic feeling of the true north. His instincts have not led him astray yet with either Uzushio or Kurama. So he trusts them. He gives in to the feeling and trusts the animal part of himself more than the human. Tired and weary as he is, when he can barely stand, let alone take another step forward, he faces the force in the wolf's eyes with his own challenge. This time the wolf does move. It moves its powerful shoulders. It leans on its hunches. It throws its head back and howls. The sound echoes in Naruto's ears, powerful and disturbing. And the entire island begins to tremble. The air shudders with the vibration of the spell that had maintained it. The suspended island shatters as the curse of stillness breaks. Like a first breath after so long without air, life surges through the earth in a sigh. The sound roars around them. The trees rub against each other in the surge of wind rushing through the valley, water breaking through the river, as if bursting from a dam. Naruto turns, watching the movement dance through this once still corner of the world. A creaking, a cracking, a resurgence of dormant chakra scorches with its intensity as Naruto turned back to the wolf light. Fragments through the stone at the beast's feet, flooding through invisible lines in the shape of a looping 5-pointed star, runs along invisible lines like liquid starlight, filling the groves with chakra. So concentrated Naruto can barely stand to look at it. Another crack, and a pattern unfolds across the entire plaza, vaporizing mosaic pieces and debris as it interlocks into an impossibly massive seal. The wolf's eyes catches again, lightning cracks against the creature's fur and cracks of light that split the air in the new chaos that breaks out around them as the clouds begin to darken overhead. He tries to move forward, but even a single step is too much for him now. As nausea shoots from his stomach to his throat, he falls to his knees, hand to his mouth. But it's not enough, and when he manages to turn his head, it's to vomit stale chakra. His head spins and his vision cuts out, but he can still feel the urgency building in the atmosphere. He can still feel the storm converging above his head. Unnatural and angry Naruto feels a crackle of energy too close as teeth bite in a fabric by his shirt and pushes him forward, forcing him to stumble. To keep his balance, he blinks in his eyes again to find the wolf has come to him with bright, watchful eyes just like the other spirits. Before he comes to his aid, he ducks under Naruto's arm to lend his strength to his own. He drags him into the center of the massive seal, to the point at the center of the star. He hopes the chakra roaring in the seal will at least burn him, but the energy doesn't harm him as it passes through it. He's not sure if it's due to the nature of the chakra, or if it's because the wolf spirit is protecting him. When he reaches the center, he only finds a tangle of lines that make no sense, random curves and bars that have no real order. But he remembers the teachings of Kurama. He remembers that great power sometimes lies in opposites, that true balance sometimes lies in contradiction. So he seeks order in chaos. If he hadn't been given a clue, he would never have seen the method in the madness. But in the strange hisses and semicircles, he finds a moon and a sun, yin-yang, another memory, floods him, the memory of the Archie cage. The defending storm is calmed by the blood of the oldest. Naruto bites his thumb, lets the blood gush against his finger and drip down his dark and diseased palm. But still, Uzumaki finds the center of the symbol, the place where the spikes of the moon meet the center of the sun, and slams his hand upon it. A rumble resonates like a beaten drum. A purifying force sweeps beneath him, and the air clears with anger and tension. The clouds above his head disperse. The energy floods him more than he can bear. A power that passes through him, one of its claws in that space below his heart, and sinks him. The rain is something insistent, heavy, and overwhelming. For days, Sasuke sees it fall through the window of his room. His eyes scan the dark blanket of clouds still swollen by the rain. And even after almost 3 days of incessant torrents, Konoha has not seen a monsoon this large in years, has prevented even the most hardened shinobi from venturing outside for anything other than ranking missions. There, they run to the grocery store, and as Sasuke knows firsthand, the downpour is capable of absorbing any number of layers in seconds. According to his alarm clock, it should be dawn by now, but the dark cloud cover has turned the day into a long-lasting midnight, with not a ray of sunlight to be seen filtering through the turbulent cover. Frustration mounts as he runs his hand through hair. Abruptly, he is getting tired of trying to train indoors. He has been using the dojo compound to train these past few days, but the memories that lurk in the corners ambush him when he least expects it, flooding him with renewed pain and memories of his brother and father. His mother's presence haunts the garden just outside the structure, where she used to tend to poisonous flowers and plants, turning that entire part of the compound into a minefield of emotions. Just when he resigns himself to staying home, and therefore to another night of painful memory, his sharp eyes see something through the rain outside his window. The mostly deserted street suddenly has only one occupant, a tall, thin man with white hair and a crooked eye. Tate alone, shinobi walking easily across the flooded pavement. Sasuke searches for signs of a rancor, but sees none. The man is wearing only a standard black sleeveless t-shirt with a custom mask accessory pulled over his nose and regulation pants of the same standard shinobi variety, aside of a pair of gloves reinforced to the bicep and a band of cloth wrapped around the upper part of his left arm. The man is wearing nothing else, no jacket or cape to protect himself from the rain. He walks through the downpour as if it weren't even there, with no urgency in his step and no tension in his body language that could indicate discomfort. He tells himself that he is going out because he needs to go shopping. He is really bad that he needs some vegetables to stir fry. It doesn't matter that he forgot his wallet in the dresser. Is actually curious. The man looks like a specter walking an easy and familiar path, a ghost walking on pilgrimage. Only when he reaches the street does he realize he has lost sight of the man completely. The curtain of water covers any sign he might have left behind. The rain soaks his overshirt in seconds, running down the lines of his neck and falling from his hair in greasy drops. He grunts in disappointment and turns away. He has enough food for at least one more day when he hears a soft splash and turns to see the man standing behind him. The tall shinobi looks at him sideways through a single silver eye, the other covered by crooked sweet. Yate, where are you going during a storm like this, Uchi? Sen asked the man in a low, neutral voice. Sasuke is not surprised that the stranger recognizes him. Most of the village knows his story, and by default is faced. What surprises him is the complete lack of pity or curiosity or anything noticeably recognizable as an emotion on the man's face. He might ask you what same SS who bursts out without extending the same honorific, but the shinobi just blinks, unperturbed by Sasuke's complete lack of manners. The man should only be a chunin. Sasuke decides any Takuja or Jounin worth his rank would have at least tried to put him in his place. The man hums thoughtfully, apologies. My reasons for coming out are private. Do you understand? That hits Sasuke a little sideways. The man doesn't speak to him like the student of the academy that he is, but as if he were an adult on equal footing with the same understanding. Then you'll understand if I keep my reasons to myself too, he answers a little scathingly to hide his surprise. Once again, the shinobi doesn't react. He simply nods his head in concession to his point. Fair enough, he mutters under his breath, turning to continue on his way. After all, your ghosts are your own. Of all the things I had hoped would come out of the shinobi's mouth, that was nowhere on the list. What is that supposed to mean? The man shrugs carelessly, not bothering in becoming whatever you want it to mean. Uchi Sen, that little statement does nothing to calm the feeling that for a moment the man had seen through his walls and into the half-buried graveyard of pain. He keeps walled up behind them, waits. Sasuke isn't sure what it is that drives him to speak, but it probably has something to do with the old familiar pain he'd seen lurking for a few spare seconds behind the old man's eyes. The man stops and turns, and Sasuke sees him again, a flash of nameless pain behind strange silver irises. What would you know about ghosts? The man asks, tilts his head, considering the question long enough to know that being haunted has nothing to do with the presence of the dead and everything to do with the memory of the living. The words hit like a blow to the chest. He had never thought that anyone could know that someone could have lived through a loss like he had, let alone this stranger. Realizes he can't gather his breath to give an answer. The man looks at him calmly for a long moment, then turns to the side. His body language open, an invitation, take it or leave it. He follows the strange shinobi across the expanse of the training ground. Through dripping trees and grass flooded with rainwater, they finally come to a clearing slightly raised above the ground. Surrounding it, a dark monument in the center. Sasuke has never seen the mirror-shaped gem. That is the stone memorial. His own family is buried in the Ukiya cemetery, just outside his family compound. So he hasn't had any reason to do so. Until now, he knows the monument was erected for those who died in service to the people, and more specifically for those whose bodies were never recovered, with all the names written on the reflective surface. Sasuke can't tell which one the man's eyes are fixed on, and for some reason, he doesn't want to know. It seems too private, too personal, and he doesn't even know the man's name. He's not even sure why he's here. After minute and minute of silence, it becomes clear the man has no intention of speaking, unless spoken to, more than content to stare at the same spot without blinking. He's so right here in this solemn place. It's unnerving. You come here often. It's not a question. Sasuke has his pride, but it's said softly enough not to be an accusation or an insult. Not that he thinks the man would mind if he did. Out, you could say that's the man's response. And the way it's said, ironically and slightly sarcastically, he says it often, is an understatement. Sasuke isn't too stupid or stubborn to understand that such behavior speaks of a catastrophic loss. Visiting the same name countless times so often becomes a ritual and a routine. Sasuke knows what it's like to be empty inside. Even if he isn't up to this point, he's filled the void in his life with anger, pain, and desire for revenge. This man has left him empty. They meant a lot to you. It's not a question either. But Sasuke shudders almost as soon as it comes out of his mouth. Way of saying it obvious. The whole man answers with the same casual air of someone commenting on the weather. It's a statement of fact, not feeling what happened. A mistake, the shinobi says immediately, one made with arrogance. I chose the wrong path, a path I thought was the right one. And by the time I realized my mistake, it was too late. He reaches out his hand to brush his shoulder with his thumb, and Sasuke has to turn his head away. Died, saving us. I lost him. Kakashi slips through the window of Irika's star room, just in time to see Kotetsu Izumo roll screeching across the carpet like a pair of maniacal cats, knocking over a lamp and shaking the coffee table sideways until they hit Vicky's shins, after which Ibiki kicks Kotetsu in the nose and Juice in the side and sends him rolling apart again. Kakashi takes a moment to take in the fact that Irika's medium-sized apartment, it's full of shinobi. Raid, who comes around the corner munching on rice crackers. I and Asuma are playing Go at the small table in front of the kitchen, and Anko is sitting on the floor, skillfully painting Ahoba's nails turquoise. Almost everyone is in their civilizations, or are they nothing but towels? Did I miss something? She says to the room in general, not really expecting any response. Rada whines and hands him one anyway, around a cheeky cracker. You haven't been back to your apartment all morning, have you? Kakashi and blinks for a moment before his overexcited brain realizes the implication, and then he's frowning behind his mask. The entire building groans, because the only thing all the people in this room have in common is the fact that they all live in the same shinobi apartment block, the one on the other side of Oakage Tower. Ahoba nods grimly from his seat on the floor, tilting his wrist so that Anko has better access to his miniature. He's wearing a pair of loose sweatshirts and nothing but his hair dark and pointy. It withers with water. The lightning strike destroyed the main water pump. Iron Sama sent someone to fix it, but they won't be able to access the machinery until the weather clears up a bit. He shrugs, then grimaces when Anko kicks him in the shin for squirming from there. The encounter, you realize there are showers at the waiting stations. Right, Kakashi comments softly. Anko scoffs and brushes the nail art brush towards him. She is still fully dressed. What that? Kakashi is surprised that the water pressure is so bad it might as well not exist. Those showers barely serve to rinse away the grime from the mission. How am I supposed to wash my hair with that? He turns around, barely managing to keep the turquoise agey nail polish from getting on Irika's carpet, throwing a glance at Rada. Talking about that, when the hell is your boyfriend going to finish? Peacock there, it's my turn now, and I've been sitting here for 20 fucking minutes. I don't know, Rada says softly, holding a cookie loosely between his fingers. When are you going to finish those mission expenses I asked you for a week ago? Anko pales a little and frowns, complaining about stupid squad leaders and soul-sucking paperwork, as she pulls a clear top coat out of the round box on her thigh. Kakashi finishes, sliding out the window, closing it behind him as he tries not to push the bag in his hand. Kotetsu Izumo's wrestling match sends him rolling against the wall with a crash, knocking a painting off his nail with a thud. Irika's voice sounds from outside the kitchen. If you two have that much energy, you can go out and heat up more water for the tank. And Vicky laughs as the two of them throw their hands in the air and say, isn't that how absolute children? Kotetsu a little faster than Izumo, the latter grunts and pushes his compatriot in the shoulder. That's not fair, Ko. I was the last time. The life of a shinobi is never fair. Zuzu, Kotetsu says, smugly, getting a bloody nose from the hated nickname. Irika appears around the corner with a vein throbbing menacingly in his temple that spells disaster for anyone who crosses his path. Now, both Chunin stand up and leave so quickly that Kakashi swears they leave a cloud of dust in their wake. Irika then turns to direct his gaze at Kakashi, who holds his takeout bag like a shield. I come with tribute, he says hesitantly, but Irika just sighs with relief and reaches over to take the bag from his hand. Please tell me that is Ichiraka shoyu with extra egg and green onion. Kakashi, I probably shouldn't have said that so loud, because suddenly about 6 pairs of eyes have focused on the small plastic bag. Get yours, vultures, yuck. Cheshi beckons Kakashi to come into the kitchen. The only other person in the room is Kenai, and there's a good reason for that. She's fast asleep at the kitchen table with her arms crossed under her head and a cup of tea forgotten by her elbow. Kakashi would find it strange for a jounin to fall asleep at any time house other than their own, especially one this loud. But Iruka, and by proxy her home, have always given off a sense of security that somehow reaches even the most hardened and paranoid shinobi. Irika lowers his voice to a whisper as he pulls his takeout from the bag, somehow managing not to rustle the plastic. You've come to take a shower too? Or did you want to talk about something? Kakashi busies himself with finding a bowl and chopsticks for Irika's food and his own. I saw one of your students this morning, he says in a low voice. Sasuke, Yukiya Sasuke, says Irika, surprised. What was he doing in the middle of this mess? He wanted to get out of his house, I think, says Kakashi softly. That compound is not good for him, Irika whispers, handing Kakashi his bowl and leaning against the counter with his own too many ghosts. Kakashi agrees, but it's not like anyone can force him to leave. It was fine, says Irika, while eating. No, Kakashi says honestly, but we had a conversation. However, I'm not sure what he got out of it. If he got anything out of it, something. Irika raises an eyebrow. Seriously? Kakashi looks away, and Irika sighs. Okay, I won't ask. A few minutes later, Kakashi watches with some amusement as Irika looks at the clock, seems to realize something, and places his half-finished bowl of ramen on the table to head to the bathroom. Kakashi eats quickly while distracted. He barely manages not to burn his tongue when he hears Irika's voice vibrate through the walls. Get out of there right now, or something. Help me. You'll be doing the paperwork for the report for a month. After several thuds and an undignified squeal, Genma comes around the corner with a red welt on his forehead. Nothing but a towel haphazardly wrapped around his waist. Kakashi follows him back into the living room with an irate Irika trailing behind them. Both. Kakashi sits on the back of the couch across from Aiki as Irika leans tiredly against the door frame. It's your turn, Anko. Don't forget you left the conditioner under the sink. Anko points her finger at Oba as he stands simmering for a while. 2.5 minutes. No more, no less, capiche? Gives Oba a 2-fingered salute and makes a couple of careful hand signals with his still sticky nails until his palms glow with an orange fire that he moves firmly over the fingers of his right hand, then over the left. Hey Ray, where are my sweatshirts? asks Gama, only to bring said pants to his face. When he turns to his partner, Gama looks at him and Rada continues eating his cookies in a not-so-innocent way. Genma turns him around while he puts on his pants, rubbing the now-free towel over his. Harry sits down in the empty seat Anko on the floor looking curiously at the nail polish case. As Aoba finishes drying her nails, does it have some good purple in there? Ahoba runs his fingers over the bottles. Do you want the band Royal Violet? Or mauve? The first thing Naruto sees when he opens his eyes is nothing at all. He's awake. He knows he is no dream he's ever had has ever hurt him like this. His eyes are open. He can feel the flutter of her eyelashes against his. He raises his hands beneath him, sliding over the unnaturally smooth stone, and tries to push himself up. He misses the vertical the first time as he underestimates how much effort it takes, but manages to drag himself into a sitting position with one leg bent under the opposite knee. He still sees nothing but inky black, but it doesn't alarm him as much as it probably should. His entire body aches from the skin on his arms and the back of his neck to the densest parts of his muscles, but this is a good pain, a healing pain. Any sensation of the dull, creeping pressure of stale chakra is completely gone. Actually, so is most of his regular chakra. He feels different subtly, as if the corruption has left a mark and imprint on his system, one that his body seems determined to remember. He feels stronger for his pain. Naruto crosses his legs, placing a hand over his seal. The caustic burn has disappeared from what he can feel, so if the corrupted chakra has been purged from his system, then perhaps he settles into a meditative state. He falls into his seal after long moments in darkness. Even the metaphysical light makes him squint, but when he blinks to erase the stains from his eyes, he finds he barely recognizes his own head. The ever-present water and dark prison bars are still there, but the flood of chakra seems having given life where there was otherwise none, and the water teems with greenery, winding vines, and aquatic plants bloom from the once toxic water curling around the bars of the gate. And floating in the shallows at Naruto's feet, blue lotus flowers bloom everywhere like those in the pond in Gigi's garden, a familiar and comforting sight. So far from home, a grassy mound of earth rises from the water beneath Kurama that lies on the other side of the hill of the same way it had when Naruto last saw it. It's not awake. Naruto knows it was probably too much to hope for, but his heart sinks anyway. Nevertheless, the fox looks better now. Its fur is too bright now, instead of too dark, and the light pulsing from its core along its tail seems more stable, but it's also gaunt. There's barely any flesh on its bones. Chakra, the ribs are in marked steps along its sides. Its face is thin. At the Naruto sits in the water and takes a minute to compose himself. The corruption may have worn off, but that's not even half the battle. Now Naruto has to find a way to give back what Kurama has always given him freely. Now he has to find a way to give chakra to the kitsune. Kino retreats from his head, opening his eyes to darkness again. This time, instead of searching for the light, he makes his own, pulling some of the fire chakra he's managed to recover into his hands as his fingers trace the hand signs: rat, tiger, ram, Mokuton. Flickering flare, a flash of yellow sparks and cobalt flames fills the bowl of his palm, casting eerie shadows across an expanse of shiny black stone. He stands holding the flare against the wall and watching as the blue light reflects in mottled patterns on the skin of his arms. The fire in his hands suddenly dims when he gets too close, sizzling and dying, until Naruto pulls his hand away and the fire comes to life, triggering a memory of the collective wisdom of Uzushio that has hidden within him, evoking details of a long-ago construction record. Void stone chakra absorption to protect against Sensor Nin, and the tunnel chakra turns around, making sure to keep the light of his fire away from the walls, and advances through the gloom. The cavern narrows to a hallway long enough that he can't see the end, yet a ceiling that it closes over the top where there hadn't been one before. There are alcoves built into the walls on either side of the hallway. About 3 feet up, he investigates the one to his left and finds the alcove is lined with a different kind of pale stone like the stone in the plaza, and filled with small translucent yellow rocks about the size of his fingertips. He pulls one out of its companions and examines it curiously, feeling a gentle pulse of familiar chakra. The substance is too sticky to be glass or gemstone, and it smells strongly of tree sap, resin. The back of his mind tells him it's flammable. He drops the glass back into the basin and brings his flaming hand to the so it instantly latches on, roaring to life and racing into the darkness, lighting the path ahead. As it goes, he lights the other and watches as it chases the first one, casting an amber light across a glossy black. He follows the fire, watching as the flames speed up until they separate somewhere ahead of him. and disappear from view if he follows the hallway until it opens into a massive cavern large enough to hold his entire apartment 10 times as much. Beneath the ceiling, lines of fire curl like ribbons around the dome, filling the cavern with warm, light water. Surrounds the platform, in the center a mosaic of a giant stylized spiral lining the edge of the platform. There are 13 Razum-style doors, each with the crest of a different Uzi clan on top, and leading to another chamber. The door right in front of him is twice as wide as all the others, and the crest on top is that of a spiral surrounded by curved teeth, turning it into a sun, the symbol of the Uzumaki clan, the repository of uzushio, storage place of all of Uio's treasures, knowledge, and artifacts. If there is a way to alter its seal, Naruto is sure he will find it there. Naruto is beginning to understand that the Uzumaki want much more than the largest clan in Utsu. They were the first clan, the founding clan of Uzushio, those who first settled on this island and began to build the city that now lies in ruins above their heads. Were also considered the main protectors within the village. They were in charge of internal disputes between the ninja population. They were responsible for searching for chakra talent among civilian families, and one of their main duties was to protect the civilian population of Uzushio in times of war. In reality, the Uzumaki were not much larger than the rest of the Uzushio clans. The largest part of the space in the Uzumaki section of the repository that made it seem so much larger is reserved for contributions from ninja without a clan of their own. Those born to civilian families or shinobi who aren't large enough to be considered clans on their own. The walls are lined with alcoves filled with jutsu scrolls, books, and art diagrams, all beneath dozens of names etched into the stone banners above them. The actual Tamaki part of the room is in the center. Towards the back, a circle of shelves filled with jutsu and strange artifacts. Naruto ignores it all in favor of the tilted shelves of Koba filled with tomes on sealing theory. Within moments, the floor of the repository is a mess. Open books lie scattered in a messy circle around him. Long scrolls of dark paper containing sealing diagrams in bright ink overlap each other on the stone floor. As Naruto reviews his head, just as before, the knowledge collective of Uzushio remains out of reach until the moment you need it, hidden until you come across a symbol you don't know or a term that doesn't immediately make sense. Knowledge floods over you in those moments, and you begin to understand the different lines and symbols, how they're used to direct and transform energy. Within a seal, you begin to understand the laws that govern the different types of seals, their limits, and the purpose of their designs, until you can look at a seal you've never seen before and understand at a glance what it could be, for how it could work when chakra is added, subtracted, or changed. In the center of his chaotic circle, the scroll containing the copy of Kurama's seal unfolds beneath him. Just past Naruto's crossed legs, a new one is being formed. The core construction of the seal has stayed the same, even if Naruto knew how to remove the seal, which he doesn't. He has come to understand that doing so would be a pretty terrible idea, one that would kill him. The inner part of the seal is responsible for creating a dimensional space, a sort of pocket within a person's life force, in which a second life force is sealed. The middle part of the seal is responsible for keeping the two life forces separate from each other. The outer part of the seal is responsible for imposing one life force over the other, in a sense, closing the dimensional pocket and keeping the imprisoned life force sealed within it. Naruto's seal is somewhat altered from the original. The middle part of his seal that takes up the negative space between the swirling inner part and the jagged outer part is too wide to properly keep Kurama's energy separate from his own. There's also a small portion missing, a sort of barrier that could have prevented certain parts of Kurama's energy from moving through the seal. But those filters are gone from Naruto's seal, which is a good thing, because otherwise he would have had to try to remove them in order to alter it. The seal the way it needs to be now, all Naruto really needs to do is add the 8 pyramids of scripture that surround the seal and form its outer part. They are responsible for building the gate, the part of the seal that divides half of Naruto's seal space from Kurama's. If Naruto adds a counterweight, a seal segment of the same design and power, but with an opposite spin, he can turn the two parts of the seal into a combined space, one where both his energy and Kurama's can exist without one taking priority over the other. After that, it's just a matter of altering the law of the seal to allow chakra to move back and forth instead of just in one direction, and which is a lot more complicated than it sounds. To achieve this, Naruto needs to create a set of seal extensions known as lines of transgression. The lines themselves are fairly simple, but have a lot of rules and additions to them to make them work. So far, Naruto has divided it into 4 stages. After the addition of the counterweight, he would need to create a series of 16 bridges to span. The gap between the seal connecting the inner part of the seal to the outer part, they would appear to be little more than short lines crossing the negative space of the seal, but would allow Naruto to connect his own energy directly to the gap of the seal, and thus with Kurama secondly, he would need to place PDO hit points along the primary pathways of his chakra. They would serve as guides and anchors for the lines, allowing them to move and draw energy, and chakra from throughout his body would be placed by a series of symbols that would reinforce the spaces where the lines would appear, would be the most intricate part of the addition of the seal, and the most important, as the locations of the anchors would dictate where and how the lines would move the chakra. They numbered in the hundreds, starting on either side of his neck and running down the length of his arms to the backs of his hands, branching out to move along the curves of his cage thoracic and down the planes of his back, tracing through his legs to the top of his feet. The third part would be the lines themselves, which by far would be the ones that would require the most energy to place. I would have to go slowly, starting with the furthest of the anchors, those on the neck, wrists, and ankles, and then slowly adding equal amounts of chakra to the 5 points until the lines filled the skeleton established by the tapping points. The final part would be the bracelet circular seals that would lock the lines in place and cause the tapping points and edges of the lines to merge, activating the movement of chakra through the central seal. By the time he's worked out all the kinks in his additions, he's gotten down to the tiniest detail. He's been working for almost a whole day, and he hadn't even noticed except for a stiffness in his legs and the painful growl of hunger, making itself known in a stomach ignored for too long. Like this, she pulls out her container of Irika, sends curry, and goes over her diagrams one last time. She still needs some materials, some ink, and a transfer map. But the hardest part is done. Irika sends curry does a lot to help regain her energy, and eating it gives her brain a welcome break from all the work and helps relieve some of the headaches from staring at ink on a page all day. It also makes her feel a little homesick. Even though it's only been a few days, she misses Irika Sense and Gigi and her bed and Konoha in general, but most of all she misses Kurama. She misses his constant presence and his booming laugh and his rough affection. So she finishes her curry, takes another deep, strengthening breath, and goes in search of the last few items she needs. She finds the transfer map in a stack of paper scrolls that when unfolded are longer than her height. They are thick, almost as if they were made of canvas, and each holds the outline of a person. Each side carries the reverse and the reverse respectively. He needs it mainly because he's alone. There's no one around to help him place the tapping runes in the places he can't see or reach. With an ink brush like his back, for example, it allows him to place the runes where they need to be on the map and then use chakra to transfer those runes to the correct places on it himself. Some of the maps already have diagrams drawn on them, so he searches through the pile until he finds a blank one. The only other thing he needs is ink. He doesn't have enough in his bag to properly detail the entire map. However, something tells him he won't find any here. So he heads back into the main chamber of the repository. He makes a quick turn. His eyes scan the clan symbols on the doors until they lock on one in particular, the symbol of a sharp drop cut by a cross. Sembon, the clan, will sink, his mind tells him as he crouches inside his section of the repository. He finds himself unsure of what exactly he's looking at. Their shelves filled with the scrolls and books he expected to see, but there are also shelves filled with rows and rows of strange glass bottles, all filled with strange assortments of dark powders and glowing liquids. He pulls one of the smaller bottles from the top of the shelf to examine it. The smaller bottles, each about the size of a canteen, are the ones filled with liquids ranging in color from molten gold to luminescent cobalt. The one he holds is a shimmering orange color, and when he tilts it forward, he sees a containment seal carved into the cork stopper. The yellowed label reads, "In Tropic Tree Sap Class 4B Reagent." All the small bottles have the same word written on the top of their descriptions, Catalyst. The jars of powders lining the floor and lower shelves are larger, almost half their height. And although all the powders are the same charcoal black color, each one reflects differently in the flickering light of the glowing fire around the edges in greens and purples. All the labels say unmixed ink. The largest container sits just off to the side of the shelves of bottles. A huge glass amphora that almost reaches Naruto's shoulders is filled to the brim with some sort of clear liquid that shines silver despite the warm light. The label reads pure organic base. All this for the ink. He wonders, walking around the shelves until he almost trips over a pile of ink stones, different sizes, some the same size as the one Gigi uses to sign documents some bigger than Naruto's head despite how confused he is. He doesn't have time to look around too much. He just needs some old ink and to set up the transfer map. But with all these bottles and mixtures, he's not even sure where to look. He eventually finds a container of ink powder that doesn't seem to reflect any strange light. In fact, it doesn't seem to reflect any light at all, and he drags it around from the shelf. From their foreign muscle memory takes over the knowledge that he doesn't think, but feel. He lifts one of the larger ink stones from the stacks and finds a stirring rod tucked into a stack protected with silk cloth. It's like he's doing this for the 100th time instead of the first, as he mixes the base with the powdered ink until the consistency is just right, and there are no lumps or air pockets. When he's done, he takes the ink stone back to the Uzumaki, parts the reservoir, being careful not to spill any, and takes out his paintbrushes. The preparation takes another hour, if only because Naruto double and triple checks literally everything. Any misstep or small rune out of line, and things can go very differently than he needs. And since Naruto doesn't have the key needed to lift parts of the seal, any alterations he makes now will be permanent. He can't make any mistakes. Kurama's life is at stake. So Naruto, the last one dead, the failed, he has to make this thing completely perfect. He should be terrified of screwing up, but he finds out the only thing he's afraid of is Kurama, who will waste away if he doesn't do anything about it. Okay, this is him doing something about it. And he can't be scared, he has to be sure, because if he thinks about the what-ifs, he maybe freezes up and can't afford it even for a second. He's got the first part down. The counterweight had been pretty easy. It was just a matter of inverting and copying a piece of his own stamp and place it against the outside. The bridges had required some more delicate maneuvers, but he's done them. 216 short lines across the gap of his stamp. Now comes the hard part. The transfer map lies before him, detailed with all the little symbols that will make up the tapping points. He'd smashed 6 of them before it was perfect. Each little circle curves and curls into its proper place. Good now or never. He places his hands on the edge of the canvas and channels your core chakra and into the surface of your fingers. A soft humming sound fills the air as chakra flows along the contours of the map, settling in turn on each of the symbols. The runes come to life and begin to flow from the paper, drawing themselves to your fingertips like a line of ants to sugar. They crawl up your hands, curling up your arms to tuck them under your sleeveless shirt. You feel them move across your skin like the flutter of hummingbird wings, soft and vibrant with energy. As they settle into their spots, after a moment they go still, and then 2 by 2 they release concentrated bursts of chakra that feel like needle pricks digging into the main lines of his chakra vessels. As the pain becomes a steady throb of energy, Naruto crosses his legs on the floor and stands still, crossing his fingers in his lap and concentrating. The soft seeker energy pulses along his limbs and down the line of his throat. Steady bursts of chakra to along the spaces created between the anchors. Solid black lines 2 fingers wide grow between the anchors with each pulse of chakra, painting his skin until they converge at the center of his amen, merging there to surround the central seal. As soon as they converge, Naruto does a series of hand seals: snake for movement, tiger for strength, ox for stability, and dragon for balance, and dips his hand into the inkstone. He brings 2 fingers to the top of his throat and feels that the bracelet locks into a black band around the top of the lines, goes through the hand signs, and repeats the process for his wrists and his ankles, feeling the power of the bracelets locking the lines of transgression and the anchors, fusing the entire apparatus into one final seal segment. Sweat breaks out on Naruto's skin like a broken fever, causing his skin to prickle and goosebumps to form as the change settles into his chakra systems. He waits as long as he can stand, just until the new changes seem stable, and then he dives back into his head in search of his friend. The process is different. It feels less like falling now and more like taking a step back, as if the small world is closer to the surface than before. The black bars that separated the space from the seal have disappeared. The relief Naruto feels is so overwhelming, he needs a minute to catch his breath, other than that the space is practically the same as last time that he saw it, with the mound of soft grass in the center inside the water, surrounded by blooming blue water lotus with his bijo lying on it. Even from inside, Naruto can feel his chakra now humming throughout the space, ready for him to draw upon whenever he wishes. He has no idea how long it will take. Naruto's resting chakra is not enough to replenish what Kurama lost, not all at once, but it will keep giving for as long as it takes. It settles into the water just below the mound of dirt, and he begins to pull his chakra into the seal space. He's going to be here for a while. The first thing Kurama realizes after so much time dreaming of nothing But black is a feeling he doesn't remember ever feeling before. There are very few things he can claim he's never felt until recently. The desire to protect something from the things that could harm it his brothers had never needed protecting, and up until a few years ago, there was nothing he cared enough about to try to protect. However, this is another thing force flowing into him from some outside source, a familiar source. But Kurama can't say why it's familiar. If he didn't know better, he'd say it was chakra, which is ridiculous. Kurama is a tailed beast even with only half his energy. Kurama has as much latent chakra as Shikaku on a good day. He's never needed more. But then he remembers his insides rebelling against him. He remembers forcing him to lower it so his team wouldn't see it, which only made things worse because it was his fault, his mistake, and his I hate what made him suffer. And the more he worries, the more unbearable it becomes. And the more he begins to feel the one thing he swore he would never regret. Kurama regrets the deaths of Minato, Mick, and Kusina Uzumaki, not because he cared for them in any way, but because their deaths meant that his cub never had a family, never had a home, never had people to teach him, guide him, and care for him the way he deserved to be cared for. He may not have liked Kusina Minato even less, but he knows they would have loved him as Kit more than anything else, because how could they not? He's not sure why he's coming back to consciousness now. With the amount of chakra he vomited up, he wouldn't be surprised if he was in hibernation for years if he ever woke up. But now his senses are becoming clearer, and yes, that is the chakra. He can feel seeping through him slowly, but surely not just any chakra, but his Kit's chakra, which Kurama is pretty sure is solidly impossible. He opens his eyes in a blink, which takes more effort than it should, which makes his chakra gaze focus. The air feels different, warmer, and more open. Kurama is so used to the stagnation that the gentle movement of the wind around him startles him almost as much as the distinct scent of vegetation in the air that should only smell like water and iron. When his eyes adjust to the light, the first thing he sees is his team sitting in the water right next to the bed of dirt he's curled up in that he doesn't remember being in there before. For one heartbreaking moment, Kurama is reminded of the sage of six paths meditating on the jagged rocks at the ancient nexus of the world. The little blonde brat sits there with his hands clasped together and his eyes closed, sealing lines that run through his body that Kurama knows weren't there before. There is no door. The bars of the cage are not open or unsealed or left ajar. They are completely gone. The brat looks tired. He looks older, and Kurama wonders if he isn't still dreaming. Such a once really dead. Even Fishcake asks to make sure this isn't something he's imagining. The brat's eyes open wide and fixate on him. Wild blue irises, red rims, and exhausted he blinks for a second in amazement. And then those eyes start to look dangerously wet. The first thing that crosses Kurama's mind is, oh no, the waterworks. And then the pup leaps to his feet at record speed and slams into Kurama's snout with all the force of a small hurricane. He wraps an arm around the pup in the collision to keep him safe, but it turns out the brat doesn't need the support. He's stronger than he was, more solid. And how the hell did that happen? K, easy, what's going on? He says, tired, looking around at the strange new place he's in that no longer looks anything like the prison he remembers. He leans back. He notices the new lines running up and down the brat's arms and neck and the chakra shifting around him, and changes his question. What did you do? Naruto smiles widely and rubs the back of his head with that nervous little tig of his eyes are still what is kind of a long story. Kurama reaches out a claw to wipe the tears from his pup's eyes. He doesn't like them there. It starts from the beginning. Then Naruto takes a deep breath and does it at the end of the story. The surprise is the least of what Kurama feels. He knew his Kit was something else. He knew he was capable of things most other shinobi would never be able to do. But this, if Kurama wasn't able to see the truth in every sentence from the brat's mouth as he rambles on about spirit storms and bone collecting, I wouldn't believe a word of it. But then again, this brat has always had a talent for surprising you. Okay, let me get this straight, kid. Kurama cuts off as Naruto reaches the end of his explanation. You break into the ambush section of Konoha's archives. Without getting caught, you ran here on foot in a monsoon. You earned the loyalty of the island by burning the dead. You opened the uzushio repository by yourself and reform an S-class seal. Without any help, the brat has the nerve to blink like it makes no sense when he says it all at once like that, and then shrugs his shoulders. I guess. Kurama narrows his eyes. You guess. And before Naruto can give an answer, Kurama picks the little brat up in a flip, eliciting a scream as Kurama rolls through the water with him, kicking up leaves, grass, and lotus petals. What the hell, you little nutcase, you go through hell and back. And what the only thing you have to say about it is I guess you've never been more than a mile outside the village limits in the entire decade. You've been alive, the cub laughs and relaxes enough to punch Kurama in the neck. You scared the shit out of me, Naruto grumbles. And I missed your stupid grumpy demon, Asumi. And when Kurama looks at this kid, this brat smiling brightly and still wiping the tears off his 10-year-old face, all Kurama can think about is treasure. Such a maybe this is. What it feels like if so now you understand why she was willing to fight for it, die for it, raise the world to the ground for it. It's the least Kurama would do, that's for sure. Ryan Naka 234. Night of the Ukiya massacre from the view from the edges of the canyon. The river meanders like a snake, carving the land in graceful sweeps as it moves forward. In its quest for the sea, somewhere upriver the water is sinking, stained with blood. The dark-skinned man, standing on the edge, casts his sharp, one-eyed gaze across the river's surface, searching for any change in the shadows on the water. His companion crouches on the edge. Beside him, a spiral construction of wood and chakra in the shape of a man. I saw him emerge from the edge, little brother. From that height, the water would be hard as stone with all reality. He's dead. We have to be sure, the man insists, his eyes scanning for the slightest ripple out of place. No, we can afford to be otherwise. The spiral-shaped man just nods, lending his own senses to the effort, even though the man beside him barely needs his help. Shiro says this is just beginning. The old man will be busy for a few more hours. The dark man nods, but doesn't answer. The silence stretches for long moments. A dozen minutes pass with nothing. And then something, the man's gaze changes, taking in a dark shape too large to be driftwood. He makes out the cast of a man's shoulders, arm, the red stain that follows in his wake, too red for a heart that doesn't beat, a single powerful flex of muscles. And the man launches himself from the edge, spinning through the air in a graceful arc to land against the vertical face of the cliff, only to push himself off again and launch himself to the surface of the water. He crouches even as he lands on top of the river, diving down to hook his arm around the young man, drifting in the water. As soon as the boy is secure in his grip, he leaps to the boy, climbs up the bank, and lands on the thin strip of gravel beach that drops away across the riverbank. His companion is at his side in an instant, though the man spares him no recognition as he lays the boy on his back and notices his injuries. Both eyes are empty, blood-colored sockets and hollows. His left arm has been torn from his shoulder by something sharp and jagged, perhaps one of the cliff-hugging trees that cling to the edges of the riverbanks, judging by the fragments of wood buried beneath. The wound is missing eyes. It's not a good sign. Do you think someone got to the body before us? The white CSU comments, taking a step around the man's side. To see it better, the dark man's eyes focus on the boy's left eye, and with his head, no, the wounds indicate that he removed at least one himself. And he's not dead. The CSU blinks, bewildered. What do you mean he's not dead? He had but the equivalent of 200 met. Cement a cedar on a cliff stopped his fall, says the man, pointing with two fingers the boy's missing arm. And the dead don't breathe. True to form, the boy's chest rises and falls in short, almost imperceptible starts and stops, meaning he must have been conscious until recently, at least long enough to keep the water out of his lungs. He shows no signs of succumbing to the show of his injuries, which shows an impressive will to live for a boy who jumped off a cliff. Better put him out of his misery now, says the Suis, scolds teeth. The dark man doesn't move after a long moment of stillness. The Zetsu narrows his eyes in confusion. Little brother, the man suddenly springs into motion, pulling a kunai out of nowhere to cut the black cloth of the boy's shirt from his messy shoulder. Bring me my vine seedlings, he demands, rolling up the cloth of the shirt and tossing it into the river. Now the coiled Siu responds to the order without hesitation or thought, unfolding his hand and pulling an unsealed scroll from the hollow cavity of his arm. He unrolls it as he turns his hand back into a solid appendage, forming a sign over the seal. Within it, a puff of smoke and a small seed appears in the center of the seal, a teardrop-shaped seedling. Sporting half a dozen shoots of fine vermilion vines, the dark man pulls the splinters of wood from the boy's wound with a gentle tug of jutsu. The fragments follow his will easily as he makes his way out of the weave to reach him. The Zetsu gathers up the tangled bunch of vines, and he extends his palm to his leader, obediently taking the mass by the seed with two fingers, and even that amount of contact causes the vines to begin to writhe with life, seeking to grow and coil around him. Even with this light touch, the man whispers, soothing the seedling with a comforting pulse of chakra. The vines hold still, but continue to grow and coil around his fingers. He presses the seedling into the bloody mess of the boy's shoulder and channels his chakra into a more focused pattern as he directs the seed seed to grow Mokuton for him, has never required a hand seal to sprout, gets to work ready and eager to obey the vines, seek out the major nerves and arteries, suturing some, and healing over others. They move quickly to spread like a thick layer of skin over the boy's wound, covering the damage that cannot heal to prevent infection. Are you sure this is wise? My brother asks the whites, you looking at the boy uneasily as his eyes they flutter. A blinded Yukiya is still in Yukiya. If Yami finds out, he won't enough have died tonight. If he was strong enough to survive all this alive, he deserves to stay. That way the Sifu nods deferentially if you say. So the man Moreno throws a suspicious glance at his lieutenant. If you find anything wrong with my decision, Guru say, it's not your decision. I criticize only its implications for your safety. The man scoffs. I can take care of myself. That was never in doubt. The CSU defends itself. But feeling the irritation of his commander at being challenged on this matter, he bows in farewell. I'll go make sure Shiro doesn't get in over his head. That's what you do. In an instant, the CSU is gone, leaving the man alone with the face-down form of the young Yukiya. The dark man sighs to himself, his mind whirring between possibility and probability. The precautions needed for an unnecessary choice, a choice he'll make anyway. The boy's breath is coming in ragged sobs and gasps, and the man knows that unconsciousness to him is a relief. The pain of losing an entire limb is like no other pain. Losing an entire part of yourself that will never be yours again. He leans forward and lifts the child with one arm, caring for the missing limb, tucking the child's head into his shoulder to secure him against his ad. Thunder rumbles in the distance, a harbinger of rain, a fitting future for all the blood that needs to be washed away. The man walks along the shore, keeping his soft and firm steps so as not to jostle the injured boy into his arms, and begins to flicker his body, leaping into the trees. That the land of fire is so famous for equally rhythmic and constant movements to avoid aggravating the still vulnerable injury. The fact that the boy has not yet gone into shock does not mean that he will not, and shock can be as deadly as any mortal wound. Most adult ninja are strong-minded enough for such dangers to be denied, but this child, whatever his rank, can't be more than 15 years old. He wakes up just as a soft rain begins to filter through the canopy, blinking with unseeing eyes and gripping the cloth over the stranger's arm with surprising strength. When he comes to the dark man, senses the boy's brief moment of panic, half a second free of tension, taught in preparation for fight or flight. But then shinobi conditioning kicks in response, overreaction, and the boy calms noticeably, taking in his surroundings through the senses. He is noticing the distinct lack of ill intent resonating in the stranger. The man's grip is supportive, not restrictive. The boy could break free if he so chose. Where am I? The boy mutters, his voice hoarse with pain. Why can't I see? You're in the desert of the land of fire. The man replies, Unage, you can't see because you have no eyes. The boy turns around, and the stranger has to adjust his grip to keep from dropping him. The teenager isn't exactly small, though. He doesn't seem to be done, even though he's still in his teens. He's lanky and unwieldy. He's even missing a limb. The boy's breathing starts to come faster as he seems to realize that his eyes aren't the only thing missing, and the dark man nearly loses his hold on him as he lunges with his one hand to grab the empty curve of his shoulder easily. The man growls, or I'll leave you, and it's a long way down. He's gone. What happened to me? What do you remember? The boy pauses, takes a deep, shaky breath against the pain, and grabs what he forces the waiter's shirt to steady himself. At least a Takuyo. Then the dark man thinks, if not a rank higher than that, it takes a lot of strength to handle such severe pain. Falling, he decides, I remember I fell, then the pain, and then the water. Sometime before that. The boy shakes his head, squeezing it tighter. Just gray. There could have been a voice just before he fell, but nothing more. The stranger nods to himself. He had expected it. The Sharingan are deeply linked to the centers of memory of the brain. The boy is lucky. The only thing he seems to have lost is his past for a long time. Neither of them speak. The only sounds are the patter of rain on the leaves of the canopy and the gust of air when the dark man jumps from tree to tree. Then the boy speaks sharply, you saved me. It's not a question. I found you. The man corrects, you liar. The boy shoots back. The man snorts, look at you. The only reason you're here is because you possess, or rather possess, a Kei Henkai that could cause me trouble in the wrong hands. I heard you talking to that man on the riverbank. I wanted you to kill me. You didn't do it. The man Moreno grits his teeth. Don't give it too much importance. It's the boy's turn to snort. There's another pause before the boy asks, where we're going. Lightning Country. Why do you need medical attention that I can't give you? And I have things to do that don't involve babysitting. You're going to pass me on to someone else. Yes, the man says immediately, without regret. You're a target in my back. as you are, plus the vine patch on your shoulder, is a temporary fix. You will need a long healing period, which you will not find under my supervision. The boy does not speak for a long time after that. Instead, he waits and assesses what he can. The arm holding him to the man's side is extraordinarily strong. He is not sure how he knows when he can't even remember his own name, but he trusts his senses where he cannot trust his memory. And he is told without a doubt that this man is more strong, that most hold it in place, as if it were easy, as if it weighed nothing at all. The skin on the man's arm also has a strange texture, too tough to be real flesh, with strange shallow striations curving from elbow to shoulder. It oddly reminds him of scar tissue, a burn maybe, but that doesn't feel quite right. The lines are too perfect. And the texture too consistent. The man's voice interrupts his thoughts. We are crossing out of fire territory. A quick tip, keep your mouth shut, unless of course you want to bite your tongue in half before you can conjure up a response to the man's strange statement. There is a spinning sound, and the entire world shifts around him. Gravity separates and twists beneath him, leaving his stomach in knots as his balance is thrown off, leaving him breathless. The whole process only lasts a few seconds, and when it's over, the air feels different on his dry skin and warm, except for the constant wind that makes goosebumps rise on the damp skin of his arms. That was Jiku Tang Jutsu. He thinks more than a little dazed, and not necessarily. Since the leap through space-time, the man hadn't even made a hand sign. The blood loss must be reaching my head. He decides there's no way, but the blood loss has apparently gone beyond his head, as his body seems unable and unwilling to expend the energy needed to rebalance his equilibrium, and he finds his senses going dark. The last thing he's aware of is the arm wrapping around him tighter and the chest against his dip. With a teasing sigh, Shizen's mood is understandably dour as she leaves her room at the inn and closes the shoji door behind her, leaving Master Tsunade snoring on her futon, a now empty flask of shochu still clutched stubbornly between her fingers. 200,000 RO, 2100, 1000 RO. They've been here one day. Fool looks at her from her place, cradled in Shizen's arms, and cries out sadly. Shizen sighs. I know you'd think I'd stop being surprised by now. She sets her pig down into the halls, gently minding the sound of her hooves on the hard floor relative to the late hour. Once she straightens up, Taunton's hooves don't make any noise, even when she steps a little and turns her head down the hall, intentionally of course. Shizen says easily, go find some of those truffles. These woods are so famous for. Anyway, I need a breath of air. Taunton runs away, and Shizen takes a moment to compose herself, breathing deeply and running a hand through her short dark hair. She makes her way down the hallway opposite the way Taunton fled, running her hands through the hidden pockets of her sleeves. By the time she reaches the small garden adjacent to her room, she has found what she is looking for, an innocuous-looking silver case that could easily be mistaken for a pillbox. She opens it. As she leans against the wall, she takes out a cigarette, and she lights it with a quick hand signal to light the air over her thumb, takes a deep drag, and lets the nicotine calm her frazzled nerves and quench the frustration that's been building up in her all night. A handful of minutes later, a whisper not far from her nearly makes her jump out of her skin. Her eyes lock unerringly on the pool of shadow beneath the cherry tree in front of her, and her hands immediately go to the wired shuriken in her sleeve as the half-smoked cigarette falls to burn at her feet. What you want to demand to know the pulse of the chuk, when you feel it, even if it's not of a texture or consistency you've ever felt before. It's dark, a fluid like a river at midnight, but there's a kind of static that you can't quite interpret, like the taste of ozone in the air before a thunderstorm, like a natural disaster. With Korea, the man who materializes in the darkness is tall and thin, with his face covered by the spiral of a dark travel scarf and the fall of a hood over his head. He holds a bundle against his side with his arm, in fact, and the only eye he can see is a dark and bruid ebony. His aide, Lady Shizen Naruto, watches the back of his arms with interest as the runic graded ink painted on his skin sinks invisibly now that he is no longer actively channeling chakra into the seal space. Kurama states that rest alone should be enough for him to regenerate the rest of his chakra now that he is out of the danger zone, so Naruto leaves him alone anyway. He has a small heads to figure out, what the hell am I supposed to do with all this, he asks, scanning the stacks of books and shells of strange artifacts that circulate around the room. A small wave of relief runs through him when he receives an immediate answer. Kurama's voice and presence come back to his consciousness like a lost puzzle piece. You said you activated a blood seal to get in here, right? And Shem, that seal was probably the only thing protecting the place from raiders. Now that he's opened the box, so to speak, the protection is likely gone forever. Naruto looks around at the plethora of treasures and knowledge scattered in this section of the repository. Alone, the thought of any of this being smashed or carted away by bandits is physically painful. What am I taking this as your kit, Delegate Uzushio? Let you in here for a reason, best not to leave anything behind. How the hell am I supposed to get everything back to Konoha? You've worked your way around an elite level seal in little over a day. I'm sure you'll figure it out. He crouches down towards the main part of the chamber again and repeats his circuit of the room, scanning the clan names and looking for some sort of inside clue, something that will lead him in the right direction. He's not disappointed. His eyes fixate on a clan symbol on the opposite side of the clan room. He dips into a partially unfolded scroll with 3 spirals together on its surface. The longer Naruto looks at the spirals, the more they seem to be moving, curling deeper and deeper into the stone in some sort of hypnotic optical illusion. The Kikken clan finds a few shelves of books on various different types of theory, most of which have something to do with dimensional spaces or the dynamics of the barrier jutsu. But almost the entire space is dominated by dozens of huge scrolls, some reaching up to his shoulders, much like the Kenjutsu path in which Naruto had found Kurama's seal. The similarities, however, end there. These scrolls are ornate things. Scrolls of dark steel gray and bright silver and burnished gold are organized by their size, and their colors differ according to their size. The smallest scrolls are a dark earthy brown like tan skin, and almost as long as your forearm. The size of that is steel gray, and the length of your entire arm from wrist to shoulder. The second largest of them is bright silver edged in blue and reaches past your hip, and the largest are a dark shiny gold like a sun, hanging down rimmed in black ink along the edges, and they're tall enough that the ends touch his collarbone. Standing there are exactly 13 autos, huge golden scrolls, and Naruto doubts it's a coincidence. A Bill Kurama rumbles, that's a contingency plan. If I've ever seen one, it must have taken decades to craft such strong load-bearing scrolls. Naruto takes one of the smaller scrolls and opens the thick piece of paper, his eyes tracing the twisted lines of the writing on the seal inside. Go mutters out loud. The lines of the seals are so precise and intricate, it makes his head spin. He can't imagine how many hours it must have taken to inking the structures, let alone channeling the necessary chakra grids. At the same time, Naruto doesn't have the patience, let alone the chakra control, to perform even a portion of it. It seems like they were made to seal specific things. Naruto judges based on the lock and key mechanisms he can see woven into the design paper, books, and scrolls, not chakras. I suppose Kurama comments now that Naruto thinks about it. The leathery scroll looks a bit like it was carved from the bindings of books, like 100 tome covers torn off and sewn together end to end, and like some sort of library scroll. That's certainly one way to put it. He places the scroll back into a stack of its companions and picks up one of the dark gray variety, longer and thinner than its smaller cousins. He unrolls the vellum in layers, and he scans the contents. The storage seals on the library scrolls were tiny and were very close together. These are larger with sharper lines and deeper curves, and the structures vary in groups, separated by white space. One of these groups brings to mind the distinctive image of a sword, while another reminds him faintly of shuriken weapons, likely sorted by type. If the pattern continues, the large silver ones will be for artifacts. Naruto turns the gray scroll back on, and he reaches for one of the cobalt-lined metallic silver ones, spreading it out on the floor in front of him. It flexes like a thin sheet of metal, and the seals within are carved rather than inked. The lines filled with some sort of black lacquer. It seems Kurama is right. The seals within are large, singular, intricate ones cordoned off from each other by dividing rooms, meant to keep any chakra from the seals from mixing. He rolls the silver scroll back up and looks at the large gold ones. If the small ones are for books and gray ones for equipment and silver ones for clan artifacts, then the thought doesn't end. He walks over to where the golden scrolls are, leaning against the back wall on delicately carved wooden stands glistening in the firelight. For the first time, he notices the clan sigils painted on the end of each one, and the fact that some of the golden scrolls are thicker than others. The one with the Kikken clan symbol on it is almost as wide as his hand is outstretched, while the one bearing his symbol, look at, it's almost twice as thick. What did you say to your sense? And when did you leave? Kurama asks as he unfolds Kikken's golden scroll and begins to look through the nearby tomes for instructions on how to work them. Naruto freezes, guilty. How he didn't do it. What did I leave him? A note? What was I supposed to say? Hey, Irika Sensei, I won't be seeing you for a while. I'm going to the land of whirlpools to alter my Jinchuriki seal. And he would have never let me go. I wouldn't have blamed him. Boy was reckless. I don't care. Naruto insists stubbornly with a book on dimensional stacking theory open on his lap. I know, Kit, much prouder of you for it. Really, Naruto, he ignores the blush of surprise that heats his cheeks and tries to focus on the words and diagrams on the pages detailing mass capabilities and chakra networks. And what did the note say? I told him I was going to be away for a week to train. I've done that before, so Sensei shouldn't find him too weird. And he's the only one who bothers to watch me. We don't have much time left. Then you already figured it out. Naruto nods. I think so. The library scrolls and equipment only have a weight limit, and the artifact scrolls are embedded in specific objects. So I just have to match them up to. Naruto scans the scrolls, counting as he goes. I'm pretty sure there's exactly enough scrolls to fit everything. If I load it all up, right, it'll be better. Get to work then. Brat, we need to get back before we miss you. 13 golden scrolls, 13 storages. Starts with the Uzumaki, the largest, and therefore the hardest. It's like the most annoying puzzle game ever. The golden scrolls have specific storage seals for a set number of brown, gray, and silver scrolls, and Naruto has to figure out what fits where with what and how much, and it sucks. Naruto isn't the most organized of people on a good day, and after all the time he's been sitting still, his hyperactive energy is coming back full force. With the worst effect, he realizes halfway through sorting stacks of books to put them into the leather scrolls for the third time because they fit in the first two, but not the damn third, that his attention span obviously won't cooperate if there isn't some kind of crisis. So the hell he makes some up, starts giving himself imaginary time limits for certain sections, which mostly works because he needs to hurry up help in a lot. And instead of taking a whole day to make a repo, like he thought it only takes a couple of hours, you work better under pressure. Kurama comments out of the blue. He's been sleeping on and off the whole time. He really only surfaces from sleep to joke around with Naruto as he runs around the room with stacks of books going past his head and arms full of weapon packs covered in scrolls of strange Alhambra jagged ninja. Didn't surprise me that much. Next, he does the Kicken clan because it's the easiest, and he needs a break before moving on to reevaluate the Sumra clan section. By now, he's got it down to an art. He drags all the containers of ink powder together and places the catalysts in neat rows next to them, checking the gold and silver scrolls from time to time to remember what goes where according to the sections on the gold scroll. He can tell you he needs 6 library scrolls, 1 equipment scroll, and 2 of artifacts, all of which he deploys near the entrance of the room, so as not to trip over them until he needs them. Sometimes he is tempted to sit down and skim through some of the descriptions of the ink ingredients or the elemental effects of the catalyst mixture, but he doesn't have the time. He is maybe a day and a half before Sensei starts to worry if he hasn't already, and if Gigi finds out he's gone, he'll be in a lot of trouble as he begins to clean up the room, filling seal after seal with ink stones and liquids and powders and jars. He notices a strange chest at the back of the room. At first glance, it is relatively modest, a dusty black lacquer box that comes up to his knees. He kneels in front of it, giving the lid a tug. The experimentation doesn't budge. He runs a hand through the gray layer of dust on top and begins. As the whole box vibrates beneath his hand, the golden seals twist in clockwork patterns across the surface of the chest like the mechanism of a huge 2-dimensional lock spirals, and turns until one by one they click into place with audible clicks, and the lid jerks upwards, distrustful. Now Naruto lifts the lid slowly, wrinkling his nose against the strong scent of pine wood and mozo leather. The entire interior of the box screams Kenjutsu. The containment seals are carved into every available flat space, protecting against the leather-wrapped remains at the bottom. Naruto, never to be intimidated, even though it probably should be, he reaches inside to pull the package from its resting place. The leather is warm and supple, strange considering how old it must be, and lighter than he expected. He places it over the closed chest and slowly unravels the length of the leather. The wrapping itself is also sealed with some sort of chakra containment ward painted on the inside. It is a macabre array of wickedly sharp needles, too long and thick to be Senbon. There are 5 sets of different sizes, each carved with strange seals that Naruto doesn't recognize, and each set carved from a different substance. One set appears to be made from bamboo, another appears to have been carved from bone or ivory, and another appears to be made entirely from volcanic glass. Hey, Kurama, Kurama mumbles sleepily without opening his eyes. What are these supposed to be? Kurama cracks an eyelid at that, and Naruto can feel him looking at the world from behind his retina. Well, what do we have here? He gently drags, and Naruto tilts his head back a little so that Kurama can see the whole thing through his eyes. If I'm not mistaken, those are tattoo needles tattoos. What for to place permanent seals on living skin seals that couldn't be undone through chakra work alone, a dangerous job. That so it's Kenjutsu, a powerful stuff, best to keep it under lock and key until we know more. Okay, Kit. Naruto nods and carefully folds the needles back into the leather before stuffing the package into the chest. And as soon as the lid is closed, the gear-shaped seals lock the lid to the body of the chest with another cacophony of clicks and clacks. Naruto picks it up and places it next to an artifact seal, only to find that there is no more room on the scroll, and even if there was none of the seals seem to be connected to this particular box, he checks the other silver scroll just to be sure, and is beginning to contemplate checking the equipment scroll as well, when an image flashes through his mind, another piece of Uzushio's memory. It's a pair of scrolls smaller than even the library's paths. They're jet black and metallic, and fastened with sealed clasps of leather and metal, one adorned in silver, and the other in gold. Instinct guides him back to the Kikin clan storage, now stripped of its treasures, where he pulls the cardwood stand that had held the golden scrolls from the wall. Naruto feels the wall with both hands, searching for the warm pulse of chakra that would give away the camouflage seal. He finds at the base of the wall, near the floor, a small compartment that becomes visible when he breaks the subtle camouflage seal. With a loud burst of chakra, a little too much chakra apparently, if the way the wall heats up and cracks is any indication. He opens the compartment, hissing as it burns his fingers a little, and pulls the two scrolls out of their clever hiding place. They are extremely heavy for their size, like lead ingots. He opens the clasps on the lining of gold and slowly unfolds it, just like the golden scrolls and artifact scrolls. The substance it is composed of is less like paper and more like a sheet of metal. The seals within are carved into the surface and then filled with gold lacquer. This particular one contains 13 elaborate seals with broad, powerful strokes embedded in each of the 13 golden scrolls. I was wondering how the hell I was going to get these things out of here. He ponders, rolls the scroll back up, and closes it again. The seals within the platinum line scroll are complete opposite the broad lines on its twin golden lines, thin silver lines that spiral in fractal patterns, meant to control and direct stray chakra to seal the Kenjutsu. With tools in hand, he returns to his task. The clans of Uzushio obviously took pride in their ninja niches. The jutsu and use of the seals he finds from clan to clan are varied and specific. One use seal only for mediation and sensory training, another left alone in seals that generated or interrupted genjutsu. The Tsubasa clan was known primarily for their work with ninja animals, a bit like the Inuzuka clan in Konoha, and they developed seals meant to link living beings together, and even some kind of jutsu meant to exchange sight. The most interesting part of their storage is a huge sealed glass box containing 4 enormous scrolls of blood contracts as big as a grown man. Each it is bejeweled and decorated with vibrant colors and strange symbols. One is a dark twilight blue covered in elegant gold patterns. Another is amethyst with stylized fire designs in bright vermilion. One is white and striped with blue like a tiger's back, and the last is the color of a bloody sunset covered in geometric shapes cast in a searing turquoise. Beneath this case is another longer one filled with nearly a dozen more summoning scrolls, equally decorated and as large as Naruto's torso. The clan, as it was a sort of sister clan to the Sumie, and their treasures came in the form of powerful medicines and poisons, herbal cocktails that could save you from death, even if you were on the brink of the abyss, and soft, transparent toxins that could keep you paralyzed indefinitely without the cure. They had maps and diagrams detailing every nerve, bone, and muscle fiber in the human body, and detailing fuinjutsu meant to hone chakra flares to a knife-like point. The Kurigane clan, they were blacksmiths capable of turning the seal into steel and silver by bending chakra into everything from swords and cradles to rings and bracelets. Old and Moses diagrams detailed the art of producing forging fires hot enough to burn through metal and chakra, and their kinjutsu came in the form of a set of strange tools that Naruto cannot touch at all lest they burn his skin down to the bone. The Idini were the most interesting in Naruto's opinion. They focused almost entirely on the art of taijutsu, and there the clans were divided into 5 categories which detailed a set of distinctive styles: tiger, dragon, crane, leopard, and snake. Their training implements consisted of things like bands that restricted blood flow to the limbs and cloth, so heavy that a single hand's worth of it weighed as much as a slab of stone. The Kinkoro clan ends up being the most difficult for Naruto to deal with personally. This particular clan was home to ninjas who made their living through trade, protecting shipments or transporting goods important to the welfare of the village. or securing trade deals with other villages. Some members of the clan were not classically trained ninja. At all, they preferred the business of trade and chose that trade over the militaristic life of a ninja. The clan was known for their guardians and trap seals, but most of all, they were known for being the treasurers of Yuzu's wealth. Much of it isn't even real, much of it is art and jewelry and large scroll paintings depicting foreign landscapes in rich colors, standing amidst gold and wealth. Naruto feels like a thief. It's your inheritance. Kurama assures out of the blue if Uzushio didn't agree, he would never have let you down here. Naruto doesn't answer, at least not out loud, but when he gulps and steps forward into the vault, it's answer. Enough. Getsuga Sozo Tenrais folds the last of Roka's treasures into their respective seals, feeling humbled and deeply tired at the same time. He rolls up the 2 black scrolls, and he seals them with the last few clicks. They sound good. It's finished now. They feel even heavier as he straps them to his hip, and he can't help but think, how can so much bend and seal into something so small? Instinct and memory tug at him, and he lets himself be carried back down the long hallway to the circular room he first entered. He notices for the first time the intricate sun and moon symbol carved into the floor and the slanted grooves in the walls that spiral upwards in a corkscrew. Pricks his thumb with his canine until blood pools in his palm. He kneels down and presses his hand onto the seal, causing his chakra to kick in a gear. A long, high-pitched tone echoes off the walls like a twisted bell, and the circular floor panel lurches upward, spinning upward on the tracks carved beneath him. He can see the chakra fires of the reservoir. Extinguishing light of a more natural kind begins to filter in from above, and Naruto begins to feel small raindrops filter in to spray his face with water. The platform locks into place in the center of the plaza, and Naruto steps into a thick fog that flickers everything gray except the stubborn greens of the forest. The rain drizzles lazily over our heads, and around us plant life flourishes, thick, thorny vines with pale, random flowers. Wind over once desolate buildings, new pines and elms peek out from between heavy stones. Grass, as far as the eye can see, is colored with wild flowers. He takes a deep breath, letting the fresh air cool his lungs. He walks through the hills, crosses the black sand beach, and out into the water of the bay. When he turns around to say goodbye to the island, he is being watched. A dark shadow appears through the white ribbons of mist, and the wolf emerges from the gloom atop the basalt columns, watching him with sharp, unblinking eyes. Naruto faces the dark beast. He shoves his left fist into his right hand and bows as he straightens up. The wolf puts a front paw, lowers his head, and leans back as he reaches the outskirts of the village. It is already past midnight. He had slept all afternoon in a redwood. Once he had gotten far enough to return to the land of F, and had not woken up until well into the night. Kurama is still asleep. He has crossed back into the village proper when it hits him like a blow to the chest. Suddenly, he feels as if a part of him is being torn, as if some cord is hurt, anchored deep within him would have been released. It wasn't until a savage, painful roar rumbles through his head that he realizes the pain isn't his own. The pain and anguish floods through him from the seal of Kurama, followed quickly by a frustrated guilt that is completely his own. They mix and fold with nothing to separate them, and Naruto is left breathless from the sheer power of the emotion. Tears burn his eyes, and he leans sideways, gripping the bark of the tree beside him in such a way that splinters pierce through his palms as the wood cracks beneath his hand. Another tailed beast has disappeared. Another of Kurama's brothers is gone. Who was it? Who did we do? Naruto can't finish the thought because he's not quite sure how to finish it. Lose, fail, both would work. Koka, the word is nothing more than a moan of pain. Kurama isn't even fully awake. Naruto stumbles into the street. He has no idea where he is, and he doesn't have the presence of mind to care, practically tripping over himself until he finds himself standing on the edge of the street in the sallow lamplight, staring in the direction the pain came from. He doesn't move for a long time. Sasuke tears himself away from the grip of his nightmare so violently he nearly falls out of bed. Cold sweat builds up, sticky and unwelcome, between his hands as his lungs gasp for air. They don't need to prepare to flee from a terror that isn't real. Itachi's Sharingan eyes roll across his vision, dark and mocking where they had once been bright and kind, and it's that transition that haunts Sasuke deeper than any ghost. Why does his stomach turn, and he swallows against the urge to vomit? The cold prickles his arms and runs down his back like the tips of frozen knives. A cold that has nothing to do with the temperature. He gets up from the tangled sheets with one arm covering his mouth, with one hand. Hold on, this is pathetic. He takes another deep breath, but his heart refuses to calm down, and his stomach churns with another bout of nausea. Sleep is far away, Now his watch strikes 40 in a walk to calm his nerves, then it's become so common that his walks through the village at the most horrible hours of the morning might as well be routine. The route is always different, but the purpose is always the same: a respite from his ghost. Being haunted has nothing to do with the presence of the dead, and everything to do with the memory of the living. The words of a strange shinobi have been haunting his mind for days. What mistake could have been so terrible as to cause so much pain? Whose loss was it that could have been so devastating as to leave so many scars? Sasuke had lost his entire family, a brother he had loved dearly, but somehow that man knew an even greater loss. Somehow the loss of a single life had left a deeper crater than the loss of a clan. He walks past the Yamanaka flower shop, carelessly sliding a hand through the damp mist of wet dew through the wide windows. The monsoon had left the air stifling with humidity, even at night. He turns the corner and stops dead. Naruto is standing on a corner less than half a block away. Sasuke hasn't seen the blonde boy in almost a week, and the thought of him hadn't even crossed his mind until yesterday, when Kiba had run through the training grounds looking for him. According to the dog, Ning, no one had seen the skin or hair of the Uzumaki since before the storm hit. He seems different, it's subtle, but the blonde boy seems stronger somehow. The perpetual hump in his neck from tucking his head down is gone, and he holds his head higher and leans his shoulders back further. The closer Sasuke looks, the wider his eyes widen. Sasuke has seen Naruto cry only once before, a long time ago, when they were both very young. He had been sitting on the swings not far from the academy, practically crying, and no one had ever stopped to look at him. This is very different. He's standing painfully still with his eyes staring at some vague point in the sky, just above the tree line. He's not sobbing. In fact, Sasuke isn't entirely sure he's breathing. The only hint of sadness is the torrent of tears that steadily escape from the corners of his eyes, tracing simple paths along his cheeks to collect in drops along his jaw. Naruto makes no move to wipe them from his face, makes no effort to disguise his pain. It's a different kind of sadness than loneliness, the one of abandonment. Sasuke knows this kind of sadness well enough to recognize it at a glance. Pain. Sasuke doesn't understand it. He stands paralyzed with his eyes scanning what he can see of Naruto's expression, as if that could give him some clue to solve this enigma. But it gives him no answers, only more questions. Naruto's face is eerily firm, and pain is written in the corners of his eyes, but nowhere else. The sound of a shutter closing, a light going out at the wrong time, and the moment goes. Aiko's Naruto turns to see Sasuke standing in the shadow of the flower shop, and his eyes widen another half second. Another dear moment caught in a spotlight, and Naruto's expression squeaks and changes from sadness to frustration to fury in the space between Sasuke's heartbeat. And just like that, it takes off like a shot. Sasuke's brain must not be working, fried somewhere between the pain and anger on Naruto's face. Because his body, he moves without his permission. He chases after him. He advances through the trees, hot on the blonde's heels. His eyes follow the golden hair in the dark. Naruto is fast, almost faster than Sasuke, and it's starting to look like his instincts were right. Naruto has been holding back in class. Anger chases surprise through his system, because that means every fight, every victory that Sasuke lords over him was HCA. Naruto is hard to track in the dark, and someone with less sharp eyes would have lost among the trees in a matter of seconds. But even without an active Sharingan, Sasuke's eyes are still sharper than any Jounin's. However, he almost loses him. Anyway, when Naruto leaps into the trees like a freaking jungle cat, Yasuke nearly headbutts a bramble in an attempt to follow him. But he senses the chakra working. He's seen Chunin climb trees like nothing, so he channels chakra into his feet and leaps after him. The first steps turn wood and bark under him, his feet to a pulp, but Sasuke has always been a quick learner, especially under pressure. So he reduces his load and moves on. Naruto runs in a zigzag pattern back and forth through the forest like a fluttering bird, gaining ground on Sasuke. Quickly, Shun figures out body blink technique. That's definitely not something they were taught at the academy, but Sasuke calls upon what he knows about it from his personal studies and forms the correct hand sign, almost crashing into an elm tree the first time when he overdoes at the amount of chakra it takes, but it puts him much closer to Naruto's accelerated form. The blonde dart heads left so sharply at one point that Sasuke is sent hurtling past him and is forced to backtrack following it through a stand of trees so thick that the branches tear off entire chunks of Sasuke's overshirt. He makes it through with a grunt of frustration and keeps moving, grimacing as the branches rake over his now bare arms. Naruto seems to know this area much better than Sasuke. what is done obvious as he cuts sideways a blind turn to land unerringly on one of the rocks, jutting out from the river rapids, leaping from rock to rock down the stream with a grace that Sasuke knows Naruto had not possessed a week earlier. He follows blindly, unwilling to let the Uzumaki out of sight for even a second. Tracing Naruto's path over the stones of the river, the forest suddenly widens, and only the adrenaline in his system and his hard instincts keep him prevent himself from running headlong into whatever awaits him on the other side of the curtain of trees of darkness. Comes Naruto's voice, a raspy growl that rumbles deeper than should be possible for his age. Doton recoils before he can even contemplate how the hell Naruto knows AC rank earth jutsu of all things. A rumble of rock cuts in front of him, missing his right shoulder by a centimeter. He barely has time to jump over the first spike of rock before the second rises up behind him, and the two stones crash together with enough force to shatter bone, landing in a clear cleft down the middle next to the source of the river, snaking out from a waterfall basin pressed against the distant cliff. Naruto is standing on the opposite side of the river, his breath panting around, teeth a little too sharp to be normal. The red scratches on Naruto's face and arms are already fading, some sort of invisible chakra bleeding steam into the air. As the cuts they close and disappear, the sharp sting in Sasuke's own arms only serves to sharpen his concentration. They're at a dead end, blue eyes fixed on black fury unleashes uncontrolled behind cerulean irises, and his stance changes. The spell breaks. They lunge at each other, all power and no grace. Neither of them have physical weapons, but their bodies collide, and they stare at each other as if they themselves were the swords. Each parry and clash, shooting sparks magnetic into the air between them, drawing them back stronger, faster. Neither of them are supposed to know the jutsu, as the academy students fly through their fingers, and although Sasuke's jutsu classes that are more powerful is only capable of spitting fire, Naruto is something completely different. His jutsu are all COD rank, but he fires one element after another with barely a pause between them, and the landscape around them begins to change rapidly. As a result, they throw each other at full speed with no hesitation, no holds barred, and something in Sasuke starts to get excited. Naruto, so it's more than a challenge, it's a damn equal, a perfect odd couple, and he's both offended and enthralled by the idea. In equal measure, Sasuke lands more punches, but Naruto's ability to roll with the punches outstrips Sasuke's ability to do so. So every punch Naruto lands is worth two of his own. Naruto's brash attitude and boundless passion is still in every move he makes, but it's honed to a sword-like edge instead of the forced bluntness Sasuke is used to, and his generally inept energy has gone from aimless to deadly. For the first time in his memory, Sasuke is forced to up his game just to match him. He can feel himself running out of chakra, but Naruto doesn't seem to have the same problem even when Sasuke switches to relying more on taijutsu. Naruto lets fly another ninjutsu that makes his hair stand on end. Right unspark shot, a series of electric needles are launched into the air between them, and Sasuke has to spin through the air and away from the river to avoid being electrocuted. It's the first time Naruto has used a right-on, and something in the atmosphere pushes him. The invisible tension in the air reaches a critical point. They face off again, even stronger than before, and this time it's Sasuke who struggles to keep up. Naruto flies like an animal in human skin, fast, wild, and brutal. Sasuke's only saving grace is that the more rage and power he puts into his blows, the less coordinated becomes a blow to Naruto's solar plexus, strong enough to damage the trees. And here's Naruto's lost breath pass by his ear. However, he barely stops it, and an elbow cracks Sasuke's temple, in turn causing the red to explode on his eyelids and forcing them to separate again. They are standing in front of each other. That strange spell keeps them still again while their eyes are fixed on the water. Sasuke feels the warm and wet blood begin to drip, tear down his forehead. Naruto straightens up, spits blood into the grass, and wipes his mouth on the back of his wrist. Something shifts. The hostile charge in the air seems to clear and dissipate, leaving only that strange tension that keeps the atmosphere tense. Settles on a fulcrum capable of leaning to one side or the other. Then a small, sharp smile cuts the corner of Naruto's mouth, a little ironic, a little wild. Something jumps into existence under Sasuke's sternum out of nowhere, pushing hard down his throat so that a soft breath forces it out between his teeth. He feels a small smile curve his lips completely against his will. Naruto's sharp smile turns into a grin that is all teeth, into something potent enough to be a weapon in itself. The blonde moves his leg forward fast, and abortive, but it makes Sasuke tense automatically. The smile reaches Naruto's eyes. It turns into a taunt, a feint, a playful one. That the one in Sasuke's chest swells, pushes his stomach and his lungs out of the way to make room, dangerously close to the vital, throbbing muscle beneath his ribs. He reflexively tries to crush whatever this is out of existence. He tries to reach out for his indifference and calculated anger in an attempt to exorcise this strange new sensation. He finds both are strangely absent, and in their place is a strange new energy that intimidates him. Feeling dizzy and tense, he faints without thinking. He plays the game, and so it goes from a fight to another. Thing is not exactly a fight, something closer to a dance. And it is a far cry from anything Sasuke has ever done. They fight with holds and twists, more showing off than actually fighting. Their blows are meant to be glancing blows to bruise rather than break bones, all grace and no power. They continue like this until they are both depleted of chakra and stamina, and to Sasuke's chagrin, he realizes that Naruto's reserves of both are deeper than his, and the only reason they are is because Sasuke had been much more conservative with his energy than Naruto. Sasuke's muscles are burning by the end, and they're both drenched in sweat. The fight has seeped out of every cell, leaving him breathless and boneless from exhaustion. When they finally end, as they started standing feet apart with fire in their eyes, for the first time Naruto speaks. "You crazy imbecile," he breathes, but without heat. Without that strange fury that had taken over him completely not too long ago. Idiot. Sasuke fights back, but it's different from all the times he said it before. It carries with it the end of something, or maybe not an end, maybe a beginning. As Sasuke awoke from his nightmare, as he stepped out into the streets in search of a deep breath, this is the last place he would have expected to end up. But here he sits propped up on the worn bed in Naruto's small apartment, staring at the far wall, as he reluctantly allows Naruto to apply bandages and a simple ointment to the cuts on his arms. Naruto has been rather quiet so far, which is odd. He hasn't asked for Sasuke's reason for chasing him something. Sasuke is incredibly grateful, for given he still has no idea what the hell was going through his head, that stray synapse had misfired and set him in motion. Instead, Sasuke hasn't asked for the cause of the strange pain and potent rage he's witnessed. The result is a strange kind of silence, which is made even more apparent coming from Naruto, who in Sasuke's experience never shuts up. But for all its strangeness, the quiet is easy. He realizes he has no desire to interrupt it. Sasuke watches out of the corner of his eye as Naruto works, trying to keep his mind off the other question he hasn't asked here. He's being bandaged for cut scrapes, and yet the only evidence of their battle on Naruto's body is a scattering of already fading bruises erased by an invisible energy like so much smoke. Is it some kind of keiki henkai? He asks himself. No, it's Sasuke's business. If it is outside of battle bloodline boundaries or private things, and Sasuke doesn't know Rupi well enough to ask about it, the only thing he knows without a doubt is that Naruto is an orphan. Sasuke glances around Naruto's small apartment as a form of distraction. Taking in the details, he notes that it's surprisingly clean, though rather cluttered, mostly oddly, with small and large ceiling and tracing scrolls hidden in every corner, stacked on tables and piled in neat pyramids along the floor. I didn't realize you liked reading dope so much, he comments, ripping a scroll from a pile near him with his free hand as Naruto finishes tying the blindfold on the other. Yeah, how disgusting. Naruto complains, I don't really understand things when people just talk to me, so I started looking things up myself. It works better. Clearly, Sasuke shuffles, opening the scroll to find instructions for a wind jutsu rank C breakthrough are from the archives. It is asked the academy students are not allowed in the jutsu libraries, and they are definitely not allowed to take out rank C scrolls. Naruto grimaces slightly. Technically no, however they are copies. He tilts his head and squints his eyes like a suspicious animal, and for the first time Sasuke notices how deep the dark bruises are around his eyes. The Uzumaki looks like he hasn't slept in days. If he was this exhausted when we fought, how strong would he have been? Completely rested. Sasuke, finding that he doesn't like his own answer, because it means that without the subtle point in his favor, it's quite possible that Sasuke would have lost that strange battle. Completely unacceptable. Are you going to give me away? He asks Naruto quietly. Sasuke snorts and hands the scroll to Naruto. Not if you share the information stored in these scrolls. It's not a resource Sasuke is willing to pass up lightly, not if they can make him stronger. Apparently Sasuke's stomach has decided he's not nauseous anymore, because he's reminded out loud of her presence at that moment, and the fact that he hasn't eaten anything since lunch yesterday. "Do you have anything to eat in this place?" he asks. Without thinking, "Hey, Naruto," he stills reflexively, but he seems more thoughtful than offended. "However, I could have some things for curry," he says as he stands up. Sasuke ticks and eyebrows up to his hairline. "You cook?" Naruto looks at him with a frown. "I live alone, you know, and eat food out of Ichiraka's takeout." "Oh, shut up, are you hungry? Or not, it depends on you're really going to make something edible." Naruto snorts offended. "If you're so worried about that, why don't you just make it?" This is how he and Naruto end up arguing for 20 minutes over the pot of curry about whether curry is supposed to be salty and sweet or sour with vinegar. The answer is bitter, obviously, but they're both too tired to make any real effort to argue, so they end up making too much of something in between. Isn't terrible, and at this point Sasuke is too tired to care, still exhausted from their earlier fight. If what they had done in that clearing could be summed up in such a simple word, he doubts it. The next morning, he is the embodiment of chaos and sets the stage for much of Sasuke's interactions with Naruto from then on. Before Sasuke is fully conscious, Naruto is a blur of noise and movement out of nowhere, darting back and forth in a panic while Sasuke rubs a rather nasty sprain on the back of his neck. "What the hell is wrong with you?" at last growls, pressing his fingers into the muscle where his neck meets his shoulder to try and smooth out the knots that have formed there. He had passed out against the base of Naruto's bed. By what it looked like, Naruto freezes. With a long sleeve pulled halfway over his head to look at him, class Sasuke opens his eyes fully and tears his gaze around the room, looking for a clock. "What time is it?" Naruto finishes, pushing his shirt over his head all the way. His hair is wet now that Sasuke bothers to look like he showered, but didn't bother to dry himself at all. 8:45 a.m. drop of icy panic slides down his spine. He's never been late to school ever. Sasuke forces himself to stand up, banging his shoulder against the door frame because his legs feel like they're made of rice paper with bad layers. "I'm using your shower," he declares. Poisons. It feels disgusting, with sweat drying in all the wrong places, with his hair stuck to the side of his face. There's no way he's going to a class like that. The pressure is on, Naruto warns as he crouches in the kitchen with a roll of limbs wrapped between his teeth. Somewhere in the back of his mind, Sasuke knows this should feel a lot stranger than it does outside of school. Him and Naruto were practically strangers until last night, when almost every assumption he'd had about the idiot had gone haywire. All but one. Actually, Sasuke was right in one thing. They both know pain beyond their years now. He was sure of it. That was too close for comfort. "You're saying it?" You had arrived at class with maybe 12 seconds to spare, right on Sasuke's heels, and the sneaky bastard had managed to avoid Iruka Sensei entirely sneaking off while Naruto got the lecture of his life for not telling Iruka about his little trip in person. Luckily, Iruka Sensei seems to be under the impression that it took off after the storm hit. No. Before, however, Shikamaru seems to know better while Iruka sense and is busy detailing the stages of a genjutsu on the board. Shika moves a little further forward on his desk, behind Naruto's seat. "Hey, are you okay?" He mumbles, his tone as disinterested as ever, but beneath the lazy attitude, Naruto can sense genuine concern and feels guilt wash over him. He hadn't told Shikamaru or Akiba where he was going. It hadn't even occurred to him. He glances back at the Nara out of the corner of his eye. He kind of pointless lying to Shik, so Naruto doesn't usually bother. Better now. He tells the truth. The shadow, Nin, watches him through lazily hooded eyes for another long moment, but then accepts his answer with a barely visible nod and nuzzles his cheek against his arm again. As he turns back to the front of the room, Naruto's eyes fall unerringly on the back of Sasuke's head. He's currently being fawned over by Ino and another kunoichi in training that Naruto doesn't know, who has him sandwiched on both sides. Usually even Sasuke's fangs aren't that bothersome, since Sasuke tends to get angry when someone thinks about invading his personal space. But the fact that he came to class without a navy blue overshirt seems to have drawn more attention than usual. Their fight last night has been haunting his thoughts, along with the change in their relationship from most strangers to something else. Naruto wouldn't exactly call them friends just yet, not, but he is starting to think there might be more to the Uchiha than his brooding exterior lets on. "He's a good match for you physically," Kurama grumbles. "You don't seem too happy about it." "I don't. Historically, Uchiha are mentally unstable at best," the Kabai growls through his teeth. "But you need a sparring partner who can keep up with you. And I must admit, you have an interesting one dynamic." That's one way to put it. Naruto thinks the way they had fit together while fighting brought out the best and worst in another at the same time. Naruto had been so angry with himself, with the world, but Sasuke had taken that anger in stride and had turned it on him with a good dose of his own, a cocktail of emotions that in that state of fury Naruto could practically smell in the air: pain, frustration, rage. But of all the things Naruto had felt that night, none surprised him As much as the loneliness powerful, painful, and terribly familiar, he had never thought about it before that surrounded by people like him you would think there would be no space, so that Sasuke would feel alone, but Naruto knows what it's like to feel left out in a crowd. And in the end, Sasuke comes back to an empty house in an empty compound, and he's very much alone. Naruto is startled when he notices Sakura staring at him, her eyes boring a hole into his skull from 2 seats to Hino's left. Not sure what she wants or what he's done wrong, he tries to crack a smile, which probably ends up looking nervous. To his surprise, his expression softens, which is odd, and Naruto's life definitely starts to get more interesting after that. For a couple weeks, Sasuke tries to keep up the pretense that he only comes to Naruto's small apartment to access his scrolls, but after a while he starts showing up at Naruto's clearing at odd hours of the night when he seems to know Naruto will be there, and they fight. It's too intense to be considered sparring, but a lot of the animosity that was present in their first fight it doesn't exist on nights like these. It's Naruto's apartment, where they return to lick their wounds, Naruto's kitchen, where they prepare midnight dinners, Naruto's flat, where they sleep. Sasuke spends less time in an empty house and more time studying tastings with Naruto in the unmade bed and arguing with him in the stupa and trying out new jutsu with him in the glade. They still fight, but it's different now. There's more camaraderie and less rivalry. The school fights become little more than a game. They play tag wrestling compared to what they do outside of class. And with this match, besides Kurama's regular training, Naruto has never felt more confident after a month of training with Naruto. It's strange that it's the little things that make him convulse the way they do. Naruto is a tactile person, and with the amount of time he's been spending with the idiot lately, the shoulder bumps and playful punches against his side are things Sasuke is used to now. The problem comes with another kind of touch. Entirely different things are rarer, thank God, and usually only happen early in the morning or late at night. But still they happen. The worst part is Naruto doesn't even seem to notice what he's doing. Warm, careless touches like a hand on the shoulder or arm early in the morning when they need to get up for school with stiff shoulders and necks from sleeping on the floor with old blankets and pillows. The worst happens when Sasuke wakes up with he breaks out in a cold sweat, but instead of the ceiling of his room, he sees the cracked plaster of Naruto's. Because they had fought and trained the night before, and he had slept here like he usually did. He rolls over trying to quietly catch his breath in his lungs so as not to wake the Uzumaki sleeping next to him. He should have known better, because even though Naruto can sleep through a fire drill and not break an eyelid, Sasuke's bad breath is apparently enough to wake him up. Naruto mumbles sleepily, and he turns around still almost beside himself and pushes a hand down Sasuke's back like it's the most normal thing to do in the elemental countries. Not that Sasuke has never felt the warmth of touch before. He has from looking at the paintbrushes and the memory of his mother's hands on his shoulders and his brother's fingers on his forehead. But this is different. Somehow the warmth of this sinks deeper, rooting into his bones and warming his marrow. It was just a simple, careless touch in his stupidly open affection, but it shakes something in it. He pushes at its foundations hard enough to loosen the rubble, the dust and cobwebs of accumulated hate and pain. Break free from this life he's built on vengeance, not enough to threaten collapse, but enough to make the woods tremble. And Naruto, the oblivious idiot that he is, simply rolls over again and goes back to sleep, not caring about the turmoil he's just caused in Sasuke's soul, not noticing how Sasuke's arms, they're still shaking. But it's with a very different kind of fear. The next event occurs on a damn low-key Sunday. Sasuke's day has been one from the start. He'd woken up sweaty and disgusting and more exhausted than when he'd first gone to sleep. The air was hellish and humid, the worst the land of fire has to offer. By noon, he's moody and exhausted. He'd been training with Naruto until almost 3 in the morning. So he makes the decision, without even thinking about it, turning the corner around the Chirik ramen with a bag full of curry, making supplies around his arm in case he needs an excuse to break into Naruto's apartment. He doesn't bother using the door. The doors are for civilians anyway, and the way things are going, Sasuke and Naruto are practically ninjas already. It's not the first time he's come through Naruto's bedroom window uninvited by any means, but it is the first time Sasuke shows up, and Naruto doesn't immediately yell at him to get off the windowsill already cracked. Sasuke doesn't care. He likes the window open anyway, but there's no screaming. There's no noise whatsoever, but Sasuke can feel the steady pulse of Naruto's chakra inside him. So he lets himself in. Apparently, he's not the only one who thought a nap might be a good idea. Naruto is passed out on the still unmade bed, fully clothed with his limbs akimbo. This alone isn't what scares Sasuke. It's what's lying next to the bed that makes it A. Brand new futon. The warm glare of Naruto's apartment spreads out beside the bed. Sasuke freezes in place. Until now, Sasuke has been considering the idea that this whole arrangement is temporary. Once he becomes stronger than Naruto, once he learns all he can learn here, he will leave, he will seek out other avenues to gain strength, he will continue on his way. But this unsettles him again, it shakes him harder this time, and for longer, leaving him shaking in the window frame. As if he was standing in a blizzard, the feeling chills him, the frame of his house of pain and hate that builds like a seismic wave that cracks the walls and loses the plaster. Something moves deep within the concrete foundation. Something powerful, and that doesn't make any sense. Whatever this feeling of camaraderie and security he finds here is supposed to be a weakness, attachment, warmth, even friendship, is supposed to be an obstacle, a danger, an anchor that will only drag him down, will weaken him. So why the hell does he feel so strong enough to upend everything he's ever known? If he lets her, he must go, he must push away this subtle welcome made with his pride in mind. He must to catch his breath. They'll hate him hard with her fist firmly in the back of his shirt as she drags him to stand behind the training dummies. It's okay. Whatever I did, I'm sorry. Please don't kill me, he stammers until Sakura covers her mouth with a hand. Shut up, she growls, looking at her around as if H couldn't stand on his shoulder. You and Sasuke came to class together this morning. Naruto blinks and takes her hand away from his mouth, then asks, genuinely bewildered. This is the fourth time this week. He says accusingly he doesn't like his house. Okay, would you like to live in a place where your entire family was murdered? He defends himself without thinking, because otherwise someone would stay in my apartment. That doesn't explain why he's staying with you. Specifically, she presses Naruto, makes a face. We had a fight, I guess. Now it's Sakura's turn to blink. A fight? Naruto shrugs. Yeah, fight. And now we're kind of friends and stuff. Why are you looking at me like that? She looks at him like he has brain damage, which if he does, it's his fault anyway. She doesn't beat around the bush. Ever, you guys have never gotten along. Ever, she accuses. Naruto shrugs again, shoving his hands in his pockets. We still don't, to be honest. Anyway, not all the time. Sakura just looks at him. She stares at him long enough for him to start to feel uncomfortable and begins to slowly circle around her like one might avoid the presence of a wild bear. Well, anyways, we should probably get to class. Sakura grabs him by the arm and drags him back. Will she be with you after school today? She asks. This time it's Naruto who narrows his eyes. Yes. It's Friday. We have curry on Fridays. Why? Sakura crosses her hands behind her back and flashes the sweetest, fakest smile. Naruto knows she could be able to do no. He says firmly, oh, come on, just once besides Sakura. Naruto, and I know you learned how to do it from Irika Sensei. I heard Daikoka Sensei and say that Tsukuri is the best already, but you don't want food. You want to rub time with Sasuke. On Ino's face, Naruto counterattacks. So well, look, I'll even buy all the stuff to make it, and also get chicken to put it on, please. Naruto taps his foot, debating his food budget has been running low lately, and it's his turn to buy ingredients. Very well, he declares, but no flattery, and you have to tell Sasuke. You're coming, no sneak attacks. This is how Sakura ends up at Naruto's apartment after class, examining some of the scrolls Naruto had left on the kitchen table. While he and Sasuke have their usual bittersweet debate over curry, she's kept her promise to keep the flattery to a minimum. Apparently, the allure of lording the entire experience over Naruto's head isn't enough for her to keep the fangirl Stitch at bay. Energy. What is this? He asks, looking over one of the scrolls. She hasn't asked where they came from, much to Naruto's relief, and doesn't seem to care too much. Medical ninjutsu. Naruto replies. Irika Sensei says it's for field medics. I've seen him do it. It's great. She looks at him, obviously shocked. Seriously, you could do it? He taught you. Know his chakra control still sucks too much. Sasuke steps in, earning himself a hard smack to the ribs. You can't do it either, you, and that's too much vinegar. Naruto snaps. There's not enough vinegar if you ask me. Well, I didn't really ask you. They quickly dissolve back into their argument, not noticing Sakura now staring at them in increasing disbelief, until she stands up, pulls them both apart, and yells, idiots, it's supposed to be spicy. Naruto and Sasuke jump back as she snatches a spoon from Naruto's hand and a kitchen knife from Sasuke's, then quickly takes over the stove. Sasuke's mouth is still agape as Naruto bursts into laughter, shaking with glee, while the Ukiya just stares dumbfounded. Finally turns his eyes to Naruto. He gets like that often. Naruto slips a tear from the corner of his eye. If you piss her off enough, it already starts out small, which is exactly why Sasuke doesn't see it coming. Little things that mean nothing until they do. A forgotten book on the table, an extra pack of shuriken on the shelf, his spare kunai hidden under the bed, then a spare set of clothes in the closet, his towel in the bathroom, his better both by the door, then a whole tarp of supplies by the dresser, his favorite Han in the pantry, his favorite foods in the fridge, his damn toothbrush. He notices one night when he and Naruto are going over their training regimen for the week. Yet he remembers how shocked he had been when Naruto had put his usual training routine down on a piece of paper for Sasuke to look at for the given definition of routine. Some of the training Naruto had been doing were in things he hadn't even considered, things like breathing, balance, and fine motor control, and there were almost no two types of exercises the same. Naruto has been training every part of himself, not just the parts that would be useful for fighting or being a ninja, and Sasuke wholeheartedly embraces the idea any strength is better than no strength at all, and never before has training made him feel so bad sore in muscles. He's never used drawing power from parts of himself. He didn't know were there. He misses what Naruto says, something about flexibility and chakra control, training chopsticks halfway out of his mouth. They're eating Ichiraka's late-night dinner to replenish the calories they lost during today's training like they do almost every night. Sasuke is pretty convinced Takeuchi says opening so late just for them, specifically just for Naruto. It's normal routine. Sasuke has a chair at the small dining table. It's his chair, sits here every day. Naruto hasn't bothered to put away his futon in the morning for longer than Sasuke can remember. Now they take turns buying groceries every few days. It's Sasuke's turn to pay. He hasn't even seen his house in weeks because he lives here. Hey, are you even listening to me? And even that insult coming out of Naruto's mouth sounds more endearing and exasperated than any word has a right to be. The blonde tilts his head and blinks in confusion. He knows that Sasuke doesn't usually like zoning. You got carrot in your teeth, Sasuke says to cover his momentary lapse in brain function. Let's do flexibility Thursday. He continues quickly as Naruto runs his tongue along his incisors, staring. When he notices said carrot is non-existent Wednesday, he corrects that way. We can put it between endurance and strength training and not die. Maybe, he says dryly. He's been spending too much time with Shikamaru. Sasuke decides this time next year his sense of humor is going to be drier than wind countries. All right, he agrees. But how is Sakura's lineup already almost caught up? Naruto mumbles around a bite of pork belly. Still, he needs to work on his chakra. But his control is already much better than ours. Plus, he's been trying to harass Rasen at the hospital for anatomy lessons. That thought is terrifying, though. Sasuke is glad that Sakura seems to have shaken off the worst of her fangirl phase after a prolonged contact with him. He's not entirely sure what kind of monster they've created by introducing him to the idea of medical ninjutsu. He needs to hurry up and catch up to them so they can begin training in a group formation. She has specific talents that both he and Naruto lack, and getting her into regular training will give them some experience as a unit before the actual elections at the end of the school year. Sasuke has plans for that as well, and has spent the last few weeks trying to manipulate the events in their favor. If all goes as planned, they won't be separated anytime soon. He wasn't exactly planning on telling Sakura what he was doing, but it becomes necessary on Friday morning when she begins to ball up a paper ball to throw at Naruto's nap. Head 2 rows back. Sasuke grabs her wrist, stopping her arm mid-swing. Don't do it, he growls. Let him sleep. Sakura glares at him from her permanent residence in the seat to his left. To Ino's continued confusion and outrage, Sakura stands there under his frustrated attention. Most days Sasuke has found her to be a lot like her. She pulls her wrist out of his hand, but drops the projectile, looking dull. But lately she's been doing nothing but sleeping through class. Even if she knows things in theory, she'll fail the test if she doesn't know at least some of the technical jargon. That's what I'm counting on, Sasuke mumbles, and she looks at him like he's grown a second head. She looks back at Irika Sensei for a minute to make sure he's still away from her. What the hell is that supposed to mean? You want me to fail now? She's pissed, which is bad news for Sasuke and his perfect record if it gets out of hand. So she sighs, look, you're the best kunoichi right now, aren't you? She straightens up a little. The pride is evident in the small smile that spreads across her face. And I'm currently the best shinobi, right? Her eyes narrow at that, confused now, obviously. But what does that have to do with anything? Sasuke falls silent as Iruka walks down her path, feigning indifference to the conversation, until Sensei Chunning walks back to the other end of the classroom. It's an unspoken rule that the top kunoichi and top shinobi of each graduating class are placed on a team with the lowest scoring student to even out the distribution of talent. Sakura's eyes widen slightly as realization dawns, and Naruto is the current underdog. She finishes for him, throwing a glance at the Nubia snores behind them, before turning her emerald gaze to Sasuke. Sasuke nods minutely, tucking his mouth behind his raised fingers to hide his determined smile. I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. Sakura makes no effort to hide her smile, leaning in conspiratorially. What can I do to help? For a start, you can be Kiba's tutor. Sasuke mumbles. Dog breath is cutting into him. Do you realize this is considered harassment? It's not recognition, asshole. It's stalking. No one asked you, Shika. Then why the hell are we here? I need a cool scapegoat. Thanks for that, troublemaker. And you're a traitor. Choji shrugs nonchalantly. She gave me Dango. Oh, she did now. She just dragged me here by my ankles. There's no point in trying to bribe, Ino says with some venom. And shut up, I'm trying to concentrate. Shikamaru rolls his eyes so hard Ino can practically hear it from where she's crouched in the bushes with her eyes fixed on the front door of the hospital. Shikamaru rests with his usual lazy grace against the tree behind her, nestled so completely in the shadows of the branches that, and he doesn't have to concentrate to see it all the way. Choji is sitting on the ground at his feet, absent-mindedly rolling the empty dango skewer between his teeth. And he doesn't know that Sakura has been coming to the hospital lately right after school on some occasions, but what he doesn't know is why she's more than a little upset that Ballardbrow has somehow managed to worm her way into Sasuke's good graces. But more irritating than that is the fact that afterwards she seemed to drop all the flattery, all the adoration, and now she and Sasuke whisper to each other in class like they're best friends, and Ino has no idea how that happened. There has to be a trick to it. She had decided she has to know something that I don't know, and she had asked Shikamaru for advice on the matter. He had told her to ask Naruto of all people, and when she had expressed her confusion on why the hell he would ask the class clown about Sasuke Yukiya, he had given her the strangest look. You really don't know, do you? I thought you were supposed to be the head of his fan club, or something like that. Shikamaru hadn't told her what the hell he had meant by that, so in retaliation, and hadn't dragged him into her surveillance. She had also grabbed Choji mostly because he didn't complain about her strange behavior as long as she bought him snacks. She would if it was for her. The boys fall silent when she sees a pink flash in the far corner of the building, even though they hadn't actually been talking. In the first place, Sakura has her hair pulled back from its normal straight flow into a high ponytail tied with a leather cord. She looks tired and flushed like she just came from sparring practice, but there's also a semi-permanent triumphant smile on her face that Ino has never seen before. What the hell? Ino mutters to herself. The staff of the Shinobi Hospital Konoha is a notoriously stony and unimpressed group of current and former ninja. She comes here almost every day. Of course, the staff knows her. Shikamaru chimes in response to a question he never actually asked. But what the hell for? It's rumored that she's been trying to pester Akari Sensei for lessons on how to be a field medic. Choji says easily, digging through his backpack for one of his ever-present bags of chips. Ino blinks and straightens up out of her chair. Hide and seek without thinking, and Kara, she squeals. She's crazy, possibly, Shikamaru comments cheerfully. But if he hasn't scared her yet, I doubt he ever will. At the head of the Konoha Ninja Hospital is Yika's senior surgeon, former Hin Chief of Staff, and possibly one of the angriest, most unapproachable human beings Ino has ever had the displeasure of meeting face to face. She had met him exactly once 4 years ago when her father had returned from a mission, hanging by his arms from a hut with his legs severed from the knee down and the missing limb shrouded in Shikaku's protective shadows to preserve as much tissue function as possible. Inoichi had spent the next 6.5 hours in the operating room, not curled up crying on his mother's lap, as they waited when Akari finally emerged, sweaty and obviously exhausted. With a scowl, he had completely ignored Ino, and his mother had turned directly to Shikaku with hard eyes and gritted teeth. He's off on missions for a month, waiting for regular healing sessions with no exceptions. If I see your name on a duty roster before then, I'll cut your leg off myself, he growled, and then walked away without another word. Not even a glance in her direction, and he didn't blink at Shikamaru when he suddenly stiffens minutely with a raised eyebrow, looking over his shoulder. You're not talking about me, are you? Sakura's voice comes eerily close to his ear, and he can't help it. Ichiya jumps, jumping forward so fast she almost trips over Choji. Yoji Akimichi is perfect. No one will tell her otherwise, because when she is about to trip and fall over herself from a ridiculously embarrassing era, Choji puts an arm around her legs to straighten her up and doesn't even complain when she uses her head to straighten herself up. He just continues to chew on his chips. Sakura straightens up with her hands in the pockets of her sweatshirts, completely unladylike and completely indifferent to the regarding, with a smug glint in her eyes. I blush to the roots of her hair in embarrassment. And not everything has to do with you, billboard eyebrow, Ino stutters, trying to steady herself both mentally and physically. Sakura doesn't take the bait. Instead, she just smiles knowingly and carefree, and isn't fazed by it. Who the hell are you? Dano's brain asks. Why, this isn't the Sakura. He knows the girl who cries on benches when people make fun of her forehead or her hair color. This Sakura has her hair pulled back from her face, bangs braided back into her ponytail to keep it safely out of her eyes. She's wearing simple gray sweatpants and a dark blue tank top. No dress, no skirt, nothing flashy about her ensemble. But Ino finds herself staring anyway, because suddenly Sakura looks incredibly intimidating, confident, and self-assured. And what the hell, and doesn't she feel like a bright green monster come to life in her guts? Envy wells bitterly in the back of her throat. Okay, Sakura says easily, as if Ino didn't just insult her, and points at the boys. Can I borrow Shikamaru for a second? Shikamaru blinks in confusion and answers when Hino's tongue fails to articulate an effective response. Do you need anything? Aruno advised for coffee. Have you started drinking it? Shikamaru tilts his head thoughtfully. Yeah, a little, but this is for Akati Sensei. Right? Sakura nods, being stubborn. One of the secretaries. He said he has a weakness for special mixtures. Then you're going to want to talk to my old man, Shikamaru advises. If anyone knows what to butter the old salt of the earth, will it be him? You can come over after school tomorrow if you want to be back from Zuna. By then, Sakura smiles and winks at him and smiles. You're the best. You're coming over for curry this week, aren't you? This time, I get to pick the flavors. Shikamaru winces. Can you promise me you won't turn my mouth into ashes? Sakura snorts and sticks her tongue out at him. Baby, but already that you helped me, I'll tone it down. Just for you, curry. Choji suddenly approaches interested. Shikamaru looks at him with a loving movement of his mouth. I'll get you something when I get the chance, big guy. Sakura's smile grows softer at the gesture. We'll make more, so you can take something with you, she offers, then looks up, registering the position of the sun in the sky. I have to go. See you tomorrow, Shika. See you later, Ino. By Choji yells after her as he runs back down the path. And Ino just stares and staring and staring. Kakashi turns the corner of his apartment building and nearly gets run over by an academy student, a young kunoichi with hair the color of cherry bubblegum, who slices into his shoulder at high speed, barely stopping to yell an apology before she heads off towards the training grounds, pumping out energy like some sort of overcharged battery. What does Yuka feed those kids? She wonders absent-mindedly as her body flickers towards Yuka's apartment. Gunma only half expects to find the Takuja there. It's a crapshoot as to where Gunma will be on a day off, but he hadn't been to the waiting station, which leaves only a handful of places the shinobi would go to cool down. After the mission, Kakashi knows Gunma isn't at his apartment. The moment he lands on the balcony, Gunma's chakra signature there is so faint it's unlikely he ever went home in the first place. That leaves two options. Either Gunma has gone to the apartment from Irika to eat and rest, or is he in Reida's attic? Kakashi has no intention of checking Reida's loft. Luckily, Gunma ends up being at Irika's house, although Irika himself is strangely absent. Yo, Kakashi calls from the living room window, looking at Takuju while he rests on Irika's couch. Yo, Gunma returns tired without moving the arm that he has thrown over his eyes. So bad, huh? Kakashi says softly, rolling to his feet and approaching. He leans against the wall next to Takuja's head, out of his line of sight, and he scans Gunma's form. Almost the entirety of the man's chest is wrapped in, and his right hand is secured in a chakra mesh cast to keep it immobile. By Kakashi's estimation, he should still be in the hospital, but saying that would make him a hypocrite. So he keeps his mouth shut. Too low, Jime, he says slowly, his tongue sliding around his sem to his wet, cracked lips. His only nervous habit, rookie Chunin ambush. Could have it's been worse. Really, it could have been better too. Kakashi says he's honestly never liked false words or comfort in times like this that would make him a hypocrite too. I would have thought you'd be with your mate too. Beaten up, Gunma growls. He finally takes his hand from his eyes to run his fingers restlessly through his hair. Plus Rei is still with the sand aim. He doesn't know. He turns his head to look at Kakashi with amber eyes half-lidded. If you were hoping to spin, I'm afraid you're the sun. Kakashi shakes his head. His demons have been quiet lately. I didn't come here looking for a fight. Whereas Irika? Gunma shrugs, grimacing as the movement tugs at the wounds. He's hidden under bandages. I'm not exactly sure I remember him yelling that he'd run out of bandages, but he's been gone too long for a supply run. I'd bet he's beating the old man up. Stupid bet. Kakashi shuffles his hands, shoving his hands in his pockets. My name is in the Jounin lottery sense. And again he says randomly, which elicits a snort from Gunma. You'd think they'd learn how many packs of brats have you failed now for 6 ha? When's graduation? 2 weeks. Poor kids. Gunma laughs. Asuma is in the pool now. I can't wait to see how he deals with Janine. Before Kakashi can answer, the door slams open, and Irika walks through the door with Reida hot on his heels. The man stops in the doorway to the living room, his eyes fixed on Gunma's bandaged chest and his face, full of scars, turns into a grimace. The worry in his eyes is almost imperceptible to someone who didn't know him, be it Shiranui. Gama lets out a nervous chuckle. Irika rolls his eyes. Now, it's your idiot Namishi, says Irika, softly dropping a bag of his medical supplies onto the counter. Get it off my couch, radio. Does as he's told, ignoring Ginma's indignant squawks as he wraps his partner's good arm around his shoulders. Thanks, HUM. I know, don't forget, change his bandages, is Irika's only comment, barely heard over Ginma's growl of I'm here, morons. Radio just nods as he drags a grumbling Ginma out the door, leaving Kakashi alone with Irika. Alone. Then the teacher acknowledges his presence, turns to him, and rolls up the sleeves of his uniform, shirt to his elbows. Kakashi, something's wrong. Kakashi smiles, letting the fact that I no longer have anyone to complain to about being chosen as Hing's instructor reach his eyes again. This year honestly can't surprise you, Irika comments, pulling at the tie of his ponytail, which loosens so he can lift it more firmly. You are one of the strongest Huning in the village. Maybe even the strongest. Your number was ready for Sensei the moment you took your name off the Ambu list. Kakashi looks at him. I'm in charge of the children. Irika laughs. I didn't say it was a good idea. It makes sense. He leans back against the opposite wall with a relaxed posture, and Kakashi wonders for a moment how hell he stays so calm all the time. Kakashi has spent almost his entire life with Ambu, and the only person he's ever met cooler under pressure than Irika is possibly Shikaku, and the man is the Jounin commander for a reason. You're going to fail this group too, Irika says. Disapprovingly, probably, Kakashi says lightly. Irika sighs deeply. He looks out the window and doesn't speak for a long moment. Then a fond smile spreads across Irika's mouth. Looks like Naruto is going to pass this year. Kakashi. He looks up again from where he had been straying in the general direction of the kitchen floor. Seriously, Irika nods. It might be close. He's still failing the occasional test, but his physical training scores are high enough that it doesn't matter. The small smile grows bolder, and putting everything aside, all the test results, I know he's going to be a fantastic ninja. Kakashi takes a deep breath, forcing himself to let go of old memories that don't belong in this moment. I hope you're right. The night before the selection, Naruto barely sleeps. Sakura had been up late, and they had stayed up talking about jutsu, and how Sakura had started goading Ino into fighting outside of class, and how Kiba and Sasuke didn't want to kill each other regularly anymore. No one had mentioned the selections, and gross, he hadn't wanted to bring it up. Too happy to talk, argue, and fight playfully around the apartment until they got tired or something broke. Now it's the middle of the night, and the selections are all he can think about. What if I end up with people who hate me? He asks Kurama, when it's obvious he's not going to sleep. What if they get their assignments and they don't want to be with me anymore? You're an idiot, Kurama rumbles. If you think little Yukiya and Genesis are going to be gone from your life soon, you're an idiot to even suggest it. Do you actually know? Come down here. Naruto doesn't even think twice. He just closes his eyes and steps back, stepping easily into the water of the seal's space with his legs crossed. It's been a while, more than a year, since his frantic trip to Uzushio to save Subhu and Kurama's lives. He looks healthier than ever. The golden tint to his crimson fur has become permanent, and his eyes have warmed from the color of blood to a richer amber. The Kubo places his snout immediately in Naruto's lap, sending the water around them rippling gently as Naruto scratches above his nose. But seriously, Naruto mutters, what's going to happen when we get our assignments? How can you be so sure that we won't just parting ways? Kurama snorts, stepping back a little so he can touch Naruto's forehead with a claw. First of all, you're too stubborn to let go of anything you love, friends, especially you. Remember what you did for me, don't you? Naruto winces. That was different. It wasn't. And you know it. Kurama fights back. And secondly, I think you're vastly underestimating Yukiya's cunning. And as much as I don't like this, it seems to have stuck to you forever. Naruto's face wrinkles in confusion. What the hell does Sasuke have to do with that? Are you kidding me, right? He's a brat. He's been up to something for weeks, and the Genesis is in on it. I'm pretty sure they want to hold on to you just as much as you want to hold on to them. Kurama smiles at him, then all for sure with a toothy grin, and Naruto believes him. Thanks, grumpy old demon. Any minute now, fish cake. They get assigned to the same team. The three of them are Team 7. Sasuke doesn't even bother trying to look surprised. The only emotion he radiates is its smugness. You planned this, you moron. Naruto grunts as he sets an eraser trap over the door. His new sensei is late by an hour. He's lucky it's not a bucket of paint. How could I have planned this? Everyone knows assignments are random, Sasuke says with fake lowness, but Naruto can feel the excitement building under his skin from here. Sakura giggles, swinging her feet on the desk with a full-body Tenketsu map spread out over her legs. She's delighted to have finally bribed to the head surgeon at the hospital for basic medical lessons, which he accomplished with some sort of river country coffee blend that when brewed looked like nice hot tar. He knows this because he's helped her prepare food at 5:30 in the morning. Toro Naruto bursts out, jumping back to ground level. You could have told me it was more believable. When you didn't know, Sakura explains with her eyes still on her Ketsa map. Naruto stares at her for a moment before throwing his hands in the air. It doesn't matter. I don't want to know that the sound of an eraser falling alerts him that the door is opening, and everyone turns at once to see a man standing in the doorway looking bewildered. The eraser on the floor. Naruto feels Sasuke freeze beside him, but he can't understand why his friend is suddenly so nervous. Naruto has never seen this Jounin before in his life. He's tall and thin with a hunch of laziness in his shoulders and a black mask covering most of his face. Suida Yate twists to cover his left eye, and he raises his hand to brush the chalk dust off a strange silver hair. Sasuke says harshly, obviously taken by surprise. The Jounin just gives them a fake smile with his eyes. He agrees, straightening up a bit, addressing all of them instead of just Sasuke. My name is Kakashi. Attack, the man says softly. And I will be your Jounin instructor. Irika is grading papers at his kitchen table during his first day off in months, going over the work of his new group of first-year students. With a cup of Han, there's a sudden hiss, a thud, a creaking sound that sounds suspiciously like the bottom frame of his window cracked. A Kakashi attack appears around the corner of Irika's room with a single savage silver. I need your help. Irika gives him a few stunned blinks, temporarily stupefied, taking in Kakashi's obviously less than critical anguish before he remembers what day is it. Oh my god, you passed them. No. Kakashi slides down the door frame with a groan of defeat, letting his head fall between his hands. Another thud, the scrape of nails on his hardwood floors, and Pakin turns the corner too, jumping onto the kitchen table with a slippery leap. You have to help us teach the boss. He can barely remember to water his plant. How am I supposed to take care of the puppies? Kakashi makes some sort of inarticulate noise halfway between a whimper and a growl. I'm not having this argument with you again, he snaps as he raises his head. They're not puppies, they're genin. Pakin snorts through his short nose, giving his ear a couple of sloppy swats with his hind leg. It seems like you think there's a difference. There's a difference legally. They're adults. Kakashi grunts, but it sounds more like he's trying to convince himself more than anyone else. Irika reaches out to absent-mindedly scratch the ear that Pakin's been kicking, and the Ninkin rumbles happily. So let me get this straight. You attack Kakashi. You've been through a genin team. Who did you get? He asks. Irika hadn't been the teacher in charge of the homework this year, so he's unusually out of the loop. He figures they would have placed Sasuke with Kakashi by virtue of a shared Henkai, but outside of that he has no idea. Yukiya Sasuke, Aruno Sakura, and Uzumaki Naruto. Irika freezes with his tongue in the back of his throat for a long second, but then can't help it anymore. He bursts into inappropriate, uncontrolled laughter, the kind that makes your lungs ache and your eyes water, the kind that makes him wrap an arm around his waist, and Kakashi presses a hand to his mouth in an effort to suppress his mirth. Kakashi's gaze sharpens, but that only makes him laugh harder, wiping the tears from his eyes with the palm of his hand. You knew they were bona fide terrors. Kakashi SC. Irika doesn't really respond verbally. He still laughs too hard to talk, but he raises his hand and swings it back and forth in some sort of gesture. Kakashi groans. I don't even know where the hell to start. Normally the beginning of training is based on building up a team dynamics fluid, but it's kinda obvious they skipped that part entirely. I thought teams outside of Ino Shikcho weren't supposed to be predetermined. Irika manages to get himself under control at last, with occasional fits of laughter still escaping his throat. They're not, but he may have accidentally told Sasuke about the 2/3 rule. Academic confines, of course. Kakashi doesn't actually call him by it, but the look in his eyes says he's not convinced. Irika sighs as Pakin he snuggles under his arm. Why don't you start from the beginning? Kakashi stares openly at his 3 new apprentices on the green of the training ground, 3 studying each of them individually. He already knows Yukiya, or at least he should, but he can't help but notice that the dark-haired boy looks very different from the last time he saw him. Yukiya's eyes, Sasuke, had been cold and jagged as a sheet of ice that night in the rain, sharp and fragile, broken, and hidden under layer upon layer of frozen hatred. These eyes barely look like they belong to the same person in comparison. It's like they've hardened and softened at the same time, burning hot instead of being icy cold, as if some kind of inner fire has been melting the ice and revealing nothing but iron beneath. Ferrous metal, rusted by disuse, but strong at the end of the day. Remember, Irika said some time ago that Sakura was some kind of fangirl, a lovesick duckling crawling in Sasuke's shadow, searching for traces of affection. This can't be the same girl he'd been talking about. This fiery Kunoichi bouncing up and down on his balls feels like she can't wait to get moving, get to work. A toothy grin dares him to look down on her. The only one of the three that Kakashi had expected to miss had been Naruto. The boy has always been stronger than most people see. Kakashi knows this, but it's not just more iron. What he sees in Naruto's eyes is confident security, as if only he knew his worth now, and no person on earth could tell him otherwise. Until now, definitely not the little green academy graduates he had been counting on right off the bat. He makes 3 mistakes. Kakashi's first mistake was evaluating them separately. His second mistake was assuming they would play by his rules. His third and most forgivable mistake, assuming he would perform at an academy graduate level. As soon as the skirmish begins, it becomes abundantly clear that these brats have been practicing techniques at a very different level from the academy level. Many thanks, especially Naruto, who was supposed to have graduated with the lowest grades from the academy, who throws a chunning level wind jutsu at him from the start. His first bell gets caught on his person 20 minutes into the conflict, much to Kakashi's chagrin. By Naruto and Sasuke working in tandem, more synchronized with each other than Kakashi seems to be most attack teams, so much so that although he is sure that Naruto is the one who snatched the bell from him, it ends up dangling in Sasuke's hands, and Kakashi can't call them out because he hadn't actually seen the switch. He just pauses to stare at them for a few seconds. But it's another mistake on his part because Sakura, the sneaky brat, quickly slips his second bell, and while his back is turned and Kakashi's brain does a reset, an evaluation conditioned by the field. These aren't genin, these are little monsters. Kakashi has done this test before. He has failed a student from academy, student after academy student. None of them know what it means to look outside of themselves, that the world means nothing without comrades at your back and friends at your side. In the first few minutes of their test, these 3 12-year-olds have shown teamwork and a wit that could show the conditioned Chun in teams a thing or two. They had planned this. Kakashi can see it in his eyes, the way Naruto tries and fails to smile the same way he would when making a prank that he knows he'll get away with. The way Sasuke looks and smiles at the blonde boy and turns as if they were having a conversation with only facial expressions. The way Sakura puts her hands behind her back and gives him a smile so sweet and fake it makes his teeth ache. Ties the blonde brat to the post because he can't prove that he's broken his rules and tells them to take a lunch break. Except Naruto, despite the fact that it's barely 11, he's stunned again when the person who brings out the lunch is Sakura, and she comes out of her bag with not 1 vento, but 3. She passes 1 to Sasuke and places the other next to him, assuring Naruto that he can eat it later, petting the grass next to him to reassure him. When Naruto starts complaining about being hungry anyway, Sasuke grunts something that sounds like an idiot and starts feeding Naruto bits of his own lunch. Sakura notices the loophole quickly and starts offering some of hers too, and Kakashi gives up just as Naruto moves an arm out of the ropes to take a proffered rice ball. There is something very unfair about this. Kakashi decides he can't fail them now. As much as I wish, more surprising is the fact that he doesn't want the iron in their young souls. It's painfully obvious. But for all his strength, such as rough, untested, and unforged, never before have I seen more potential in his life than now. Looking at 3 12-year-old academy graduates sharing lunch together at the thick grass of the training camp, 3 more than that sees a chance to break the repetition of history, a chance to make sure this team never ends up like yours. That I hope to see you 3 early tomorrow morning. He tells you at last. He doesn't bother to mention what happened. By the look in your eyes, you know you're going to be late. Naruto asks. Kakashi smiles, a little hidden behind his mask. Maybe, maybe not, he says casually. I have no idea how to deal with them. Any idea that had about training. He walked out the door this morning. You know how to work your chakra and how to cover up your presence. And Sakura threw a punch today that almost broke a sapling. Irika doesn't seem to sympathize with Kakashi's distress most of the time. He's just smirking proudly at the story. I thought Naruto might have been holding back in practice. Irika, think again. It seems like you've got your work cut out for you. Kakashi looks at him again. Pakin just turns away to get his belly rubbed. The traitor. How do you feel? I suppose I'll know how to train them. This is no longer a case-by-case prodigy task. Now they are a team. Then you will have to start from scratch. Irika says, simply as if the answer were easy. From scratch. Kakashi mumbles. He is used to there being guidelines, expectations, rules to follow. He knows how to give orders, not nurture, not teach. That is Irika's area of expertise. That is why he is here. They are people like any other person. Explain, Irika. They have weaknesses and strengths, doubts and dreams. Now they are yours, whether you like it or not. So if you like it or not, you will be able to start from scratch. You don't know what they need to grow, you'll have to find out. But how? Kakashi asks, pressing a palm to his unmasked eye, asking them, you were an Amba captain. Right watch assess find out where they're strong, and where they need strength run a hand up Pakin's back as the Ninkan begins to doze, and when they need a helping hand or a push give it one. Kakashi sighs, planting an elbow on his knee and running the other hand through his hair. You make it sound so easy. It's not easy, Iruka says bluntly, but it's simpler than you think. Kakashi ponders that for a long moment, wondering how he's going to set up tests of skill that won't be too much for Henin. He's used to training mature shinobi ambo women, and men who already know what's expected of them. In comparison, the Jin seem so fragile. Or maybe he hasn't known these three boys for only a few hours, and they've already given him a run for his money. He's oddly eager to find out what they can do when pressed. There another thing, Kakashi, says Iruka suddenly, and the tone of those words leaves him. Still, they are soft and serious, said with the same quiet intensity that he has heard Cage use when issuing an assassination contract. Kakashi's single eye snaps to him, immediately watching as Iruka's eyes have drifted to the sides out of focus. Wait, Iruka seems to be contemplating how exactly is he going to say what he's about to say, and uneasiness builds in Kakashi's stomach. There will come a time when these kids are going to need for more than just training. It could be a week from now, it could be a year, but you've got a group of kids who've been through more than most shinobi, twice their age, two of whom don't have parents, and one of whom grew up with civilians at some point. Every single one of them is going to need you to be there for them, and you can't just cut and run. Iruka's words hit raw and deep, making his chest ache from unhealed wounds. He falls silent. The Chunin's dark eyes rise, and they catch their own, sharp and sad at the same time, more intense than most would think they were capable of doing. Kakashi is reminded not for the first time that Yumino Yuka is a very dangerous individual, strong in ways that have nothing to do with chakra. It doesn't have to be right now, but at some point soon you're going to have to choose whether you're going to allow yourself to take care of these children or not. You have to decide if you're going to see Sakura as more than just a promising kunoichi, to see Sasuke as more than just the last Yukiya, to see Naruto as more than just a remnant of Kusina and Minato. The words are another hard punch to the chest, another wave of pain in his ribs. But he keeps quiet. He waits and listens for Iruka. He would never pull at his pain like this if words didn't need to be said. Iruka holds his gaze throughout his speech, not even blinking. You can't do this halfway, Kakashi. This isn't how it works. Either you let them in or you leave them out, but you have to choose at that moment. He stands up and heads into the kitchen with a sleeping Pakin in one arm and busies himself preparing something, leaving Kakashi to his thoughts. Even though the sun has set and the room has gone dark while they were talking, Yuka doesn't turn on any lights. Kakashi is grateful for that. When Iruka returns, he sinks to the floor next to Kakashi, Pakin still curled up against his chest, and presses a hot cup of coffee into his numb hands, sugar-free, with a splash of full cream, just the way he likes it. Iruka turns his head politely as Kakashi takes a long drink, turning around only when he places the half-empty cup on the floor between them. He reaches out, grabbing Kakashi's forearm, firmly landing. There's a lot more in you than you seem to think, Kakashi says to Iruka quietly. Don't make a decision you'll regret just because you're scared. The silence holds for a long moment, but Iruka's grip below his elbow remains firm. Slowly and carefully, Kakashi leans into his side. He doesn't thank Iruka. He doesn't need it. No, we're close to Friday when chores come to an end anyway. They have curry that night, guys, Sakura says wistfully as she hands Sasuke a chopped skirt steak to stir into a bubbling pot of curry base. For once, they're not fighting over the flavors, too dizzy with achievements for petty arguments. Now we're a team. We passed attack. Kakashi passed us, of course. It happened to us, Sasuke says with, but Naruto can tell he's preening under the arrogance. He wears his face. When Sakura knocked down that tree, Naruto laughs, adding more ground spices to the pot. Priceless. Sasuke hums in agreement, and Sakura blushes proudly. She hears the window slam open, and Naruto, by virtue of having his hands free, crouches around Sasuke, placing a hand on Lukia's shoulder as he moves so they don't accidentally bump into each other and send ingredients flying. It's happened. She turns the corner of her room just in time to see Kate hit the ground on his back with a dreamy look on his face, literally drool pooling at the corner of his mouth. What the hell are they working on here? I can smell your floor from 4 blocks away. Shikamaru materializes on the windowsill above him, raising an unimpressed eyebrow at the dog, and you say under your breath, "You're a mess, give me a break, Shika. I'm starving." The Nara rolls his eyes. "I look fine." Naruto laughs and offers Kiba a hand. "Don't worry, buddy. We'll end up making 3 pots. Where's Camera?" "With my mom," Kiba explains, accepting the offered help. He got sick from something he ate yesterday, so he's locked up until he gets it all out of his system. "That sucks," Naruto says sympathetically, then turns his head back to the kitchen. Once his friend is upright, the morons are here. He yells happily, "Okay, tell Kiba to get his ass in here." And try this, Sakura calls Naruto, doesn't say anything, because before she can open her mouth, Kiba has already led her into the kitchen, a little too exuberant, and Sasuke's growl of "look at him, dog breath" is an indication. Shikamaru leans his weight against Naruto's side after he walks and stifling a long yawn against his hand. This whole ninja thing is going to be a pain. I can tell. He mumbles, "I guess you don't have any coffee around." Naruto makes a disgusted noise in the back of his throat, just that really obscure river country stuff Sakura bought. "If you're okay with drinking sludge, perfect." Nara mumbles, pushing her up the five of them crowd into Naruto's small kitchen as they pass bowls around, laughing, clicking, and talking about the 3 pots, each made to suit their 3 individual tastes. Kiba grabs a bowl from Sakura first, then comes back for a bowl from Naruto. Then Shikamaru surprises them all by taking a serving of each and mixing them together in the same bowl. As an experiment, turns out to be the best thing Naruto has ever tasted, and he's not the only one who thinks so. Halfway through the tasting round, Sakura gets up and pulls out the deepest pot. Naruto owns a giant cast iron monstrosity which usually contains at least a dozen other pots nested inside each other, and pours the 3 curries together after everyone has gone back for seconds. And in Kiba's case, third, Sakura packs up a tub for Choji, and they all settle in on the floor of Naruto's room, both Sakura and Shikamaru nursing small cups filled with coffee. Sakura had at least diluted hers a bit with milk and a good helping of sugar, but Shikamaru's cup is undiluted and black as chalk. "How do you have taste buds?" "Taste buds?" Kiba asks, staring into the darkness of Shikamaru's coffee cup, as if it might hold the secret to immortality, or maybe just the trick to keeping things under control is an acquired taste. Shikamaru says, softly taking another sip. Naruto is still surprised things haven't turned his mouth black. "How did the test go?" Kiba asks Sakura, grinning from ear to ear. "I heard they put you on a team with Hinata." Kiba flushes the toilet immediately and predictably switching to defensive mode. "It's none of your business. Besides, I also got stuck with the guy who's an idiot." "Shino, he's not that bad." Naruto defends himself. "You've been in a room with him for over 20 minutes. He spent the first half of our exam correcting my grammar." Kiba pauses, jumping out of his thoughts. "However, Kurina and Sensei is amazing. We have a Summa, but that was to be expected." Shikamaru adds, taking another sip of his toxic mud. "You already knew who you were going to be on a team with, so nothing was a surprise to you." Ki growls before turning around to face the rest of them, talking about predetermined tasks. "How the hell did you 3 swing this dream team already?" Sasuke says. Naruto with sarcasm, "How did you do that to him?" HN is Sasuke's only response. Sakura laughs, talking about that. "Yukiya, looks like you're losing another fangirl," says Shikamaru with a smile. At last, Sasuke mumbles in genuine relief how Sakura gets flustered, looking too smug to go through with her attempt at innocence. "Shika," she squints her eyes. "Oh, don't act like you don't know Ino. She dragged me out of bed yesterday morning again, only this time it was to train instead of laying down. Every day I lose more hours of sleep, and it's your fault for making her so angry." Sakura smiles unrepentantly. Sasuke doesn't notice Naruto stays silent until Shikamaru starts talking sometime after he has emptied the last drop of his coffee cup. "You have something on your mind, Uzumaki." Sasuke immediately looks up at Shika's words. His eyes, they focus on the blonde in front of him. Naruto's gaze is downcast, and a wrinkle has formed on his forehead that says he's in deep thought. He dumbly asks, and the word comes out softer than he intended. Naruto looks up immediately, but only meets his eyes for a second before his gaze flickers back to "I begin," but then he cuts himself off, biting his bottom lip in an uncharacteristic display of uncertainty. "Whatever you have to say isn't leaving this room if you don't want," Shikamaru assures in a low voice, strangely soft, his eyes preternaturally sharp. Sasuke has missed something. Suddenly the room falls silent, and he leans in with uncertain eyes, but a comforting smile. "Yeah, buddy, whatever it is. Our lips are sealed, it's clear." Kiba doesn't actually know what's going on or what Naruto and Shikamaru are talking about, but Sasuke has never been more grateful for the dog than he is right now, offering his blind loyalty without even a clue as to what's going on. Sasuke, she appreciates this part of Kiba more than she'll ever admit out loud. Sakura blinks back and forth between the 3 of them, occasionally glancing sideways at Sasuke in an attempt to put the pieces together. She's not the only one lost, but Sasuke's eyes never leave Naruto. The blonde sighs and finally looks up. His cerulean eyes hold Sasuke's for a long second before turning his gaze back to everyone else. "Do they remember last year's midterm break?" Sakura asks, leaning in forward to rest your elbows on your knees. "You mean the one where we had a huge storm that flooded the main road for days?" Naruto nods. "You've been gone for like a whole week," he mumbles. "Kibashika And I thought you died in a ditch somewhere. Naruto grimaces. Guilt crosses his face as his gaze turns to excuse me. Yes, I'm sorry. Shikamaru doesn't say a word. He just waits silently for him to continue. When he doesn't speak, Sasuke does, whereas the only word he says in the long silence. But the question is clear, and Naruto knows what Yuzo means. Sasuke doesn't miss the way Shikamaru's eyes widen to shadow. Nin just asks in a neutral tone, but Sasuke can see genuine surprise deep in his burnished eyes. I don't get it. Sakura steps in. What is Yuzo? Wait a minute. Uzushio Bikura asks Kiba incredulously, like the former DEA of the SEAL Masters. Yuzo. Naruto nods again, wiping the sweaty palms off his thighs before leaning back on his hands. Why Sasuke? He asks another overly deep one-word question, and Naruto's eyes snap back to his for a split second. Sasuke can see the familiar discord swimming through the jewel blue hue, the same volatile mix of pain and frustration Sasuke had witnessed a year ago. When Naruto doesn't answer, Shikamaru does. Uzumaki the Nara says the word in a long sigh, stressing the first syllable of Naruto's last name to highlight the similarity. It's where you're from, no, or at least one of your parents. My mom. Naruto quietly agrees, and somewhere in the back of his head, Sasuke notices Sakura's too rapid intake of breath and the hiss of air between Kiba's teeth. Naruto shakes his head back and forth, as if to shake off the unwanted pity in their gazes. Anyway, I found a few things while I was there, things I want to share with you. If you'll let me, you don't have to do that. Naruto, Shikamaru says, suddenly unusually fierce. Can someone explain it for those of us who we have no inherent knowledge or an IQ of 200? Kiba grunts. Shikamaru has the decency to look vaguely chastened, but first he looks at Naruto with raised eyebrows. He silently asks for permission. Naruto holds his hand out in front of him in a gesture to move on. Uzushio was a sister village of Konoha from its founding until it was destroyed in the Third Shinobi World War by an alliance of Haiwakiri. Shikamaru says stiffly, as far as we know, no shinobi managed to survive the incursion. He turns to Naruto. That's all I know for sure, but I guess that means the Uzum want one of their clans. Naruto nods in confirmation. I found out last year my mother moved here just before the village was destroyed. He pauses, glancing sideways towards the window. I'm not sure of much more than that. Sasuke's brain catches somewhere around the word clan, and he quickly loses his train of thought. Naruto, the intuitive idiot, notices his hiccups, almost immediately sending a half-hearted glance in his direction, as if he knew exactly what he was thinking. Don't compare, you moron, she warns quietly. My clan was dead long before I was born. It's not the same thing. The moron has the audacity to use quotes around the word clan as if that somehow makes the word mean less. Don't make it a joke, you moron. Sasuke grunts. If this is a joke, it's not funny. Sakura says angrily, you left the village limits to go to another country without permission. Naruto, if you had been a ninja at the time, that could be seen as a betrayal. Kiba suddenly stands up, walking quickly across the room to close and lock the only window in Naruto's room, comes back, sits heavily, and spins around the room, pointing and making eye contact with everyone. But Naruto, not a word outside this circle. He says leveled, capiche? Obviously. Sakura breaks down. Of course, don't be stupid. Sasuke says quietly. Shika just nods. Naruto seems surprised by the sudden seriousness in the room, looking incredibly flattered, but also more than a little annoyed. Can I finish my point now? He whines to feelings everywhere, takes another breath. So anyways, I found some things in there that were really important to his village. He leans forward again, now in a softer voice, as while everything comes between us and all that I wanted to share with you guys. Look at Sasuke and Sakura respectively. I would have told you before, but I wanted to wait until we were all officially ninja. Sakura nods, but Sasuke keeps watching. It's clear from the look in Naruto's eyes that this isn't just something he found lying in ruins. Whatever it is, it means a lot to him, enough that it brings back thoughts of parents he never knew, enough that he'll travel across countries to find it. Sasuke suddenly feels unworthy of whatever it is. Shikamaru is right, idiot. Sasuke finds himself saying before he can stop himself, whatever it is, let it be. It's yours to keep. Naruto's eyes go from soft and uncertain to hard as a diamond. In less than a second, a stubborn certainty locks within them, and he tells Sasuke that it would be easier for him to move a mountain than to change his mind, and so would you, Naruto. He states it as a fact. His tone doesn't invite discussion. You are my friends whether you like it or not, and that is exactly why I want to share this with you. At the end of the sentence, an unspoken "do you have a problem with that" is added, directed straight at Sasuke, and he gulps at the sudden lump in his throat, because that's how Naruto is: stubborn, relentless, determined, unconditional. He doesn't do anything by halves. You either are or you're not. And if he's decided to be there for you, it's through hell and back until the end of time. He's Naruto's whether he likes it or not. And by default, that means from this moment on, he'll never be alone again. Because that's just how Naruto is, and that fact wouldn't be any easier to change than forcing the sun to set in the east. Naruto, no, he wastes more words explaining himself. Instead, he stands up and walks over to the nightstand, opening the unused bottom drawer from the inside. He pushes aside a worn blanket and pulls out from beneath it a dark cylinder trimmed in gold, as long as Naruto's forearm, and twice as thick as a scroll. Sakura asks as Naruto walks back and sits back down, holding the strange object in both hands that's unlike any scroll I've ever seen in my life. Shikamaru, think about it. I'm not joking, Sasuke. Think the scroll is a glossy black that reflects the light like polished obsidian edged in shiny gold, and surrounded with two leather straps secured with metal clasps. It's a massive load scroll, Naruto explains, opening the clasps with small twin bursts of chakra. As the clasps separate, the patterns of light shine through the metal for a moment before darkening again. He carefully unrolls a foot of the glossy black scroll, revealing a flowery design etched in gold lacquer, shiny on the surface, practically radiating chakra. Sasuke can feel it from where he's sitting. Almost everything I found is sealed here, Naruto says, rapping the back of a knuckle on the rolled-up part of the scroll. You can really work with these. Shikamaru marvels, looking over the broad, curling lines of the writing and the curves of the symbols. It's in my blood, apparently, Naruto says, smiling, as if it's some private joke. And that's not an answer if Sasuke ever has heard one. What's inside, asks Kiba. Naruto smiles widely, too much to show them right now, since we have training in the morning, but tomorrow after training, I want to show you that night. After Sakura finally says goodbye, much after he should have been home already, Sasuke asks the question he's been holding behind his teeth since after dinner, since last year. If he's honest, after a long moment of silence, and in a much too soft voice, Naruto tells him about uzushio. Sasuke wakes to the soft light of dawn filtering through the cracked window blinds, casting a silver filter over the shadows in the room, even though he knows he's only been asleep a few hours at most at this point. He's never felt more awake. Naruto's story lingers in his ears, and he'd spent the night dreaming of what it must have been like, reading the pain and drive between the lines of Naruto's story, imagining how that would have forged him the night they met on the street. Makes a lot more sense now that Sasuke knows the strength behind the rage. Naruto is lying face down on the bed. On top of him, his arm thrown carelessly over his side so that his knuckles brush the floor next to Sasuke's futon. Sasuke curls his own hand just beneath the blonde idiot's fingertips, and even though they're not actually touching, Sasuke can still feel the heat radiating off the idiot's calloused hand. Hell is like some kind of oven. Sasuke thinks it must have something to do with his metabolism. From what Sasuke has seen, he eats enough and often enough to store more food than a couple of adult shinobi put together. The only other person Sasuke knows with that kind of appetite is Choji, deciding he's been lazing around enough. Sasuke stands up and stretches his arms over his head, satisfied with a handful of pops he said that make his spine crackle. Sneaking out is more likely to wake Naruto up than any kind of morning stumble, so Sasuke bothers us to be stealthy. As he enters the bathroom, the floor by the sink is littered with jars and bottles with plastic lids, the result of Sakura's experiments with different soaps and shampoos. Her finished products line the thin shelf to the left of the shower, about a dozen jars and bottles labeled with surgical tape and a red pen twirling. She runs her fingers over the labels until she finds the one she's looking for: an unscented shampoo and a nearly empty bottle of off-white conditioner labeled Sakura's special formula. As stupid as the name is, the cream is light enough not to weigh down her hair and is scented only lightly with sandalwood and cherry blossom oils, just enough to be pleasant, but not enough to last long or give her a headache. Naruto starts her shower and waits for the water to heat up. The time it takes is a crapshoot. In the best of mornings, between 5 minutes and 20. While she waits, she goes in search of a bar of soap that doesn't smell like a field of flowers. Another product of Sakura's more than periodic stays. Growling when she discovers that they are not her usual pine-scented thing, she settles for stealing a Naruto bar of the type that smells mainly of lemongrass and slightly of jasmine. By the time she gets up, the shower is full of steam, so she strips and enters, grimacing at the too hot water and adjusting. The Naruto is awake when he comes back out, having tucked the futon under the bed so he can do his morning stretches in the cleared space he is finishing up, when Sasuke tosses Naruto's disgusting orange towel at him, but otherwise doesn't speak, and Naruto responds with a yawn and a lazy wave of his hand, standing up and sliding past him into the now empty fight. It's not routine exactly, usually it's half and half odds which one of them will go up first, but it's easy and comfortable in a way that few things in. Sasuke's life event is about to finish his own stretches when Sakura knocks on the door too loudly, which elicits a disgruntled yell from the old civilian, who lives on the floor below. Sasuke pesters us by opening the door, and a few seconds later Akura lets himself in carrying a triad of winds under one arm. "Hey morons, I brought breakfast," she calls, but this time she keeps her voice low, so as not to disturb the old man called. Sasuke finishes his stretches and gets up standing, shrugging his shoulders as he leans over to the kitchen, whistling at the odds and ends she has on the table. "You must have gotten up early," he comments, opening the utensil drawer to retrieve his chopsticks. "I didn't really sleep, to be honest," you ask, pulling out Naruto's chair and taking a seat as Sasuke shakes his head, handing Sakura her chopsticks and sitting down with his own. He leaves Naruto's on the edge of the table as an unspoken rule: the last one to eat breakfast eats. Standing up, there's no room in the small kitchen for another chair. "I think we have a couple hours each, but no, that's an excuse to skip morning exercises." "Okay," Sakura says easily, around a sweet omelet roll. "What time did Kakashi Sensei say he wanted us in zone 3? I forget, he said 9 o'clock, but I doubt he'll make it in time if he says something yesterday." Sasuke muses darkly. Sakura hums in agreement, then stands up abruptly. "I'm making coffee. Do you want any?" Sasuke grimaces. "Those things don't stunt your growth," he grumbles. She spears a cherry tomato with a toothpick and pops it in her mouth, and Kara Sensei says that's just an old wives' tale. Sakura says, ignoring her concern and rummaging through Naruto's pantry for the dark bag of coffee beans. Naruto walks into the kitchen, still rubbing his wet hair with a towel, and sees Sakura standing by the coffee pot. He makes a face. "I'll never understand. How do you put up with that stuff?" he mumbles, picking up his chopsticks and grabbing a vino off the table before cocking his hip to lean on the counter. "Come on," Sakura moans, "you gotta try it at least once." "No, I don't," he answers, shoving a piece of fried bread ones into his mouth in defiance. Sakura ignores him, pouring 3 cups of hot caffeine anyway. Although she has the decency to load it up Naruto with cream and sugar, she shoves the cup into his hand in such a way that Naruto has to grab it or lose his favorite amber ceramic mug to the linoleum. Sakura runs into the hospital waiting room, clutching her covered hot bribe cups close to her chest. Honestly, she doesn't understand Naruto's problem with things. It's not that overwhelming once you get used to it, and the bitterness is easily countered with a little sugar and cream. She hops over to the counter, still pleasantly dizzy and tired from her morning workout with the boys, and plants her elbows on the counter. "Good morning, Shiki," San chirps, pushing one of the steaming mugs across a flat surface. "I brought you a pick-me-up." The secretary looks up with her glasses on in the fluorescent lights and take a deep breath through your nose. Shiki Senri is the hospital's only shinobi secretary and registered to Kuju. A tall, thin man in his early 30s with amber blonde hair and dark blue eyes sometimes reminds Sakura a bit of Irika Sensei, in the sense that all his power is hidden behind a genuine smile and a gentle personality that lets himself go, but also, like Irika Sensei, he causes trouble in his domain, and Shiki-Sam can make adult Jounin feel like little kids. "He's trying to sweeten me up, Miss Aruno," Shiki asks softly, and with a soft smile, taking the cup with greedy fingers. "Is it working?" asks Sakura, smiling. Shiki takes a long drink before answering, and by the sigh of relief she gives as she puts the cup down. "Sakura got her preference right, half a spoonful of sugar, no cream. I'm embarrassed to say it," as Shiki admits with a conspiratorial smile. "You came to see the grumpy old man. I imagine he's free?" he asks politely, although he knows the answer. Barring specific emergencies, Yari Sensei passes the early morning hours hiding in his office with paperwork. "It's really the only time he's free to teach you anything, it is," says Shichi-san, pointing up and to the right with his pen. "3rd floor, into the hall, last door on the left. You know the way, don't dawdle, and don't bother the patients." "Yes, sir," he says cheerfully, giving him a 2-finger salute and starting off towards the stairs. "See if you can get him to finish signing his discharge papers before I die of old age. Do you want me?" he yells, and she gives him an affirmative thumbs up before heading up the stairs. She runs excitedly through the maze-like hallways of the hospital, staying out of the way of the doctors and nurses and greeting those she meets as she goes. She stops in front of Akara's office, pausing for a deep breath before giving the door 3 firm knocks. "This better be good," a deep voice growls from inside, and Sakura opens the door just enough for her to reach her arm in and move the door. Cup of coffee remaining where the grumpy chief of surgery could see it. There is a sharp sigh and a shuffling of papers that precedes another heavy grunt, although this one decidedly less grumpy than the last. "Oh, get in here, chore. I don't know why you bother knocking on the door." Sakura opens the door and steps into the dark office. The chief of surgery leans haphazardly to one side in his desk chair with a file balanced on one knee. He throws himself over the arm of the chair. "Uraira is an ex-in." Sakura suspects in secret that ex-Ambu with dark skin and darker hair, brightly parted face with steely blue-gray eyes. He's only 35, but the dark circles under his eyes and the semi-permanent scowl on his face give him the appearance of someone in his 40s. "Good morning, Yari Sensei." Sakura sings songs. The man just grunts in response without looking up and holds out his hand expectantly while chewing on the end of a pen. She presses the still warm mug in her hand and walks over the stack of folders to reach the window. "Shiki, says you're behind on your paperwork," he comments as he fumbles for the buttons that keep the curtains closed, balancing on one foot so as not to knock over another stack of files. The surgeon doesn't respond until he's down a good third of his coffee. He relaxes for a handful of seconds before setting the cup down with a click on Koba's desk and frowns again. Instantly, he'll get the shocks when he's done with them, and not a second before he growls, grimacing as Sakura. She finally finds the fittings holding the curtains closed and proceeds to pull them open, revealing a nice wavy view of Training Ground 2. "Who said you could open them?" Sakura turns to him, planting one hand on her hip and shoving the other into the pocket of her hoodies. Even Ryota has to admit the girl's gaze is impressive for a 12-year-old. Otherwise, he probably would have never let her in his office. "Don't be a hypocrite, Sensei," she warns him. "The nerve. Didn't you spend a good half hour lecturing Aburame Shibi on how his vitamin D deficiency was due to lack of sunlight? I'm not sure how that applies," he mumbles, finally catching sight of the yacht hanging around his neck. "About time you made Genin, who is the sorry bastard who took you for a student." You deliberately ignore the irony of his statement, but by the evil glint in the new Genin's eyes, Aruno doesn't miss an attack. "Kakashi," Ryota snorts, "couldn't have happened to a better moron." Sakura tilts her head, jumping back over the leaning paper towers in front of her desk. "You know him, Akari Sensei. That idiot, he's the second worst patient I've ever treated." He grunts. "Who's the first, Shiranu and Gunma?" Akari snaps without hesitation, and Sakura laughs. Akari gets up from her lazy slouch with a grunt, slamming her file down next to her coffee cup. "I guess now that you're an official ninja and all you want to learn some real jutsu," he grumbles, examining her with narrowed eyes. Sakura flashes a smile, arrogant, completely helpless. "You know, well, she's got guts, he'll give it to her." "This is stupid." Sasuke snarls, his voice soaked in venom, his teeth on edge, and his mouth pursed in frustration. "Well, this isn't going well. It's going as well as can be expected." Kurama, think about it. He spent so much time and energy developing his fire pathways. "I'm not surprised his system is out of balance. It would probably be worse if we hadn't saved water for last. We could take a break," says Naruto out loud. They are sitting cross-legged in the water of the glade basin, the willow branches twisting in the gentle breeze and the tips trailing through the water like idle fingers. No, Sasuke snaps, his eyes fly open to catch Naruto's unimpressed gaze. This isn't the first of Sasuke's angry outbursts Naruto has witnessed, and it won't be the last. Naruto truly understands this is probably one of the only areas of training where Sasuke's natural ability isn't a factor, the only place he actually fights. Naruto waits for him without giving in to anger, and strangely thinks that his experience dealing with Kurama's anger is useful in dealing with Sasuke's as well. Sasuke sighs calmly and changes his answer. "Yeah, okay, whatever. He's doing better than he was," Kurama says idly as Naruto stands up. "It's still giving him a lot more trouble than the other three. Water is the natural counterbalance to fire. It's only natural that it challenges him more than the others. But Sakura didn't have that much trouble with the earth. How does the inherent stubbornness of the pink one differ?" "Helped her overcome that obstacle," explains Kurama. "The chakra of the relies heavily on introspection and inner peace. And something tells me Turkia has trouble with the peace part." Naruto pauses as he stands up. A new thought reconstructs itself in his head. "I think I have an idea. Oh, I'm gonna like this one." No, Naruto waits until Sasuke is almost standing the Joker in him, waiting for the precise moment when Lukia's guard will be at its lowest. Sweet unja flash. Sasuke's reflexes are slow enough that the jet of water hits him in the face, but he swings back and loses his balance in the water, launching himself beneath the surface with a resounding splash. Kurama dissolves into a laugh at the back of Naruto's head, and it's so contagious that Naruto leans in with glee. As well, their amusement feeds off each other until Naruto literally has tears in his eyes and an ache in his chest. Sasuke crawls out of the water with an expression nothing short of murder, his eyes half closed with all the indignant fury of a soaked cat the look in his. Dark Eyes promises swift revenge. Half an hour later, soaked and exhausted Naruto tells him to try his meditation again. And now what does Sasuke ask incredulously? But this is the Sasuke that Naruto had been looking for, tired and relaxed at ease. In a way, he rarely allows himself to be, with loose limbs and eyes soft around the edges. Yes, it is you. Might be wrong, Naruto assures the Uchiha, gives him a skeptical look, but listens anyway, and crosses his legs, falling into meditation. After a few moments of controlled breathing, Naruto watches him, all the while waiting for any indication that Sasuke has figured him out. He is rewarded for his patience when the lines around Sasuke's eyes tighten and loosen by turns. The rough set of his mouth softens, and his eyes open in a blink, not in frustration, but in knowing wonder. Asks Naruto, tilting his head and smiling, because he knows the answer. Sasuke snorts, but his mouth curves upwards in a small half-smile, half-grin. Yes, idiot, got it. Kakashi intends to be at least an hour late to his first training session with his brats. It's best to teach them patience from the start. He reasons, but it's also a subtle form of revenge for yesterday. As petty as it may be, he hopes to spend the morning wandering uselessly around the open market after finishing his visit daily to the memorial stone. But looking back, he really should have known better, because the last thing he expects after turning the corner onto the market road is to be ambushed by three 12-year-old boys on a mission. However, this time, he has learned his lesson. He has recorded their individual chakra signatures and memorized their movement patterns enough to not only see their ambush before they arrive, but to act in kind Naruto speeds. Past him we failed. He usually tries to get rid of them, and even succeeds a couple of times, but instead of running away, he stays close, watching the three genin meet to go over the strategy and the plan. He observes, he evaluates the memory of Irika's voice telling him to find out where they are strong and where they need strength. So Kakashi starts to evaluate them. He judges their speed and coordination power and agility, reflexes, and response times. He finds out that Sakura hits harder, but also tires faster than Sasuke. He is fast, but needs to perfect his physical strength. Naruto's stamina is off the charts, but his economy of movement needs work. And then he finds himself really legitimately enjoying himself. He finds out that it's a lot easier to talk to brats when everyone is on the move, although in typical settings, that's usually the opposite of how things work. He finds out that the reason Naruto and Sasuke move around together too is because they live in the same filthy apartment close enough that otherwise he'll anticipate each other's moves. Another, they will constantly encounter each other. He learns that Sakura has been spending her mornings taking anatomy and healing lessons from one of the angriest shinobi Kakashi knows, and gives her personal bonus points for both cunning and nerves. Even Kakashi has trouble dealing with Ikari when he is whole and unharmed. He finds out that the three of them train together most mornings and eat together most nights, and that despite Naruto's apartment being by far the cheapest and smallest of all their houses, is the one they spend the most time in. It's like he's inherited a budding family, a set of siblings born by some flaw of fate into separate families. They're both outcasts in some way, but they've found grounding and acceptance in each other. And even at this point, Kakashi can tell they're going to be very, very strong. Kakashi chooses Irika's voice again, says in the back of his head, but there's no other option, not really, and a part of him feels, he asks if Irika knew that all along he's probably thinking about Kakashi's experience. There's very little Irika doesn't know. By the time he lets them catch him, it's almost nighttime. Kakashi would try to stop the game earlier, but to be honest, he hadn't wanted to. He takes his new brats out for ramen. It's the least he can do. Genma drags him out for drinks later in the evening with much grumbling from Kakashi. Something about new teachers drowning their sorrows in a good old-fashioned sash binge. Kakashi, he's pretty sure he's just doing this to spite Rata. The Daikuju had spent that entire morning hanging around the waiting station like he'd just taken a bite out of a rotten lemon. Kakashi realizes they're just having a domestic dispute. They've been arguing about Genma moving for weeks. Not that Kakashi would admit to knowing that if he starts being confusing with the gossip, Irika will stop telling him things. They all gather in a dark booth in the shinobi-only section of the Genma establishment. Anko and I-8 on one side, so they can laugh and have fun as a unit, and Kakashi, Karina, and Asumo on the other for solidarity. He's seen this kind of thing happen before. Expect complaints, whining, moaning throughout the 9 yards. This is the most genin to graduate at once in over a decade, and with all the clan heirs and others involved, expect the mess to be spectacular. I.e., that's not what happens. It turns into an exchange of teaching techniques. Almost immediately, Karina, she is the first to go after Kakashi about it, demanding any insight he might have on training more physical children. She has an Inuzuka and a Yuga in her lineup, and both clans are known to rely heavily on taijutsu. She gives him advice in return on the basic properties of genjutsu, stressing that her children need to understand theories like reality fragmentation, and Kakashi takes vigorous mental notes. She gives him the same advice on how to train his trio, the latest incarnation from the training Nino Shikcho. Apparently, he's having more trouble sizing up Shikamaru. No wonder, since the boy would rather watch the Noops than participate in training there. He's the first to mention that touching Shuji always focused Shikaku when he got lazy with his work, and it kind of devolves from there. Kakashi walks away from the night, only slightly drunk instead of crushed, and with a wealth of knowledge to use in training his brat's ideas on unusual ninjutsu from Asuma Kenjutsu and taijutsu tips from Hate, a list of agility and speed exercises from Gunma stealth, and infiltration assessments from Anko. He's actually considering the idea of going to Guy for even more ideas. He must be crazy. Maybe, though, it's a good thing the clearing is quiet, the atmosphere. Still, the only sounds are the soft murmur of the brook meandering through the grass and the rustle of the breeze tangling the willow branches. Even the crickets seem to having quieted their song, with a pleasant hum in the background, and Shikamaru hasn't heard the shrill cry of a crow since he got here. He likes it here. It's peaceful, soothing, easy. The green branches of the willow paint a beautiful picture against the backdrop of the slender waterfall. The grass is long and soft beneath his fingers, and the clearing gives him an unrestricted view of the sky. This is Naruto's place, and Shikamaru can't even feel envious. The Uzumaki had opened it up to him, and Akiba with a careless offering, as if the magic of this clearing wasn't something coveted and treasured nearby. Shikamaru would have hoarded it. He would have kept the peace and the island to himself if given the chance, and would have soaked it in night after night. If he had been the one to find it first, Naruto is too generous for his own good, and this isn't the first time Shikamaru has had reason to think so. He and Kiba have an unspoken code when it comes to him. If Naruto isn't selfish, they will be selfish to him. That's why that Kiba hasn't told his sister and Hinata about the clearing. That's why Shikamaru hasn't told Ino that he knows where Sakura disappears to early in the morning, and why Choji only knows where to find him in case of emergency. They're selfish with Naruto's secret. Sakura likes the secluded freedom the clearing offers and has no desire to share it any more than she already does. Sasuke is possessive of this place for a different reason, as far as Shikamaru can tell, a reason that has little to do with the place itself and everything to do with the person it belongs to. Shikamaru had arrived here early to enjoy some time alone, undisturbed by his teammates, senseis, and expectations. There are several places in the Nara forest where he could theoretically do the same, but his father knows how to find him there, and none of those forests have the same view of the clouds. He crosses his arms behind his head, scanning the faint stratum noops and the patterns the waning light weaves between them, putting color in grooves like dye seeping through the discarded cotton. The first day of training had gone better than he thought, although Shikamaru had kept his expectations low on purpose. Asuma seems like a decent human being, although sometimes Shikamaru gets the impression that he's trying too hard. He lets his eyes close, enjoying the feeling of the fresh, clear air in his lungs and the soft taste of petrichor that flavors the atmosphere. As night approaches, he feels the shadows stretching across the clearing. He can watching its contrast with the low rays of the sun, and his mind is peace is interrupted by a loud bark, signaling the end of his time alone, and his eyes open wide to see Kamaru bursting through the trees with no ninja partner. The Ninken runs towards Shikamaru, unfortunately skidding to a stop to give his cheek a long, deep lick. Shikamaru growls in disgust, pressing a palm against the excited dog's chest to prevent any more kisses. Bance, well, I see you're feeling better, he murmurs, scratching Akamaru's ear reluctantly. The Ninken happily wagging his tail back and forth, and leaps onto Shikamaru's armbar to land jarringly on his chest, licking the shadow Nin's other cheek. As if to match it, Shikamaru rubs his face with his forearm to clear the dog drool. Kiba, come get your Ninken off me. He doesn't listen. He growls when Akamaru tries to punch his face again. Despite his protests, hold your horses, Nara. I'm coming, Kiba yells as he makes his way up the river and through the last layer of brambles. Akamaru here, boy, the dog's ears perk up, and he yells a response before he shoots off Shikamaru's chest to jump onto Kiba's jacket. Kiba closes it behind him to keep the Ninken safe, and Akamaru's head pops out of his neck. With a jerk and another bark, Kiba laughs at the disgruntled look on Shikamaru's face. It just means he likes you, Shika. Don't look so shocked. He drops down onto the NAR, and Shikamaru crosses his arms behind his head. They don't speak for a while, and Shikamaru is grateful for the silence as Kiba feeds Kamaru with cookies produced somewhere under his hoodie. However, the dog Ning rips it apart after the Ninkin discos and dozes curled up on Kiba's legs. "You've been thinking about what's in that scroll?" he asks, absent-mindedly rubbing a hand over Akamaru's back. Sure nods, but won't open his eyes. "Kept me up last night thinking about it." Kiba, he muses, he had also kept Shikamaru awake, but keeps that little fact to himself. Kiba can be annoyingly overprotective when he wants to be, and he knows Shikamaru requires more sleep than most people. Kiba suddenly freezes and lifts his head, taking a few shallow breaths into the air. "Sasuke is here," he announces, true to his word. A few seconds later, the dark-haired, dark-eyed Genin crouches down through the growth, brushing the leafy matter off his shoulder. "Hello, Yuki." Kiba, he jokes, "Hey, dog breath." He says friendly hello. Akamaru. Akamaru yelps at the acknowledgement and turns around in Kiba's lap to pet his belly. Kiba complies and shoots Sasuke a scowl. "Where's the rest of the pack?" he asks, sniffing the air again, as if expecting to find them. The sense of Naruto and Sakura in the wind. Just behind him, Sasuke flops down on the grass on the other side of Shikamaru, supporting himself with one arm and hanging the other around one raised knee. He's wearing a t-shirt, low collar with short sleeves, mission grade, and a pair of navy blue combat sweatshirts. Yukiya Shikamaru hasn't seen that crested overshirt of his for at least a month. Sakura is still in the hospital, she explains with a sigh. A group of Chunin got injured in a border amusa with Kyumo, and she stayed behind to help Naruto. Just ran home to get the scrolls. He'll be here soon. He tells you what's in that thing? Kiba asks. Sasuke shrugs. Yes, he says quietly, and Shikamaru would have interpreted the word like careless if I hadn't seen the way Sasuke's fingers curled tightly into the grass. I know the way he was talking last night made it sound like he just picked up a few things from the rubble of the city, but Sasuke shakes his head. The truth is it's more like he has an entire culture hidden in those scrolls. This is the second time you've made that plural, Shikamaru says, leaning on his elbows. There's more than one scroll. There's two. Sasuke agrees, flashing a peace sign to emphasize his point. The one he showed them is most of what he found in it. The second one is specifically for creepy Kenjutsu. Kaya mumbles, bring the two things. Sasuke nods, a rumble and a crack sound. Behind them, Jez, who died. The three of you look like you just came from a funeral or something. Naruto slides through the brambles with the two glowing scrolls strapped to his hip. We're going to have to start without Sakura by the looks of it. At the hospital, he'll be there. While he announces, he drops down on the grass and unclips the gold-edged scroll, unrolling it with practiced efficiency, wearing a high-necked long sleeve despite the muggy weather, and black mission pants with the hems of both rolled up to his elbows and knees. Naruto stands next to Sasuke, close enough that their knees brush, but Lukia doesn't seem to mind as Naruto spreads the obsidian scroll across the grass. There are 13 seals in total, each marked at the top by a different symbol. Clan symbols. What's yours? Shikamaru asks, eyes scanning the intricate lines and silently marveling at the beauty of the chakra work. Naruto hesitates, as if surprised by the question, as if he hadn't expected anyone to care enough to ask the answer, no matter how small it is. Makes a dark, familiar anger stir in Shikamaru's chest. It's the same burn he feels when he sees Choji eating alone in the academy training grounds, or when he catches Hino frowning at his own reflection. It's an emotion of frustration born from not being able to change something all at once, from the fact that there is no easy or simple solution to certain types of injuries. He has to remind himself that change is rarely easy and never instantaneous, that the best he can do is be present and be patient and only speak when he knows he can make his words count. At least in this battle, he's far from the only one. Sasuke's seemingly easy inclination towards the side of Naruto is a testament to that. Even though the blonde's mental hiccup only lasts for about a second, Naruto traces his finger along the scroll to touch the most central seal, one marked with a stylized spiral in the shape of a sun. Shikamaru allows himself a small smile. Let's start with that. When Sakura walks into the clearing, and an hour later than she expected, stressed and chakra depleted, she has to blink a few times to fully take in the scene. Before her, the boys are all engrossed in scrolls and notes, and they talk amongst themselves with an energy and drive that alludes more to some kind of war meeting than a storytelling show. Kiba, pass me those Jinjutsu notes. Okay, but I want that Tsubasa clan jutsu, if you can find it. The Perception one here, who has the katas and 2E? Give me a sec, I'm still looking through them. I'm pretty sure I've seen these concepts somewhere before. Sakura snorts to announce her presence. You for sure got yourself into this without me. Naruto looks up. He completely ignores her statement and throws a scroll in her face. Sakura takes a look at it. The Kamavai clan archive is full of stuff like this. Maybe you can make some sense of it all. She catches the scroll easily and opens it, making her way past Naruto and Kiba to make room in the circle of chaos. She scans the contents of the scroll, her eyes fixating on certain words, phrases, as she deciphers its use. Is this a medical scroll to improve chakra accuracy for some sort of acute emergency treatment? Friend, tell me, Naruto mutters, switching a long gray scroll with Sasuke on it for a dirt brown one. I'm not sure what half the words on it are supposed to mean. Uzumaki says to Kiba out loud, "What the hell is a wheel of chaos, an unsealed symbol meant to concentrate and redirect chakra into rain patterns?" Naruto answers automatically, and Kiba scribbles something on a blank book next to his thigh, muttering about asking his sense, and about the inherent properties of the chakras, and about needing another notebook for this. Shikamaru, he's quiet, his eyes eating up the pages of a thick tome that looks older than Sakura's father. Sasuke mutters under his breath as he organizes sets of weapons ranging from strange-looking Senbon and shuriken to long hooked sides that he has to lay on their side, so no one accidentally cuts themselves on the wickedly sharp blades. "I need all the katas for the heavy chains," he suddenly announces without warning, and the boys, they stop what they're doing too. Hand her a dozen scrolls, which she rolls up and lays next to the aforementioned weapons. Everything is alarmingly efficient. "What do you need me to do?" she asks Naruto, folding the scroll he's holding. The Uzumaki leans behind him, grabbing a huge golden scroll and sliding back into the circle so he can lay it on his knees without poking anyone in the eye. "We're rearranging and cataloging everything by type so it's easier to find and use," she explains. Each large golden scroll has the contents of a particular clan's legacy. The silver scrolls have artifacts, the gray scrolls have equipment, and the brown scrolls have books and non-storage scrolls. I was in a bit of a hurry, so everything was terribly put together when SL, all that is putting it mildly. Sasuke jokes from his other side, who puts history and weapon lists in the same scrolls. "I didn't actually have time to open them." Idiot Naruto defends himself and then turns to Sakura. "We're going over the paper stuff mostly right now, scrolls and books and stuff. Anything ceiling related goes to me." Give Shika the theory and history. Kiba keeps the jutsu scroll. Sasuke is in charge of the katazeni, kind of non-jutsu training, and most recently a variety of pointy ones. Sasuke hits him in the arm with the flat of a tanto sword. Idiot Naruto laughs anyway, picks up an assortment of scrolls and books that had been resting on the grass beside her and sets them down in front of her. "We saved you everything to do with medical jargon," Sakura squeals in excitement. "Oh, you shouldn't have," she chirps, excitedly pressing a sloppy, nasty kiss to her friend's cheek before delving deeper into the source of information he's placed in front of her. "Weird," Naruto mumbles, rubbing his cheek, but the word is affectionate. The last hour of the night, as they pick up after themselves in the clearing, Naruto sets one of his golden scrolls and gestures to Shikamaru. "Hey, can I talk to you for a second?" he asks quietly, and Shikamaru raises a single eyebrow. They are a good distance away from everyone else, picking up some papers that had fallen off a sheet of paper. "Is something wrong?" he asks, registering the subtle worry and tension that is drawn on his tan features. "Perhaps," Naruto murmurs, looking back to where Kiba and Sasuke are assembling the equipment for Naruto to reseal it. Shikamaru very carefully continues gathering papers, though slower than before, so it's not obvious they're talking about something serious. "What is perhaps highly classified?" Naruto says without preamble, and Shikamaru freezes at that. "What level of classification are we talking about here?" Shikamaru asks, carefully, already examining possibilities and plans without really thinking about it, like a file from the Black Ops section of the classified files. He mutters. Shikamaru gives him the least impressed look he can muster. "Seriously, Naruto asks, a pain, would you help me? Or what, yes or no?" Question. The answer is yes. Obviously, the reason Shikamaru only has a couple of friends is because he's willing to do almost anything for the ones he has to. Shikamaru will keep what he hears to himself. It's a natural fact. Shikamaru just nods as casual as can be. "Is this about Sasuke?" he asks in a conversational tone. Naruto visibly relaxes. "Yes," he says, quietly bending down to pick up another piece of paper. "It's about his brother, the massacre." Shikamaru feels again. "What exactly do you need to make sure it's valid?" Naruto says, even calmer than before. I can't tell you unless I know for a fact that it's not." He seems to be struggling with words, so Shikamaru finishes for him. "You want me to make sure the information is genuine, that all the facts add up?" Naruto nods. Where exactly is the file?" Shikamaru asks. Naruto reaches under his shirt and pulls out a thin folder from one of the hidden pockets. He holds it out to him. He hands it over, and Shikamaru quickly tucks it into his own shirt. "It's obvious the Uzumakis have thought this through. I'll see what I can do," Shikamaru promises. Naruto nods, his eyes warm with gratitude. "I owe you one. Anything you need, anytime." Just name you Shikamaru as he sits with his head pressing a hand against the file of his shirt. He's pretty sure he knows where to start chasing his sense, and for daily training it's become something of a morning task. For Team 7 they give him 15 minutes because Sasuke had said something about Kakashi visiting the memorial stone most mornings, and they aren't heartless, but after that he's easy prey. But even though finding Kakashi-sensei isn't that hard, catching him is something else. Kakashi-sensei, and he's the fastest shinobi Naruto has ever met. It's terrifying how close the three of them can get to catching him, and then the Jounin will just disappear, appearing a few feet away to lecture them on their movement efficiency. Naruto Kakashi, he sings songs to him. When he lands too hard on a tree and breaks the branch he's standing on, that jump took half the energy you gave him. Naruto grumbles, but tries his best to adapt. However, he pretty much pushes them around hard, which Naruto appreciates, and doesn't patronize them beyond the occasional joke. They're still stuck in the ranks, which sucks, but they're making more a day than all the other teams according to Sakura, which is enough to mostly placate. That's not to say he doesn't still complain about the myriad of missions they've been doing that could be classified at best as tasks that are below your skill levels. All three of Kurama complains, but it's an old argument, and Kakashi-sensei knows Naruto's opinion on it, and Sasuke's, and Sakura seems to enjoy pestering them, but gives them harder workloads and training to compensate, so Naruto can't complain as much at lunch. After 2 weeks of Kakashi-sensei throws it in a casual conversation while Naruto has his mouth full. You three have the rest of the day off training. He says easy as can be. Tomorrow you'll sign up for AC rank, so no sleepless nights. Naruto chokes on his new waterlogged past and ends up coughing so badly that Sakura spends the next few minutes punching him on the back. It's about time. Sasuke mutters, what kind of mission will it be? That depends on what's available, brat. Kakashi says happily in response to Naruto's attitude. Sasuke, but I'm expecting something long and arduous like a border search or something. Sensei, don't be an idiot. Sakura whines, we can do a real mission, we can. I do it, but learning skills and putting them into practice are two different things. I want you to be prepared. Naruto swallows the last of his coughs, but anything he might have shouted earlier gets caught in his throat in Kakashi's language. Asking them to be prepared is pretty much the same as asking them to be careful, and as discreet as that maybe. Naruto can feel the salty, citrusy taste of worry radiating off of him. Whatever mission we have, we'll be prepared. Naruto says, seriously, we'll take it seriously, Sensei. I promise. Kakashi looks at him, and Naruto feels the worry ease a little. Okay, he says, pushing his untouched ramen across the counter towards Naruto. Go ahead, you'll need it more than me. Don't forget to check his equipment tonight. You have everything you need, right? You took what you could use out of the scrolls earlier. You bought enough rations. You've made enough explosive tags. Yes, Kurama, we bought everything we need. We checked it twice before we paid, and little Genesis has it all. He bought his rations. Kurama, what? I put a lot of work into you three. Brats, I'm not going to let you twerps get stabbed by some stray in or get stranded in enemy territory. It's AC rank. It's not like we're going to war. A lot of things can happen in AC rank. Kurama insists. You're more worried than Irika-sensei. Lies one hit makes so much. Naruto and Sasuke, raise your heads from your weapons. Check, I got it, Naruto says. Standing up as he reaches the kitchen, he can feel the chakra on the other side of the door, so he doesn't hesitate to open it. Sakura approaches with a stormy expression and nothing resembling a greeting. I'm staying here tonight, she says, angrily lurking around to rummage through the pantry. She doesn't have anything on her, no backpack or fanny packs. She's wearing a couple of threadbare civilian sweatshirts and a green t-shirt, as if she's about to go to bed. Naruto watches for a few seconds as she paces around the kitchen, opening and closing cabinets and doors with no obvious purpose before sneaking over to the coffee pot and turning it on. She finally seems to run out of steam, plopping down into Naruto's chair at the kitchen table and dropping her head into her hands. Naruto opens the fridge to pull out the carton of milk and pulls the sugar off the counter to make Sakura a cup of sweet, creamy coffee. He doesn't try to comfort her. She's too stubborn for that. So he just sets the coffee cup down in front of her and walks out of the kitchen. Sasuke is leaning on the other side of the wall by the door frame, obviously eavesdropping. Okay, he asks in a whisper, give him a minute. Naruto whispers to him. Sasuke nods, and they head back into the main room where they've been cataloging the equipment they might need tomorrow. A few minutes later, Sakura walks in and settles between them, her back resting on the front of Naruto's shoulder and her legs spread out over Sasuke's lap. Their eyes are red, but neither of them mention it. Parents can be so stupid sometimes, she mumbles, sipping her coffee. Especially civilian parents, she corrects. We wouldn't really know, Sasuke says, cheerfully slinging an arm over his knees, but not looking up. Naruto snorts, wrapping his own arm around his side, and starts dividing everything into thirds instead of halves. Anyway, who needs parents? It's Team 7. They have each other. They'll be fine. Either way, it's still. It's dark when Kakashi perches on Irika's window frame, maybe an hour before dawn. But the kitchen light is on, so he lets himself in, not surprised to find Chunning's bed unoccupied. He gently knocks on the wall in regards to the time. Irika enters, calls from the kitchen. Kakashi slips inside to find he's caught the academy sensei in the middle of his morning routine, a set of zon and a couple of kuna, and placed on the table next to a roll of limb, wrapping a boiling kettle cheerfully at the stove. Irika is in the process of tying up her hair. Her bulletproof vest covers a kitchen chair. "Good morning, Kakashi," he greets, stopping at the door. "Good morning, T," asks Irika. If it's not too much trouble, Irika turns to the cupboard and pulls out a can before searching the cupboards for cups. "You're welcome to a rice ball if you want one," Irika offers a little too cheerfully. Kakashi sits down at the table and helps himself to a salmon one, while Chung turns her back to him, humming in gratitude. "Actually, I didn't expect you to be up so early," Kakashi says after he's finished, and when Irika turns around, his smile is weak at best. "Did something happen?" Irika asks, rubs his 100 with a knuckle, letting his smile turn into a frown.